Sorry about the small delay on the start there, guys. We've got a whole heap of no-shows, unfortunately, for round number 1. So it made organization a little bit of a nightmare trying to actually get the game up and running. So we are ready, twitch.tv, for everybody that's sitting and joining us. Thank you for stopping by. Thank you for tuning in. Let everybody know DreamHack qualifiers, guys. The top 2 from today's server on EU West and the top 2 on Nordic and East will be qualifying for Sunday. And only on Sunday's games can you make it to DreamHack. So we are here. We are having some fun. And now I'm just making sure we're ready for this match. So it looks as though the stream is already. It looks as though CPLAY on the left-hand side are ready to challenge DERPERS on the right-hand side. A couple of fairly recognized names. And we are into the champion select as well. Luckily, these guys have done a remake for me. So thank you, CPLAY. Thank you, DERPERS. You guys are legendary. And I'm just going to make sure I've got the names right here. CPLAY and DERPERS. For everybody that is on the stream and is in chat, I'm going to throw up a Reddit link in just a few seconds. It would be great if you guys could give it some love, throw it some upvotes, and just let everybody know that what's happening. So I'm keeping a close eye on the bans right now. Karthus, Nocturne, Urgot, Caitlyn, Brand, and Blitzcrank all removed. Immediately we have, they pick some bans going super, super fast here. Remember, guys, these teams have already done this, so they're just running through what has already, happened. They restreamed it just for us right now, or restarted it. I'm going to be quickly finding my little link for Reddit. And it looks as though, wow, we're going super, super fast for this picks and bans. For everybody that maybe is asking or maybe wondering, FNATIC had a bye in the first game. So FNATIC are actually not playing right now, guys. I can actually bring up my friends list and show you that myself. FNATIC. There's Lamia, there's xPeke. You can see the guys are not in games right now. They will be playing from round number 2 onwards. So we'll be probably jumping into some FNATIC games a little bit later. With regards to the game right now, though, CPLAY on the left-hand side, facing DERPERS on the right-hand side. This is patch day, ladies and gentlemen, patch day. So we know that Darius is available. We know that a couple of nerfs and buffs have come into the different champions. Ashe has had a complete rework, so we're going to see the new model on Ashe. And what I'm really excited to see, HawkDon RV may actually be building this Athene's Unholy Grail. So that's what we're going to be looking at, or what we're going to be looking for. Let me pull up the brackets so I can show you guys what this looks like. What it looks like at the moment, just as soon as I find the link. That's number 1, and that's number 2. I just want to confirm the format for everybody, just let everybody know, how this is going to work and how it's playing out. So, this is DreamHack qualifiers. This is qualifier 3 and qualifier 4, all right, because we've had 1 and 2 already happening on Tuesday. The way that it works is you play 128 teams on EU West. There are 64 teams on Nordic and East. They play through to the grand final. The 2 teams that are involved in the grand final then qualify for Sunday's tournament, all right? So the grand final was not actually played on Tuesday on either of the servers. The teams did not compete because they didn't need to. It was just a qualifying game. They have now qualified for Sunday, and we're going to find 4 more teams today, 2 from West, 2 from East. And on Sunday, these 8 teams will be taking on one another, and the top 4 will actually then earn spots at DreamHack Summer, which is taking place in June, I believe 16th to 19th. So our qualifiers that we already have at the moment, I believe was CLG, Absolute Legends, Moscow 5, and I've got to confirm the 4th team. That'll be up in a second. Let me actually show you guys exactly what the ladder looks like for today. So today on the EU West server, we can have a look here. Rounds of 1, SK Gaming, CPLAY versus Team DERPERS. That's the game that we're watching at the moment. You've got SK featuring today. We have TCM a little bit later. Teamless is in the bunch as well. FNATIC, Against All Authority are here as well. So a lot of very, very big names already sitting here. I believe Cypher around. There's MTW. Cypher's down here near the bottom. Team Acer. And some really, really big names. Team Alternate as well. We'll be jumping into those games a little bit later on. EU Nordic and East, you can see as well, we have Na'Vi. You've got, I believe MYM are competing here in this bracket. There's MYM. They've also picked up a bye in the first round. So we're going to be jumping into the games very, very quickly. And once again, remember, This is the patch day. So let's actually pull that up and we can have a quick look. LeagueOfLegends.com with the patch. Ooh, that's broken a little bit. I can't remember the specifics. Oh, come on. LeagueOfLegends.com. Nope, it doesn't want to work for me. So we'll come back to that in a second. For everybody that is wondering what's happening, Panky is currently sitting at a theme park in the United Kingdom. So he's not going to be joining me today. But I am in touch with a couple of guys, Monte Carlo, from GG Chronicle. He's busy chatting a little bit. He's going to be helping me out finding it is Monte Cristo, sorry. He's going to be helping me find a co-caster in the next hour or so. And we're going to get a very, very high-ranked, high-elo player to jump into the games with us. So while we get into game number 1 of today's qualifier, CPLAY versus DERPERS, I want to know where your money is, guys. We've got a few hundred people on stream. I want to know, who do you think is going to take this up? CPLAY with Udia, Ezreal, Janna, Ari, and Warwick, or Ashe, Orianna, Jaximus, Lee Sin, and Soraka? 1 vote for DERPERS, 2 votes for DERPERS already. Let's see what's happening. These matches are live, guys. They are not pre-recorded. We are straight into today's qualifier. And we're going to wait for this game to get up and running very, very shortly. DERPERS on the left-hand side. They'll be on the right-hand side, actually. So we're going to swap that around. And yeah, so welcome. Sorry about the excitement and the action and the energy. And I'm just keeping a close eye. There we go. Also, just for everybody to be aware of, for today, there is a slight modifications to the rule set in that Darius is automatically banned from all games. So nobody's going to need to waste a ban on Darius. We're going to auto-assume that he is removed from play and that he is not actually taking part. So that's it. That's us set up. That's us waiting and ready for the game. What do you guys think of the new graphics update? It is live. It has been live for quite a few hours. And I love the textures. I love the way it looks. The river in particular is way, way, way more epic. And Jaximus chilling in the grass, having a bit of a laugh, having a bit of a giggle. We've got a couple of votes I see on chat. Everybody's voting for DERPERS at the moment. DERPERS. So very little love for CPLAY, and I'm looking forward to that. For Freakenstein, why is Darius banned? It's fairly common for brand new champions to be slightly overpowered or slightly non-balanced. That would be a better way of phrasing it. So because Darius has just been released, people don't really want to, they don't know how to either play him or they don't know how to counter him. Not everybody's been able to play a couple of games today or anything like that. So it's just for the healthiness of the competition, making sure that everybody's on the same equal footing and just auto-banning Darius. So DERPERS are the favorites for this game, and we're going to have to see whether or not they can pick this up. Lanes are matching up, and we do have Ashe and Soraka being very caught out early. Jree might be the first blood already. Fail flashes into the wall. Now they've turned their attention to Prothana. Prothana's going to be the next one taking so much damage. Ezreal does have a flash and cleanse available if he needs to. Is he going to pop the flash? There goes the flash. The beautiful Mystic shot. That's going to pick up another first blood for Ari, followed up by a kill on Ezreal. And all of that from an extremely, extremely aggressive Prothana and Jree trying to steal raids. DERPERS pulling a bit of a herpaderp move right at the beginning of this game. And wow, does that change any of your predictions, guys? Let's just turn the volume down just a little bit. Let me know if the game sounds are a bit too low. They sounded a bit loud in my ears. So, first blood to Ari. She already starts off with 1,200 gold as opposed to the 600 gold on Orianna. And of course we have Koi coming up against LoliPOP in this top lane. Lee Sin against Warwick. I like to say Warwick's a bit part orangutan. Look at the damage. There's some damage. There goes the safeguard blocking off some of that damage. Misses the Hadouken, so Koi's going to have to fall back. But so much aggression already from the teams. DERPERS trying to pick that up in the top lane. And unfortunately not being able to convert it. Now I'm going to try and keep an eye on this B2B May. We're going to call him May this time round, because he has managed to pick up a kill. So Ezreal already sitting on 900 gold. And I'd like to see what sort of build he goes for. If he's going to go for a DPS build you know, heading towards a BF sword item or going for a Trinity Force, maybe even going Wriggle's Lantern, Phantom Dancer. There's quite a few different ideas. And that very early kill, it's going to give him an advantage to decide exactly which route he would like to play, you know. Decide which abilities he wants to, or what items he'd like to pick up and work towards. 1,000 gold lead at the 4-minute mark. And Orianna is the champion I'm most interested to see, because we do have Athene's Unholy Grail. It is live. It is in the game. Players can purchase it. So we're going to have to see whether or not HawkDon is actually going to buy that item later on. And see how effective it actually pans out, to, you know, how effective it is, because it does upgrade from your Chalice of Harmony. So that's 1% additional mana regen for every 1% of mana you are missing. TalØl's coming forward. He's revealed himself. So Johnny's just going to fall back, take a few steps back, because in the top lane we do have a gank going down onto Koi. Flash is burned though. So Dman, he does manage to get up there, force the flash out of Koi. And at this stage in the game, if he's able to come back up within the next 3 to 5 minutes, he might be able to pick up a kill. And that's really what's, you know, what's very, very key, what's very, very important. That Athene's Unholy Grail gives you the mana regen from Chalice of Harmony. It also gives you 15% cooldown reduction. And it also gives you 12% of your mana back on champion kills or assists. So this is the first game we're watching. In the middle lane, we've got a double gank going up. They do manage to pick up the first kill onto Ahri. So that's one back from the Derpers. If TalØl can get forward, there goes the attack. One more auto attack. It's going to apply the red dot slow. But the Turtle Shield was able to block a fair chunk of that damage. Let's rewind just quickly and we can watch that whole battle. Ooh, gotta go a little bit further back than that. So let's watch. There goes the battle. The charm does land on HawkDon, but look at the damage coming out from TalØl. The Leap Strike, Empower, and the counter attack really putting a lot of pain down. So Derpers do pull one kill back. The kill does go to Orianna as well, which is very, very important, because it does mean that Ahri's not going to get too far away. Ahri's not going to be able to just pull further and further and further away, and that's really what's very, very important. There is a tower dive going down. The best on stun under the tower. TalØl gets away from one more tower hit before finally being taken out. And very, very close. HawkDon almost saving him with that command protect, but unfortunately, no movement speed on Jax, or not enough movement speed, means he does take an extra tower hit and does go down. So 3-1 at the moment. Koi is now pushing onto LoliPOP. He's got the Tempest landed. LoliPOP has been slowed from that cripple. Koi does land the Q. Is he going to move in? He decides not to. And we're now back up to real time. So 3-1 is the kill score. And now once again, another huge commitment. There goes the Tempest. The cripple is down. A flash from LoliPOP, but he flashes after the Q lands. One more attack is going to need it. Koi's landing 1 or 2 more hits. But the strike, the hungering strike from Warwick, giving him back dealing 175 damage, and giving him back 12% of that as hit points, manages to survive underneath the tower. So strong. Maybe a little bit lucky. But I like this. 6 minutes in, it's been non-stop action. Every single lane, there's been pressure. Every single lane. Prothana's taken a lot of damage there. That's Mystic shot from Ezreal starting to hit very, very hard. 3 points into Mystic, 2 points into the Arcane Shift. And if B2B May decides to go for this, he does have Flash available. And Soraka has just popped a heal. So there's a 20-second cooldown on that Astral Blessing. I'm making 17 seconds. I'm going to see whether or not B2B May actually wants to commit to this fight. Not having any sustain, he's not going to be able to heal himself back up. Not going to be able to, you know, replenish any of the damage that he's taken. And that makes quite a big difference. I'm just quickly going to pull my Skype up to keep a close eye on the admins. And, yep, just getting some confirmation, guys. A lot of the top ranked teams do have buys in the first round. So that does mean that, unfortunately, we couldn't see the teams we wanted just yet. But we will be following them later. And right now, this is the game that's on the play. CPLAY on the left-hand side. They are, of course, facing Team DERPERS on the right-hand side. Chat seems to think DERPERS have this one in the bag. But at 3-1 down in 8 minutes, we're going to have to see whether that turns out to be the case. Koi is having his way with LoliPOP at the moment. He's putting a lot of damage onto him, and Warwick is constantly on the back foot. He's constantly low on health. And, oh, now we got some pressure coming in. Dman is going to be moving forward. There goes the roundhouse kick Forces LoliPOP back, knocks Dman up for a brief second. Ignite was used, and I think that was a little bit premature because there was no bear stun, and there was no damage that had been applied to Koi, so not necessarily convinced about that Ignite usage. But nevertheless, Koi does manage to walk away with his life. He's also burned his ultimate, so that is on a 87-second cooldown. He's not going to be able to use that Dragon's Rage kick for the next minute and a half. Warwick, on the other hand, Infinite Duress is up and it is available. And I wonder why he hadn't used it. That's the real question there. Had he been able to lock Lee Sin down, now we got lots of pressure on that top lane. I'm just keeping an eye. These faces bumping heads one another over and over and over. HawkDon RV playing Orianna. He's gone for the Catalyst, the Protector first. And we'll see if he's going to upgrade that, most likely into the Rod of Ages. Well, it's going to be a Rod of Ages. Who am I kidding? But I'm really hoping we're going to see that Athene's Unholy Grail. Item has, it was just released at midnight or, during the course of the last day or so. And I really want to see if some of these champions, guys like Swain, Galio, and Nivea, for example, could really make use of those... use of the mana regen. So once again, guys, welcome, hello, and greetings. This is the DreamHack qualifiers. This is qualifier number 3 on EU West. Qualifier number 4 on Nordic and East is being played simultaneously. And how lucky is that, hey? The recall just going through at the very last second. But that does mean that DERPERS are now going to be taking Dragon. A 10-minute Dragon is fairly early. Ezreal does have his ultimate up, and whether he's going to try that True Shot Barrage. True Shot Barrage does come out and hits TalØl in the face. But a free, unchallenged Dragon at the 10-minute mark. That's going to give DERPERS the gold lead. So really well played. Great positioning. Great mind, great map awareness. And the second that Udi had recalled, they push for Dragon. So good decision making from DERPERS. Gives them the small gold advantage. And what I really like to see is their ward coverage. Keep a close eye on that minimap, guys. It looks like a Christmas tree. There's the vision for DERPERS. They've seen Ari coming up. Johnny and TalØl, poking heads for a little bit. But look at their ward coverage. Complete Dragon control. They know exactly what's going on. They know exactly what CPLAY are even thinking about doing. On the flip side, we've got some mid-river wards, as well as now in the top lane. You can see Udia coming up. Koi may not have noticed this, though. So Dman's going to be pushing forward. There goes the bear stun. LoliPOP was kicked away with the Dragon's Rage, so without Warwick being able to jump up there, are we going to see a flash Infinite Duress? The Iron Will does go up. There's the Infinite Duress coming down, but I don't know if they've got enough damage. Koi is now putting as much down as he can. The counter-attack stuns Dman under the tower. Now TalØl's the one putting the hurting down onto Dman. Koi's going to be moving forward. If he could have landed the ability with the Q. Now, once again, Johnny joins the party late. This has gone into a 3v3. Spirit Rush, the last tick of Spirit Rush moves forward. Still not enough to kill anybody. No deaths yet. All of the damage going down. HawkDon has joined the party once more. Wish has been used by Soraka. The first kill finally is actually from the mid champions. Not the tops, not the jungles. But a solo mid versus mid. And CPLAY and DERPERS, they've come to play. CPLAY and DERPERS, they're putting it all on the table. Great map awareness, great control from both teams. As TalØl had joined the fight to counter the gank from LoliPOP, that back and forth went on. Lee Sin was forced to run away. Warwick was forced to leave the fight. While that was going on, Ari decides to show her face, and she's just like, "Hey, what's up, guys? Check what's happening." Of course, the exact second Ari, puts all of her damage down, Orianna joins the party. So with that kill, Orianna is now able to finish her Rod of Ages. She also has a 25 CS lead over Ari in the mid, which is huge at the 12-minute mark. 2-0-0, and the creep score, it makes a very big difference. And that Rod of Ages is just going to make Orianna more and more powerful, give the help, the sustain in the lane, all that additional ability power, all additional mana. And so far, I don't want to use the word unconventional, but the slightly less common champion is winning against a slightly more conventional one. So DERPERS have pulled it back. They have the gold advantage compliments of the Dragon. A very good charm from Johnny coming out. Does pull HawkDon forward, and interestingly, Johnny is leveling up his charm as opposed to the Foxfire, sorry. Spirit Rush and Foxfire. And I find that quite interesting. In the bottom lane, we do have pressure coming out. B2B May lands a Mystic shot to the face, but look at the damage from Volley. Volley plus that BF sword and 4 points into it really hits very, very hard. Prothana with that brand new sexy Ash skin is moving forward. The Ash arrow lands onto May. Leap strike is going to be enough to finish him off. B2B May dies, and that evens the scores up 3-3. A point-blank crystal arrow prevented Ezreal from actually killing Ash there in that fight. And the reworked Ash skin is very, very, very sexy. I'm going to go there and watch it in just a few seconds. I'm going to see whether or not Koi and LoliPOP are actually fighting. But keep a close eye on this Ash skin. Ignite has been used as well. That Ignite comes out from Janna, I believe. Now they're going to be moving. If Dman can get the bear stun into the Phoenix stance, that might be enough. Or Tiger stance, rather. There's some damage going out. The AoE from Phoenix, 1 or 2 more hits may be enough. Exhaust has been burned, so Dman's not going to be able to push onto Soraka. But look at that. True Shot Barrage even picking up Soraka. So had a bear stun been able to land, or, the exhaust not being there, they may have been able to combo another kill. And while all that's going on, now the more pressure comes down, followed up by the Hadouken. Koi moves all the way forward. Is Ignite going to be enough? No, it's not. LoliPOP, once again, gets away from the fur on his chinny chin. And well played. For everybody that's asking, this is 100% live, guys. The game is live. CPLAY versus DERPERS. This is the last chance to qualify for the qualifiers for DreamHack. Teams have to place in the final of today's cup to be eligible to take part on Sunday. And if they compete and make it in the top 4 on Sunday, then they will be able to play at DreamHack. I'm going to keep an eye on Prothana here. This is the new Ash rework. Let's actually follow her and zoom in. What I really like is the animation on the quiver. Take a look at that, guys. You can actually see she pulls the arrow out of the quiver with each move. Zoom out to see a little bit better. There we go. Out the quiver. Great work from Riot Games. This is, of course, the Amethyst Ash skin as well. So it's got that slight purple hue to all of the abilities. And I really like it. What I will do after this game is I'll put a little message up at the top saying that this game is live. Everybody can stop asking. Top lane, Koi, 108 CS to the 84 of LoliPOP. Mid lane, 142 to the 112. Bottom lane is bang on even, 118 to 112. And in the jungle, 72 to 68. So fairly even in the jungle and bot lanes, but mid and top, DERPERS have a strong advantage. There was a lot of pings going down a few seconds ago. And if you guys were looking on the minimap, you would have noticed an Ash arrow flying all the way up. I'm not sure if that was intended for middle or top. But Ash, he was trying it, a bit of a brave one. Dragon has now respawned. This is the 16-minute mark, and we may see an engage. You can see Warwick coming down on the top lane. Keep an eye on that minimap. So we have all 5 DERPERS currently sitting in the middle lane. The True Shot Barrage goes out, deals quite a lot of damage. Smite not in range. The first stun does go down with the command shockwave. Immediately blows up Janna. A very nice safeguard moves Lee Sin all the way forward. A great charm comes out from Ari. Koi manages to land his Hadouken, flies through the wall. That flying ball of energy puts a bit of damage down into Johnny, so that scares her away. So Dragon and a kill, and there, once again, the safeguard. Koi pops out the ward, uses his W safeguard ability, dives to the ward, and tries to get in range for his Tempest, which is his slow ability. And if he can land that slow and that cripple, should be enough to put, or at least slow the enemies down. And DERPERS pulling ahead. I mean, it was a little bit of a disappointing start. Prothana and Jree got caught out at the raids. They gave up a double kill very early on. But they've pulled it back. I mean, they've evened it up on kills now. They've taken 2 consecutive dragons without reply. And they managed to pick up a kill there as well. And I think the kill went to Ari, if I recall correctly. She's on 3-0-0, so really nicely done thus far. Really nicely played by DERPERS. And chat, you guys may be correct. Maybe the DERPERS are going to be pulling away with this. Has anybody changed their thoughts and feelings just yet? With regards to the last qualifier, FNATIC managed to knock out SK Gaming during the round of 16 last time. And then FNATIC then got knocked out by Absolute Legends in what was a very one-sided affair. Absolute Legends picked up an early advantage and they just kept it all game long. So in terms of gold, there's your gold graph on the bottom side. You can see already not a huge advantage at the moment, but every little bit helps. Every little bit is pushing them further and further ahead. And of course, if the Derpers can hold their lead and they can keep farming the way that they're farming, they're going to be able to transition into the mid-game very, very nicely. The one thing that's very interesting to note out, there's been very little damage to the towers. I mean, bottom lane, you know, once again, the fight on the top lane, look at the pressure. Koi is just manhandling LoliPOP continually in his face. And after 20 minutes of pressure, the tower's just below half health, but we do have Dman coming up. Dman's now moved forward. There goes the cripple. A stun has gone down. Ignite has been used. Koi is sticking to this one. Dragon's Rage has been kicked. He moves forward. One more auto attack is going to pick up the kill. Stun under the tower. Safeguards away. Koi may be able to get away with this one. And he does. The wish from Soraka was enough to keep him in the fight, healing up 200 hit points from all the way down from that bottom lane. And that alone kept him alive. The stun goes down onto FailFac. FailFac's now popped that Monsoon. The counterattack doesn't land. True Shot Barrage goes out. The True Shot Barrage and the Mystic Shot. Almost enough to kill Prothana there, actually. But a very, very good Monsoon from FailFac manages to force everybody backwards. And with all the action and all the pressure in the lanes that we've been seeing, neither team has actually used a... or has purchased a Oracle's Elixir yet. So the wards are still available. The wards are still on the map. Neither team running around trying to clear those out. Keeping a very close eye on the teams and people that are messaging me. And we're going to be joined a little bit later on by Optimus. Tom Optimus, he is a US caster, part of GG Chronicle. But he just needs to get home from work. So until then, I hope you guys don't mind chilling and having some fun with me. If you don't know, my name is Quickshot. And yeah, we're here for the DreamHack Qualifiers. We will be joining and watching probably SK and FNATIC, maybe even MYM and Na'Vi a little bit later. The first tower of the game is going to go down. Koi with his Phage and Hex Drinker. Going to be able to turn that, take the tower out. And you notice LoliPOP immediately fell backwards. LoliPOP did not want to stay underneath that turret once it went down, out of fear that Koi was just going to be able to keep putting pressure on him and potentially land a kill. The moment, Derpers significantly ahead. Look at the farm in that middle lane. 210 CS on Orianna against 150 on Ari. So not only does HawkDon significantly out-farm, I mean, that's averaging 10 creeps per minute. He's also picked up 3 kills and, of course, the 2 dragons now. Koi did manage to catch LoliPOP. He's landed his Q. Was thinking about diving. Does actually dive in right at the end there. So we're going to move down. Try to keep an eye on this fight. Tempest goes out. Johnny also uses Spirit Rush. That was a little bit of a waste. Anticipating the aggression from Koi. Anticipating Koi to move into range of tower. But in the end, it didn't actually happen. So with that first kill that B2B May did pick up, he has opted to go for a DPS route, double Doran's Blade and the Bloodthirster. He's picked up a Ruby Crystal as well, so we can assume that's going to go into a Phage. And that makes me think he's going to be moving towards a Trinity Force next. That's my assumption. Once again, pressure on the top lane. Lee Sin dropped to 1,500 hit points out of his 2,200. And he's managed to drop Warwick down to 1,000 out of the 1,900. And once again, we see Dman moving up in the top lane. Now he's going to be able to get up into Koi. There comes the speed buff and movement speed. The bear stun stance does go down. Infinite Duress has been used there. Ignite is ticking away. Now look at the damage. Red buff is being used. The slow is out. Finally comes where Shirelia's Reverie now been popped. Koi, if he can get a good safeguard, it may be enough. This next stun was enough to kill him though. 7 seconds passes. The follow-up bear stun stance was all that was required. But now, Derpers setting up for the 3rd dragon of the game. What's the time duration between the bear stance? 6 seconds, sorry. So, 6 seconds after applying the very, very first stun. Able to follow it up with a secondary one, and that was enough to pick up that kill onto Lee. So at least that's going to slow him down just a little bit, but another dragon goes the way of Derpers. The Ash Arrow went out as well, so that one is whiffed. It didn't manage to catch anybody. Charm and an Orb of Deception through the wall from Johnny. Put some damage onto TalØl, but not enough to follow up with anything. 3,000 gold advantage just from dragons alone, just from map control. And what you can say is fairly uncontested. I mean, Derpers have had the timing. Derpers have grouped up every single time, or, you know, for each dragon that's spawned. And they're playing this very, very effectively. Team play and the coordination is great thus far. And we finally transition now into this mid-game. So all of the teams are now going to, or both teams, they're going to start grouping grouping up, sticking together, holding one another's hands. They're not going to be staying alone or being, you know, moving around the map alone without some wards. And whichever team can start to capitalize on this next 5 to 10 minutes of the game is really who's going to be able to win this one. If CPLAY are able to single a target out and blow that target up, they can win team fights. If they can take out Orianna or Ashe early, I mean, like really, they've got to blow them up early on in a team fight, they can actually win. Jax and Lee are going to be putting out a lot of damage, but if Ari and Ezreal can be kept alive and allowed to keep dealing DPS, they can win. Warwick and Udyr are both very tanky upfront champions, and they're going to be able to survive a lot of the DPS that's going out from Lee Sin and Jax, assuming Ashe isn't sitting over their shoulders. So CPLAY, now the pressure is on. How are they going to handle it? Well, that's going to remain to be seen. 2 towers to 1. 1 volley and a crit drops May's health to 2/3. And once again, there you go. Volley and crit again. Drops it down to half. And look at the combination from Prothana. Really smart. He right-clicks onto Ezreal, right-clicks onto B2B May. As the auto attack is flying, he then casts that volley spell. And it just increases the amount of DPS that you're putting out by such a significant amount. Always remember to keep that up and keep those two pushing. And we're keeping an eye. Now we're going to see on this bottom lane, the Ashe arrow has gone out. FailFac, one more attack should be enough. The last arrow finally there was enough to pick up the kill. Now they've turned their attention to Prothana. Counter kill goes down. Ezreal and Janna has now been down. Dman's the third one to fall after DERPERS turn what was a 2v3 into a 4v3. Managed to pick up 3 kills, and right now DERPERS are in the driving seat. Not only did they pull all of CPLAY down to this bottom lane, Lee Sin is sitting in the top lane and pretty much just soloing the tower. He's completely ignoring LoliPOP. He's completely ignoring the damage that's coming out from Warwick and entirely focusing down the tower. Smart play from DERPERS. It's towers and Nexus kills that win games, not champion kills. And right now, DERPERS are the ones with the tower advantage. 4-0-1 on HawkDon RV. At the 26-minute mark, 267 CS. Not necessarily as high as the creep score that we've seen from Alexis yesterday, but nevertheless a really good score thus far. And you combine that with 3 dragons and a 4-0-1 kill score. HawkDon is terrifying. Currently sitting on 1,400 gold. He has an amplifying tome, and I'm truly hoping that he's going to go for that Athene's Holy Grail. Please buy it. I'm hoping this item is going to change the metagame a little bit, or at least introduce some champions that you don't necessarily see as often. You know, a champion like Swain, for example, maybe even pulling up a few more Zillions who are very mana intensive, especially in the early game. You could even see Anivia's playing or being played by several more champions, because Anivia needs that blue buff to be truly effective. The mana regen from Unholy's Grail is very powerful, and it may actually be able to, I don't want to say replace, but it may even be enough to substitute a blue buff. So unfortunately, HawkDon is going to go for the standard build thus far. He's going to put that into a blasting wand, just get that magic penetration. How much magic pen is he currently sitting on? 29 and 10%, so he's gone for a mostly magic pen rune page, and then obviously that coupled with the sorcerer's shoes. So once he gets the blasting wand, the void staff completed, that's going to increase his damage even further. Maybe later on, maybe one of the teams later on will make my day and keep me happy. For everybody that's joined us, greetings, welcome, hello. This is live. DreamHack qualifiers. CPLAY in the blue trunks on the left-hand side. They are facing off against Team DERPERS on the red trunks in the right-hand side. Whoever places in the final of today, you have to be in the top 2. You then qualify for Sunday's games. And it's only on Sunday's games do the teams actually make it into the DreamHack tournament. I'm going to confirm the 4 teams that have qualified already. Sorry, while I'm typing, I can't type and talk at the same time. So, I'm just asked one of the admins just to confirm the 4 teams. I know that CLG are in there. They've already qualified. I know that Moscow 5 have, as well as Absolute Legends. There was one more team from the Nordic and East side, and I can't remember. And look at the damage going out into Johnny. Leap Strike, counter-attack, Empower, followed up by the Ash Arrow, and 1 or 2 auto attacks is all that's required. So now they've turned their attention to Baron, so I'm going to keep my eyes down on this bottom half. Watch the mini-map. Look what CPLAY do. They know that this is happening. They have the ward, the vision. Baron is now down to 300 hit points, and they don't even contest. They don't even contend that one right now. Arrow lands from Ash. Volley almost makes it. Had that slow landed, it may have been enough. And this looks like a disconnect. LoliPOP appears to have disconnected from the game. And that's very, very sad when something like that happens. But it is unfortunate. It is the nature of the games, unfortunately. Playing over the internet. LoliPOP 0-1. He's been manhandled in the top lane by Koi. Koi playing Lee Sin. He's out-farmed him, he's out-pressured him, and he's managed to get away from a lot of ganks as well. And really, really unlucky. And it's either a disconnect or a rage quit. The 4 teams that have qualified, there we go. It was Moscow 5, Absolute Legends, Counterlogic Gaming Team Optimus. So it used to be CLG EU. And finally, XHCL. So those are your 4 that have already qualified. We're going to find 4 more today. And somebody throw up that Reddit post for me. Somebody put the link into chat for the Reddit thread for today's tournament. We're going to be here all day long. My name is Quickshot. I'm going to be joined by Optimus later today. Dude's name's Tom. He's a shoutcaster in the US scene for GG Chronicle. And he'll be joining me as my color commentator. The dude with the high elo and, you know, share a little bit more game insight as a higher ranked player. For the time being, though, let's just have some fun with this. Sitting on directed camera. And, of course, patch day, guys. Patch day, patch day, patch day. So we are seeing the brand new Summoner's Rift. Really happy with how it turned out. Some of the screenshots that were coming up from very early on made the ground, that red and the blue hue that they've placed on the ground, it made it look very red and very blue. And I was quite worried about that because it looked terrible. It looked really terrible. Right now, they've dulled it down. You can still see there's a slight red hint on the ground, just to show you which team, you know, which side you're looking at. But it's not in your face. Textures are very, very good, and of course the new Ash skin is immense as well. Is the Swain skin available? I'm not 100% certain. I will check it out as soon as we get into. Once we get back into the lobby, we can open up the store and see what's happening. But at the moment, 11,000 gold difference, 5 towers to 1. DERPERS, they're in the driving seat. And I don't want to say they're trolling, that's not trolling, but they're baiting CPLAY. You know, they can pick a fight anytime they want. Is the counter-attack available from TalØl? Is he going to commit? That's the question. Just somebody just waiting for that opportunity, waiting for that small gap to see who can they fight, who can they kill, you know? And CPLAY, they're so far behind. They don't have the dragons. They don't have the gold to be able to compete. And it just looks like DERPERS, they're biding their time. They don't want to overcommit to a fight and give something away, but they are trying to, you know, force an engagement. Now the tower's gone down to less than a third life. Just going to keep focusing it down. A lot of damage has gone onto Prothana. There goes a very nice charm from Johnny, immediately blowing Ash up. Now they're going to have to commit to this. Shockwave manages to catch 4 from CPLAY. That pulls them all backwards. All of a sudden, DERPERS taking a lot of damage from that true shot barrage. The chase is now on. CPLAY are moving forward. The bear stance stun does land onto HawkDon RV, but the shield is protecting so many hit points. Finally goes down, so that's a 2-for-1 exchange. CPLAY still technically in the better position. TalØl, though, he manages to lock up 3 with that counterattack stun. Does eat a charm for his troubles, though. Is forced back after losing a lot of hit points. There's no wish available for Jree. Finally, Koi goes down. 3-for-1. The Mystic Shot lands. It does not apply any slow, though. A flash comes out from FailFac. That applies the slow. But is it going to be enough? And the Howling Gale lands as well. They just don't have the damage to chase it up. So a 3-for-1 exchange. And that was what CPLAY needed to do. That's what CPLAY need to do to win these fights. Blow Ash or Orianna up. And once that champion's blown up, you can win a fight. So great play by CPLAY. And in particular, Johnny. That charm, the Spirit Rush into point-blank charm, that was what turned it around. And now TalØl's moved forward. He's done the leap strike. He's landed the counter-attack stun. Eats a Johnny charm to the face. Wish comes out from Jree. That's going to be able to save his life. But wow, LoliPOP trying to recall there, and the River Ash Arrow lands onto Johnny. Going to be moving forward. The crit and volley picks up the kill. Map awareness and vision. There you go. Map awareness and vision. Great play by Jree. She literally saved LoliPOP's life there on Warwick. Landed the charm the second it was needed. I mean, that was a split-second decision. If you've got that ability on Smartcast, or even if you're using the skill shot, indicator, that was a great skill shot from Johnny. But then, unfortunately, the Ash Arrow flying all the way down from mid smacks her in the back of the head, keeps her in place just long enough for Prothana to pick up yet another kill. So we do have a co-caster available. What I'm going to do is I'm going to finish this game up, and we're going to get the co-caster up on Skype as soon as the game is finished. And everybody that is chilling, everybody that is asking, this game is live, guys. We are not doing any reruns. This is the DreamHack qualifier number 2. CPLAY versus DERPERS. And it looks as though DERPERS are in the driving seat. They still have a very good gold advantage. We do finally see a Oracle's Elixir on both supports. I haven't actually noticed just how long Soraka's been wearing that Oracles. But the team's got them fairly late. And in terms of your kill spread, look at the kills for the carries. Ashe and Orianna with 8 out of the 11 kills. Soraka, 118. Jree playing a really great support. Involved out of 9 out of the 11. Has accidentally stolen 1, which is a little bit of a pain, but you can't complain too much. In terms of stacks, let's have a look over at Ezreal. Ezreal's farming up. His Bloodthirster is fully stacked. He also has the Trinity Force completed, so he is going to be hitting particularly hard. And you can see the team setting up for Baron buff. Now look at the ward coverage from DERPERS. DERPERS can see everything around this Baron buff. They can see the Ancient Golem. They can see Janna with Oracle's Elixir is now clearing these wards out, and he has the vision now from CPLAY. Jree's trying to bait this out. It's pretty obvious that it's a bait though, so CPLAY don't take it. They don't commit, and they're just stalling. DERPERS are waiting for Koi to get you. Now Koi has moved up. He has joined the party. And now we have a 5v5. The red buff is on B2B May. It is going to be wearing out in the next sort of 20 to 30 seconds. And every time one of those Mystic shots land, it is going to apply the slow. There's the Leap Strike, immediately followed up from the Arcane Shift. Sorry. So B2B May gets out of range of the counterattack. No abilities or ultimates used just yet. But TalØl trying to make something happen, trying to lock B2B May up. And get rid of that scoreboard just when we watch this engagement. Orianna tossing out that sewn ball. She's the dress Orianna, or the sewn, I can't remember the name of the skin. Now we have CPLAY. They've set up for this, or started the Baron, trying to bait it out. The first team to overstep, the first team to be a little bit out of position, or to be slightly caught out, that's going to be the determining factor here. And if CPLAY can get the right carry, if CPLAY can catch somebody, then they're going to be able to potentially win this fight. But the longer that they stall, the longer CPLAY wait, the more time Prothana has to get her arrow back. After whiffing it and throwing it between CPLAY a minute ago, obviously it was not effective, and it's still on cooldown. It's still on cooldown for another few seconds. It's almost available, but Baron is going down. DERPERS are going to have to commit to this. 4,000 hit points on Baron. They force CPLAY back for a little bit. Baron still hasn't regenerated. Now it's starting to generate. The Shockwave manages to catch 3. Now they've committed. The big fight has gone on. Dman has already blown up instantly, and that's Udi. He's meant to be the tanky one. Now they've turned their attention to Johnny. The Asher lands onto FailFac. That blows him up. Now Koi's managed to land that Hadouken, flies all the way forward, catches an infinite duress, but the command protect comes out from Orianna. That saves her life. Wish in the background from Soraka is going to be enough then to save him as well. And the damage from command attack, as well as the auto attack from Prothana, that just melts Ezreal. And HawkDon RV on Orianna, making the big plays. Infinite duress had landed on Lee Sin, and Koi on Lee Sin did not deserve to live. He had not deserved to get away with his life, because he'd been caught. He was in a 2v1, he had overcommitted. HawkDon comes up from behind, throws that little ball up there and says, there you go, love. Have a small shield, tank that damage up. The second that the infinite duress had ended, then Koi manages to use that safeguard, jumps to the back of the line, and really well played. Great play there. Now they move their attention onto LoliPOP. There's the auto attack, the damage going down. LoliPOP is tanking for quite a while. When you compare how quickly Ezreal went down, but of course, LoliPOP does have a Frozen Heart completed, and most of that auto attack damage is coming out from Lee Sin, and Ashe is, of course, physical. 816 is the kill score. Gold graph up to 62,000. Now Ashe Arrow does land onto Dman. Now they've jumped forward. Counter-attack locks him up for even further. Shirley's Reverie has been popped as well as the Randian's Omen, but it's not going to be enough to save his life. Dman, next one to drop for CPLAY. TalØl does have his counter-attack available, so he's probably was thinking about jumping in. Instead, Leap strikes backwards. DERPERS pick up the inhibitor. And that's all they need. Now they're going to rotate around. Hawkshot goes out so they can see there's no champions in this bottom lane. And now they're going to be moving forward into this next tower. Ooh, directed camera being a little there. Very nice charm does land into Jree. But there's no follow-up damage. So even though the charm landed, they couldn't convert it into a kill. 817. Let's have a quick look at the gold graph so far. 15,000 gold on HawkDon in comparison to 10,000 on Ahri. 10,000 on Ahri. That is a huge difference. Bottom lane, 11,000 on Ezreal to the 15,000 on Ashe. Once again, that's an infinity edge difference. Top lane, Warwick 8,500 to 11,500. 3k difference. Equivalent of a frozen mallet, unless my math is way off. But I mean, that's one full completed item above in every lane at the moment. And it's Team DERPERS' game to throw. Team DERPERS, they're in the driving seat, they're in control of this game. And unless they make a very, very big mistake, they should be able to finish this one out. The numbers are growing. Welcome, everybody. Thank you for stopping by. This is the second DreamHack qualifier. We obviously had the first one, well, technically it's a third. We had the first and the second one on Tuesday. It was one for EU West and one for EU Nordic and East. And today, of course, we're going to have the same. One for EU West, one for EU Nordic and East. We're going to spend most of our time on the EU West server. We may jump up to a Na'Vi MYM game later if it does come to pass. DERPERS at the moment in the driving seat. And remember, if CPLAY lose this, that's it. They do not qualify for DreamHack. They go out of the game. And, out of the tournament. And if they are removed from the tournament, that's it. They don't go to DreamHack. This is a best of one game. You lose, you're out. 66,900 gold for DERPERS. They're just sieging this top lane right now. Ashe putting the damage down onto the top tower. Landing quite a few auto attacks. Not dealing quite as much damage as I would have thought, but nevertheless. Single creep wave lined up. Manages to take out 2/3 of the hit points of that tower. It's now down to below 1,000 hit points. And the next time this wave comes up, they're going to be able to push it down. While all of that's happening, this middle lane already has several super creeps lined up. So once somebody from CPLAY falls back to deal with that, they're going to be able to push this top tower. They're going to be able to take the top tower. Now Ahri's moved forward. She spirit rushes forward once. Immediately gets counter-attacked, stunned from Jax. And now she's fallen backwards. The Dragon's Rage kick does push a few guys backwards. So the first one to fall is, in fact, Warwick after all that damage. Wish comes out now from Soraka. So that's going to be healing the Team DERPERS quite a bit. And look at the damage going out. B2B May onto HawkDon. Does get exhausted for his troubles. Now Prothana jumping forward with that red buff on, as well as the flash, puts a lot of damage down. A great charm once again from Johnny. Locks Koi up, but it's still not enough to save him. The summoner heal gives him enough hit points to get through that ignite. He even tanks another tower hit and survives there as well. Koi on Lee Sin has managed to get out of so many kills, so many potential deaths, just from that safeguard ability. And that's going to be the game. DERPERS pick up game number 1 for today's DreamHack qualifier. Congratulations to DERPERS. Next game. And we're going to have a quick look at the scoreboard. So let's wait for this to pop up. Congratulations to everybody and to all 4,000 guys that have tuned in. Greetings, welcome, hello. My name is Quickshot if you haven't seen me or heard me before. Hello. We'll pull up the camera in a second. Have a look at that 718 HawkDon RV with Orianna. So strong. So powerful. And of course, we do have Prothana as well, 838, and then TalØl and Jax, 318. Jree has to get a special mention as well, 116 on that support. Really well played. Great timing on all of those ultimates on that Wish, etc. I love looking at the damage dealt graph, so check that out. Let the graph tell the story for you. Super, super high numbers, super, super huge. So for everybody that's here, I know I've said it a whole bunch of times, this is the DreamHack qualifier. As is customary with all of my streams, as I'm waiting for games to get confirmed, we're going to be jumping into round number 2 very, very shortly. I'm going to put up some techno trance in the background, and as soon as I have a game confirmed for you guys, I, of course, will jump straight back. So keep your ears open and keep an eye on the stream. We will be back shortly. We are into the champion selection, but before we get this underway, I'm going to get our co-caster on the line for the day. Let's see. Ooh, I got to mute my laptop in the background. I can hear my own voice. Hey, what's up, Sotere?
Good morning from the other side of the pond, or good afternoon, or good evening, whichever one it is there.
How are you today? And more importantly, how do I say your nickname?
Sotere works. I am doing great, and how about yourself?
I am fantastic, fantastic. So for everybody that doesn't know, my name is obviously Quickshot. I've managed to get in contact with an incredibly high-ranked US player. I believe your ELO is 2,100, Sotere?
It is indeed.
Sweet. Well, yeah, what's up? Congratulations. Would you like to introduce yourself to the viewers and the audience?
Yeah, I would love to. I am Sotere. I cast frequently for GG Chronicle. We've held tournaments in the US, GG Classic, for instance, and we do a lot of other commentating just for whatever tournament that wants to pick us up. So certainly anyone who is interested in getting in touch with us, ggchronicle.com and ggc.leaguecraft.com, that's our websites, and we have streams going frequently as well.
Sweet. So, welcome to the party. We're already into Champion Select. We have FNATIC on the left-hand side. They're coming up against, I believe it's LLEAGUE on the right-hand side. Ari, Rise, Irelia, Morgana, Urgot Band. Nothing really out of the ordinary. And Shen. How does that compare to the US bans? What are you used to on the US side?
Those are not completely unusual bans for the US side either. Urgot would generally be a targeted ban if you know the other team has been practicing them lately. For instance, TSM has been practicing a little bit with them, but besides that, not a usual ban. Everyone else is pretty standard, except perhaps for Irelia. She's kind of fallen out of favor as a top laner, so she generally doesn't get banned either.
Well, we've seen on Tuesday, we were watching FNATIC take on SK Gaming, and xPeke played a phenomenal Twisted Fate. Twisted Fate is available in the pool, and it's going to be interesting to see whether or not he's actually going to lock that in, or see who he decides to play for the AP mid. So, Sotere, how much of the EU scene do you watch, or do you keep track of?
To be honest, I don't watch an incredible amount of it. I do like keeping track of it. FNATIC is actually one of my favorite teams. I was tuned in for that particular game, or at least parts of it. I remember, was it you and Panky casting? You guys are like, oh, FNATIC is going to have to do something really cheeky here, really cheeky. And then, of course, xPeke kind of backdoored a bunch of inhibitors and turned the game around for them. So that was very impressive, and I liked watching that.
Sweet. So, yep, that was it. That was Tuesday's games. Unfortunately, FNATIC got stomped the very next game by Absolute Legends. But we'll have to see if they can pick up the pace this time round. I think SK are in the bottom half of the bracket. FNATIC are in the top half. So they're not going to be bumping heads or seeing one another for at least a few rounds. So we do see Nocturne and Misfortune being locked in. I like that. I like Misfortune. Those impure shots, very, very effective, especially when you've got a sustain lane. On the bottom lane, Pheilox has played quite a lot of Soraka. Having those impure shots, reducing the healing, it obviously makes Soraka significantly less effective. But it does leave the potential for Taric. Taric Graves, very, very aggressive bottom lane.
Right. Obviously, MF has a lot of presence early game in the lane. The issue is, of course, no escape skill as you get later on. Now, they did take away Nocturne. I always feel like if I'm going to play an MF or similar champion without an escape skill, I don't want to see a Nocturne because, of course, he can automatically get to you with Darkness. So that is kind of a good combination in my mind. And we don't see the Taric pickup. We do see Janna picked up. Janna, my favorite support character ever, but doesn't really have the same burst that Taric would provide in that early laning phase.
It's quite great. The Monsoon ability as well as the Howling Gale, they're just such powerful counter initiators. And of course, when you've got a Nocturne in the game, if he's able to dive forward onto you with Paranoia, at the very least you've got the Eye of the Storm, you've got the Howling Gale, you can shield up some of the damage and sort of keep those melee champions away from your carries just a little bit. Very disruptive.
My only concern with Janna against Nocturne is I believe there's still the bug where his W, I think it's not Shroud of Darkness, his W shield ability can actually block 2 of her spells, so a lot of times I would be playing Janna and I would send out a Howling Gale and a Monsoon simultaneously and he wouldn't get knocked back by either, which is really frustrating. I don't believe that's been fixed, but I could be wrong.
Now, Sotere, what is your primary role? What's your primary position? You've got your way up to 2,100 elo, but how did you get there?
Generally, support and jungle, I play a little bit of AD carry, but mainly just Corki. Yeah, Corki's basically the only AD carry I play, but those 3 roles are my favorite positions. Janna is my all-around favorite champion.
Right. I have not played very many supports at all. My younger brother likes to do that. So, what I do like from LLEAGUE, though, we do have Nunu and Lulu locked in. So that's going to be an AP Lulu in the mid. Is she quite popular in the US servers?
She is and she is not. Wait a second. Have you guys actually had this week's patch yet?
Yes, it was live from this morning. So we are on the latest update, the latest patch. We've got the new map. Also for today's tournament as well, Darius is auto-banned. He is completely removed. Nobody's allowed to pick him or select him in any way. Apparently he's OP. I haven't had a chance to swing that axe just yet.
Neither have I. I always kind of avoid champions for the first day out because if you go ahead and buy them, then you're in a rush with everyone else trying to pick them in normal games and ranked games. I feel like you shouldn't play the new champions. Anyway, AP Lulu is pretty popular in the US solo queues, and I guess who was it? Voyboy has been playing him top lane, as well as other people have picked him up mid. I just don't really like her because she doesn't scale incredibly well late game, but I think she kind of gives credence to the belief that you don't need a ton of burst from your mid lane, and it really helps to have that extra utility for late game to help out your AD carry. So I think that is kind of the idea of Lulu in my mind.
Lulu's also incredibly powerful when paired with a good tanky DPS champion like a Jax, or in this case it would be a Wukong, for example. We watched, I'm just trying to remember who it was. Well, I can't remember the player, but on Tuesday's qualifiers there was an AP Lulu that went middle and just completely tore people apart. It could have even been HawkDon RV actually. Was paired up with the Jax, and that helped pick shield. The damage that goes out from Glitter Lance, just so powerful. And if you can keep somebody like Wukong alive, allow him to life steal some HP back and continue dealing damage, it almost guarantees a victory for your team. If your tanky DPS is alive and dealing damage, while your opponent's DPS character is not.
Right, and Wukong I feel is going to be a great champion to be able to wild growth because he's going to jump in there, cyclone, knock everyone up, and then going to be wild growth and knock everyone up again. So that's going to be incredibly frustrating, I imagine, especially for Graves on the other side.
Now, I don't think I've seen a cyclone wild growth combo. Does that increase the width of the cyclone ability? So will that knock more people up?
I don't know. I would not suspect that it would increase the range of it. Generally, because all of the spinning spells, when affected by her other skills, for instance, her cupcake skill, they're not really changed or not canceled. So I would be very surprised if it actually changed the functioning of Cyclone. But I was saying, of course, Cyclone knocks someone up, and then they'll just be in his range and not being knocked up. So you could have perhaps a dual knock-up effect. I would love to see that, and I would hate to be on the other team when that happens.
I definitely think the animation is going to be particularly awesome. Combine that with the animation of Nunu's ultimate. And that's going to be great. I was reading on Reddit that apparently Nunu's ultimate is broken or bugged on this patch. Do you know anything about that?
No, I read the same Reddit post, but then I kind of tried to look into it and see what it was, and I did not find anything further. I don't think anything was mentioned in the patch notes. Someone was just like, oh, Nunu is completely broken, but I don't exactly know what the deal is.
Well, we'll have to see how that plays out. So we do have all of our teams locked in. It is going to be Galio versus Lulu in the mid. I think that's going to end up being a bit of a farm fest. Not going to be too exciting. And it's going to be up to xPeke to use that teleport to try set up some ganks in the other lanes. Shushei in the top lane against Kerby. Jax against Wukong. Who's going to be able to take this lane in your experience?
I feel like Jax has the innate advantage, but Wukong is a little bit harder to gank. And it really just depends on who's going to put more effort into ganking top and hoping that it steamrolls. That's how it goes over on the US servers. I suspect it's kind of the same here. The meta is just camp top and give your top laner that snowballing effect. And now we have good gankers from both Nocturne and Nautilus there. The only concern is Nautilus on blue side is not going to be quite as effective at ganking as is Nocturne on purple side, just because Nocturne will have red buff closer to that lane.
Now, it's going to be interesting to see how this plays out. So we are into the last 45 seconds, guys, so I'm going to throw up a very quick commercial break, and when we be back, it will be FNATIC versus LLEAGUE. So, Sotere, not everybody has ad blockers. So yeah, there's always 30 seconds of air to fill. Thanks for joining. Thanks for tuning in. Are you home from work or you stream? What's your daytime profession?
My daytime profession is streaming. Not that I actually make money from it, but I was an attorney in a previous life, and now so I'm trying to give the professional gaming a go. Have some things in the work, write articles for GG Chronicles. We're thinking about setting up a gaming house for one of the US teams. That's Legion, so we'll see how that goes. That's kind of my next business opportunity there. But right now, trying to turn this into a profession. Haven't had an incredible amount of success quite yet, but I have been having a lot of fun doing it, which I think is the most important thing.
Sweet. Well, we can definitely do some shameless bumping once we get through the games, throw up some Facebook links and some stories, try spread the word around. So 5,000 people sitting on stream. I want a prediction based on the champions that you see. Spam that chat for me now. Who's going to win, FNATIC or LLEAGUE? And I have to say, the Angler Jack skin is particularly cool. I love, at the beginning of every game, I love comparing the skins and deciding who's going to win based on whose skins are the best looking. That's what I use as my determining vote.
Yeah, so well, that's a universal strategy, and obviously, based on these picks and these skins, purple side is going to win here. Nunubot is a hard skin to compete with, and they are going 5 for 5, where xPeke, for whatever reason, no Galio skin, and Cyanide, no skin on Nautilus. Yep.
Very, very disappointing. So I'm going to throw my overlays up really quickly, and I need to add Sotere, co-caster Sotere. And I think I've spelled that right. I just have to double check. Sotere.
That is correct. Yay. That is correct.
I have the ability to spell. So not too bad, not too bad. A lot of love for FNATIC. The question was answered on chat, and chat has answered with a resounding FNATIC fan.
I don't know, is FNATIC the fan favorite in EU? Because they're my favorite, just because they won the Season 1 championship and all that sort of stuff. And of course, Shushei is a sexy beast.
They're definitely very, very popular. And I think it comes down to FNATIC management. They've got very, very good sort of public relation abilities and whatnot. But over here, I think CLG EU, who have just renamed to CLG Optimus, they're probably one of the favorite ones as well. I also just realized my overlays are displaying the wrong names, so I need to fix that as well. It's FNATIC LLEAGUE. And I've got them backwards. There we go. So now my overlays are all correct. But yes, FNATIC are very well loved. Shushei, who looks like Gragas as well, is particularly popular.
Yes, his Gragas play is legendary. xPeke, kind of an interesting choice there. I believe he saw the enemy team come in, put down that ward, but he's not going to move from his vantage point there. Apparently not too afraid of being killed or ganked, but LLEAGUE has that early advantage. I always like that ward just to keep track of the enemy jungler when they're going to do race. Does certainly give you an advantage.
So no early aggression, nobody being caught out just yet. Lanes are resetting, and I want to see whether or not this misfortune in the bottom lane from Timo2 is going to be able to put a lot of pressure onto Graves and Janna, because she's got that innate attack speed buff from impure shots, which already has a single point into it. Couple that with Blood Boil, and she's going to be hitting very, very hard.
And very, very fast.
Yeah, I'm looking at stats at the moment. 68 attack damage, as well as 6 and then 10% armor pen, and a 0.85 attack speed with Blood Boil on. So before impure shots, almost at 0.9 attacks per second. It's a very scary misfortune.
And that Blood Boil is going to be up almost the entire time. Actually, I don't think it has any downtime. Might have it at level 1 as you get more ranks into it. There is no downtime. Jungler's going to just be doing kind of the longer route, not gank. There is a little bit of harass bottom lane. I mean, but neither of these lanes have sustain, so it's really going to be on the players making sure they don't get poked out in the beginning.
I already see on the top lane, Shushei has taken quite a lot of damage from Kerby already. Kerby's put 1 point into that crushing blow, 1 point into decoy. And he's already got Shushei down to less than half health and using a potion. First blood does actually happen on the bottom lane though. So we're going to have to rewind that in just a second. Let's go back.
You intrigued me by that top lane matchup too, and I was about to be like, oh, Shushei's just going to heal that off with potions and then first blood. Yeah. So apparently that MF Nunu combination is taking the early lead there.
Yeah, that auto attack damage, the impure shots, and the slow from Nunu. Samutu just literally sat there continually attacking over and over and over. So I've thrown directed camera on and we are now in fast forward mode watching it. Top lane is even fresher now. Shushei and Kerby bashing one another in the head, and it looks like Shushei's coming off, you know, worse in the situation.
Yeah, I think he will be okay. Nautilus, or Nocturne rather, going in for some jungle invade is a level down on that Nautilus. He's just gonna have to run away, but xPeke on his way, uh-oh.
Loads of damage going down. Nocturne flashes over the wall, does put his Duskbringer out. If Jax can land with a leap strike, that's going to be a kill for Shushei.
Oh,
that's going to help him out.
Yeah, any troubles he was having in top lane suddenly just ended, because for the next couple of minutes he's going to have those double buffs, and that is going to be a real big pain for Wukong.
Well, that was a very, very big kill for FNATIC. They gave away first blood, but to be able to give a character like Jax double buff at level 4, if he can convert that into 1 or 2 kills, or even just pick up enough farm to farm his way into this game, a fed Jax is always more scary than a fed Wukong.
Yeah, I believe that is definitely the case. Yeah, and really, I don't know if he'll go in for the kills. Certainly the kills will help, but I mean, mainly if he just gets 10, 20 CS ahead, then those double buffs are definitely worth it, then essentially worth another kill or 2.
Now, Kerby now all of a sudden is playing very, very passive, sitting on the back foot. He's being zoned a little bit, afraid of that Empower Leap Strike combo that Jax is able to put down. But on the bottom lane, Cyanide's moving forward. The Howling Gale lands to Tomoto, and the Dredge line just misses. One more auto attack might be enough, but he's not going to be able to get in range. And so lucky for Tomoto. That Dredge line was millimeters away from pulling him towards Nautilus.
Right, it was lucky, and of course, they used the flash earlier for that first blood, so I had to just run on out of there. Up top, though, we see a dive from Shushei. But Kirby's going to come in back here. Oh my goodness, oh my goodness. I don't know that that was worth it from Shushei, just because he lost his double buffs, and, you know, there was a potential that LLEAGUE was going to get an assist from that. They did not, luckily for him. But, yeah, now he's going to go back in the lane without those double buffs. Maybe he feels like he just scales better with some items than does Wukong, but I don't know that that's necessarily true, at least for the laning phase.
Shushei is, let's say he's well known for playing aggressively. I'm gonna keep this as polite as I can, but he does tend to do those very, very aggressive dives. He gets caught out of position from time to time because he does like to play very, very aggressively. But take a look at the item build at the moment. Cyanide has picked up Boots of Mobility on Nautilus.
Yeah, I like that choice, but generally, well, I'm sure it's the same here. Generally, you go Philosopher's Stone into Heart of Gold. Is that right?
Yep, the GP5s, especially on Nautilus, who needs the mana regen at the early levels.
Right. So we generally see that, but we do see Boots of Mobility pretty frequently picked up by Nautilus. It just makes his ganks that much better. Mid lane, kind of interesting. Galio doing a really good job forcing the Lulu out of lane. Of course, you know, has the teleport, which helps out laning a ton. But importantly, Lulu's really, really strong early. If she doesn't get a huge lead,
And now on the top lane, Paranoia dives all the way forward onto Shushei. Shushei just uses that leap strike, jumps to a friendly creep, and gets out of the gank pretty much unscathed. Does take a lot of damage from Kirby's crushing blow, though.
He does, and he has to be a little bit careful for when Kerby hits 6. Actually, I think he'll be okay, but he is getting a little bit low on life up there. But yeah, AP Lulu, and AP Lulu who can't really dominate her lane, I feel is not really worth the pick, because that is Lulu's really, really strong period of the game. Gets a little bit weaker as the game goes on because those AP ratios are really low. And of course, she only has 2 of them.
Yeah, it is true, it is true. Now the question is whether or not this misfortune on the bottom lane is going to carry on pulling ahead. Small creep advantage right now. Does have a kill to her name as well. And if Lulu's able to keep Misfortune protected, you know, the slow from Nunu, the shield that can go onto Misfortune, and then all the damage that can come out from Good Lance and that help picks keeping her alive, Misfortune may be able to put out greater sustained damage in a team fight, whereas Lamia is going to be relying on that burst from the buckshot and the collateral damage.
Yeah, certainly. I think, you know, when I look at supports, it looks like Nautilus is going to come in again, but there's no harm going to come of that. When I look at supports, I kind of look, what can you do for the AD carry? Now, of course, Janna grants that 50 attack damage shield and is great with, you know, team fight control, but Nunu's buffs, just with Blood Boil, are certainly stronger just for an offensive, you know,
and of
reasoning.
course, it affects the entire team as well. Once we hit these big team fights, Nocturne and Wukong are going to benefit from Blood Boil, or could benefit from Blood Boil as well. So, you know, depending on positioning, depending on how they want to create an engagement, if they want to open up with, you know, Wukong going into a Cyclone, for example, they could put the help picks with the movement speed buff and then the Blood Boil onto Wukong, get him up there, knocking a few people up really, really quickly, follow it up with a Paranoia dive. So there's a lot of options available from LLEAGUE, and it's going to come down to coordination.
Yeah, certainly they have, you know, I didn't even think about all of the movement speed bonuses they have. Of course, their melees have their own movement speed bonuses as well. So we're going to see some people moving incredibly fast. Down bottom, we saw FNATIC was trying to, you know, put a lot of damage on that turret, which is a little bit unusual. We don't see that too much, people trying to take those, you know, turrets before 10 minutes in. But I think the FNATIC just doesn't like that lane, or pretty excited to get that lane over with and, you know, make it less contested.
Now, the mid lane, xPeke is currently playing Galio. I'm just trying to think to myself there. Shushei jumps forward, does land a counterattack, followed up by that Righteous Gust, or Resolute Smite rather. Hits really, really hard at the moment. ROL taking a lot of damage. The only things that can break xPeke's Idol of Duran currently is the knock-up from Wukong, the Fear from Nocturne, and Polymorph, unless I'm mistaken.
Yeah, those are the only ones I can think of as well. So, yeah, that's certainly going to be an issue. Now, of course, if he catches, you know, multiple people in that Idol of Duran, then they're going to be in a lot of trouble, And he's doing a great job so far. 108 farm to 67 of Lulu's.
I don't know if you watched or how much of the DreamHack qualifying Tuesday. We do have Idol of Duran going in the middle. The depth charge knocks LLEAGUE up, gets pulled back with the dredge line, a flash forward, a few more auto attacks going down. Paranoia dives in from Dolphy. He's going to get locked up for half a second from Nautilus. Nautilus has now turned his attention back to Aoi. She's put that shield on herself. Igniter's gone down. Now Cyanide does manage to pick up one, so at least it's a 1-for-1 trade. Make that a 1-for-2 trade. And a little bit aggressive after the dredge line had been used to carry on diving under the turret. When you consider Nautilus only had a regrowth pendant and boots, there was never going to be enough damage to get through that shield of Lulu's.
Yeah, no, certainly that was kind of a misplay there. And wow, Shushei does come down middle really, really quickly, which kind of, you know, protects the dragon, because I thought that was going to be a free dragon there, but the fact that Kerby did not make his way down and Shushei did kind of made LLEAGUE back off and not take that early dragon, which is generally the play you'd follow up with that double kill middle with.
Well, what I like seeing at the moment is Galio is currently sitting on the Chalice of Harmony. He's picked up a blasting one, so I'm going to get very excited if I can see an Athene's Unholy Grail. It'll be the first time I've seen it. But I want to make mention to Alexis's Galio that he played on Tuesday. 2 or 3 games in a row, he managed to get to play Galio, and he had over 400 CS in 3 consecutive games. 420 or 430 odd creep kills by the 39th or the 40th minute. It was immense farm. And it's just the power of Galio at the moment. LLEAGUE does pick up a fairly free dragon. A little bit of poke, but nothing really coming out from FNATIC.
Yeah, Galio is great at farming. There's some other champions that are really good at it as well, like Karthus. The one thing is, you know, your jungler kind of has to be on board, because to get those incredible creep scores, you really have to, you know, be taking those race and generally taking the enemy's race, which Alex certainly did do. I only watched the beginning of one of those games, but I think it was 220 creeps at 18 minutes or thereabouts.
Yep, that was it. 18 minutes in, he broke the 200. 16 minutes in, broke the 200 barrier. And on the top lane, we do see a kill going down. Galio actually being caught out, so let's rewind that for just a little bit.
Yeah, it was unfortunate because xPeke knew the dragon was going to be taken, went top to try to push that tower down, but then just did not back out in time. And actually, you'll see, and I'm not on tune with you with the replay, but Lulu actually missed her for Q, so,
Yeah.
but still, just a lot of damage coming down from Wukong.
A full duration Cyclone in conjunction with the Wild Growth. Kerby just really tore Galio apart. Of course, Galio prioritizing magic resist over armor. So all of that physical damage coming out from Kerby really does a lot. Shushei is now pushing on the top lane with Ghost. He's popped the Ignite as well. Looking at his cooldowns, there goes the Leap Strike, the Empower. One more hit should be enough. And Shushei with a very nice kill on that top lane.
Yep, I was sitting in the future there. Wukong, you know, got his kill there, but just did not back out afterwards. A little bit of a mistake, and now Sushei's going to get that free tower.
So Shushei's got his Phage completed. He's finished his Ninja Tabai as well. Sheen, he should have enough gold to finish that Sheen, which he does. So opting to go for the Trinity Force first, as opposed to picking up that Cutlass.
Yeah, and that's not too unusual on the US side, but a lot of people do prefer getting that Cutlass and then going Trinity Force. I'm not sure what the standard build is over here.
That's normally it. Even just picking up the Vamp Scepter early on, because Jax has no inherent sustain, and he really needs to keep that life up if he's going to be dueling, especially against the likes of Wukong, who can decoy, who can Nimbus Strike, and you know, just a little bit more mobile.
Yeah, although he does seem to be doing just fine in lane so far. Has had, of course, quite a bit of help there. Down bottom we see a little bit of aggression, but man, MF is not winning those trades quite as hard as I would
Teleport
think
comes
she
up
would.
from xPeke, does get caught in Idol of Durand. Idol of Durand is going to be enough to just pick up that kill. Blood Boil on Roldo gets him to safety, but Teleport, Idol of Durand, a whole lot of ultimates there used, but they did pick up the kill, so you can't really fault them for that.
No, certainly cannot. I mean, yeah, teleport and ultimates used, but the kills are important, especially on an AD carry, because now, of course, she's not going to be able to farm. Graves is actually probably going to pull ahead of her and farm in the meanwhile here. And FNATIC it's a dead even heat in gold. Of course, as I say that, you know, 100 gold takes one way or the other, but it essentially is dead even though LLEAGUE got that dragon and did seem to have the early advantage. FNATIC has been keeping up with superior CSing in just about every lane except bottom, I suppose. Bottom still is 1 CS down.
Gold advantage negligible. I see the first Oracle's Elixir has been picked up as well. That is on Cyanide. He hasn't drank it just yet. But in the middle lane we see a gank coming up. xPeke is now moving away. He's got that Bulwark, does take some damage, gets knocked up, and gets knocked up a second time from Cyclone.
Ooh.
Then comes the Paranoia. And while Polymorph, they kill the little critter. And that's just not cool. Critters can't sustain that damage.
No, certainly not. So there we saw a great combination of all those ultimates. Of course, we're saying, oh, you know, was that kill worth all those ultimates bottom lane? Well, they waste, you know, just as many ultimates top lane. But I think LLEAGUE is going to be pretty happy with that. Wukong is going to be able to farm out his lane. And it looks like maybe a little push down on middle. And it doesn't seem like anyone's going to be able to do anything about it. Now, Nautilus is incredibly strong, but, you know, on his own, I don't know why they're necessarily running away from him, because he does not do a ton of damage. I guess they lost sight on Shushei, so that is probably why they had to back up there.
Props to TalØl as well. I was watching the combination of abilities. I was waiting for when Wild Growth was going to be used. And we do see just Shushei, he watches Dofty moving into the Wraith camp, but he's alone. He should be able to 1v1 Nocturne at this stage and see whether he's going to do it. He does have a level advantage and an extra item. Some pings.
It looks like they're
down.
actually setting up for Lulu. Might be a triple gank on Lulu, you know. You triple gank our AP middle, we're going to triple gank yours.
Yeah. Now it does look like they've set up. The raids are gone. There's no red buff. Some great ward coverage from FNATIC at the moment. They've got very good vision in the, around the red buff area. But what I was mentioning about the abilities, Wukong had knocked up Galio with the Cyclone, and the very second that Galio was about to move again, you know, just after he'd landed back on the ground, TalØl popped that Wild Growth, then threw him up once again, so 2 knockups. He then applied the slow from the Glitter Lance, and as Galio was about to start moving again and Paranoia landed, then followed it up with the Polymorph. So the crowd control was chained extremely effectively. There was no doubling up, there was no stacking of slows or disables. And it was really, really well played from the LLEAGUE players.
And I'm pretty sure xPeke had flash up, you know, before that gank and still has it up now, just didn't even have an opportunity to use it. Now, not necessarily was he, you know, chain locked with stuns and fears and knockups, whatnot, but he probably just felt like he couldn't get away as well. So I'm not certain if there was an opportunity, brief moment where he could have flashed, but he probably felt like it was not worth it. So we do see a little bit of gathering here for apparently the second dragon, which I suppose will be coming up. Elsewise, there it is.
Now they're pushing onto Arwa, forced to use the Wild Growth on herself, does knock Galio up, and a Misfortune ultimate goes across and manages to deal a lot of damage to Pheilox. Shushei really wants to take Lulu out. Galio's trying to find a kill, does flash forward. They only catch Nunu. So that's the first kill, but it may open up Dragon. Dragon's still not taken during the course of that fight. Without having Nunu in the battle, that huge AoE slow May's going to be there. Now Wukong dives forward, a very good Cyclone. That knocks up 3 champions. Graves is the first one to fall from FNATIC. The depth charge falls across quite a few. Knocks up 2 of the LLEAGUE players. Kerby dives forward with that Nimbus strike, puts some damage down. And they managed to pick up 2 kills there, and LLEAGUE are going to take Dragon as well.
Yep. So it looked a little troubling there when they lost Nunu, but of course they still had a lot of ultimates in their back pocket, whereas FNATIC had essentially none. So this is going to be the second dragon of the game, and since they picked up 2 kills to 1, or actually 3 kills to 1 in that fight, they're now up 2.8k gold. So that's actually a decent sized lead. I mean, certainly not insurmountable, but previously there had been absolutely no lead or a negligible lead throughout this entirety game. So LLEAGUE taking a little bit of advantage here, and we do see how devastating that Wukong Nocturne combination is going to be and has been already, because of course there's essentially no way to stop them from getting to Graves. So Graves is going to be dying every single fight. I think it's going to be kind of on Jax to kind of put out all the damage that they need there, because otherwise, yeah, I just don't see how Graves is going to survive through that combination of ultimates, and I believe they'll just keep on focusing him as he is, you know, their best chance at sustained damage. Now Jax of course has picked up that Trinity Force, does a lot of damage for a top lane quote-unquote bruiser, but will it be enough?
Well, I'd like to see whether or not xPeke can get off a good Idol of Durand, because that one ability can turn the game. You know, if he's able to lock somebody up, Lamia can put down the buckshot and the collateral, and then Shushei can pretty much just clean up whatever's left. That's going to be a very, very strong team fight combination, but it's very difficult to do because of the way LLEAGUE are playing. They wait for Wukong to dive in, then they wait for Nocturne, and while that's happening, Misfortune sits all the way on the back line with bullet time. They're not grouping up as a 5-man, you know, in a central area. So it's very, very difficult to get a good idol when the team is playing to each of their champion strengths.
Yeah, certainly. And they have a decent team, a lot of CC with Janna and Nautilus especially there to set up that idol. But like you said, LLEAGUE careful in that fight. And of course, maybe xPeke not the best idea, only using his ultimate for the support on Nunu there. Of course, Nunu is a very important champion to have during those team fights. He's going to grant that Blood Boil, has his ultimate to protect MF, but only catching one person with the ultimate is probably a mistake.
On the bottom lane, you do some pressure going down into Tsimoto. They don't know that Nocturne's there. The first kill, there's a kill up in the top lane. They do manage to take out on the middle lane rather. In the bottom lane now they're going to trade. Graves, Lamia goes down. Are they going to be able to catch Pheilox though? I didn't see the mid lane kill, so I'm going to rewind that, jump to the middle lane.
It was essentially just a 3-man gank. Yeah, no hope of getting away there, but they blew a lot of ultimates on that Lulu. Oh my goodness, and now when you pop back to the future, you're going to see some more excitement, so I won't spoil the surprise.
Well, we are in fast forward, so there goes the pressure into middle lane. Counter-attack stunt, depth charge goes out, depth charge gets knocked up, xPeke moves forward, even popping the Idol of Durand. I'm going to quickly jump to the bottom lane. Here's now the tail end of the bottom lane fight. And we're now into fast forward mode. Let's see what we're looking for. Directed camera, don't let me down. Oh, as I say that, it lets me down. So Nautilus managing to chase, was that Lulu?
No, it was not Lulu, I believe. Oh man, who was it? It was
Nunu.
Nunu. Oh, I'm sorry. We might have had just miscommunication. I'm not sure if you said Lulu or Nunu.
Yeah, Lulu and Nunu on the same team. It's not cool.
No,
so
certainly not.
FNATIC do pull 2 kills in exchange for 1, but they're still behind on gold, 1,000 gold as opposed to the 3,000. Slowly being, you know, clawing it back. Cyanide is still wearing that Oracle's Elixir, as is Nocturne, I believe. I think he's still wearing the same one, unless I'm mistaken.
I think it is the same one. the only death he had was actually not First Blood, but almost immediately after First Blood when he invaded the jungle.
Yeah.
So he's been wearing that Oracle Elixir for quite a while. Certainly, you know, paid its value already in those ward kills.
Yeah, it's true. 7, 8, no, about 10 minutes on each of the Oracle's Elixirs. We are now back up to real time. 8-10 is the kill score. 1,500 gold difference. There's the gold graph on the bottom side of your screen, so you can see exactly who's sitting where. Mid lane, we have Galleon 8,500 to the 7,700 of Lulu. Bottom lane, 6,700 on Graves to the 8,000 of Misfortune. Misfortune quite a bit further ahead, but that is, of course, compliments of the Dragons. And we do have some pressure on the bottom lane. Counterattack doesn't land, and now Shushei is the one that looks like in a little bit of trouble. Look at the damage onto Pheilox. Knockup does happen onto Shushei, so he's going to be trying to escape. The slow's going down consistently over and over and over. Leap strikes one more time to Ashe. Bullet time just catches the end of Janna.
Oh my goodness.
But she manages to get away with the skin of her teeth, and FNATIC super, super lucky there.
But Cyanide just kind of walked into... Okay, no, they have a couple ultimates planned. It's kind of interesting because this whole game we've seen Kerby on Wukong really just farming top, and now it's going to pay off most likely. He does have 50 more farm than Jax, provided they don't give up too many kills for it. That 50 farm is likely going to pay dividends, but we see a lot of these fights. There's 5 people from FNATIC down bottom, and only 4 for LLEAGUE, but I say that, and Kerby, of course, does make his way down there.
Now look at the pressure. Nocturne's going to be trying to push on to xPeke. xPeke does manage to flash over the wall, though, so he breaks the fear hold. Lands one of those air grenades onto Misfortune. Slows her down, puts a big chunk of damage on him. And I like it. We are getting towards Athene's Unholy Grail. Thank you, xPeke, for making my day. I'm finally going to see this item.
Yeah, it'll be my first time as well. Of course, on Galio, it's kind of no-brainer. He's basically one of the few champions that you'd build the Chalice of Harmony every time, regardless of the fact that it doesn't build into anything great. But now that it has something to build into, why not increase it? I actually haven't looked at the gold efficiency of the item, so I'm not certain how that turns out. But
well,
I will have to.
If you're good at math, 2,950 gold, you get plus 80 ability power, plus 36 magic resist, and 15% cooldown reduction. On top of that, you get the 1% mana per 1% missing. You also get 15 mana regen per 5, as well as, there's something else I'm getting, 12% mana, or total mana on kills or assists. So I think mathematically it works out really good. You know, less than 3,000 gold. Not necessarily the best when it comes to defense or offense in terms of raw stats, but the utility, the cooldown, the near endless mana, I'm really excited for this item, and hopefully for jungle. I'm hoping to see it on the likes of Skarner and Warwick and Jungle Cho'Gath, for example.
Yeah, that would certainly be interesting. The only thing that I would have to say about it as an AP champion, you certainly love, cooldown reduction, but as an AP champion, you generally want to go into every single fight with blue buff, and generally later on in the battles also have a blue potion, which will give you max CDR as is. So you're kind of putting that 15 CDR to waste at that point.
Yeah, it is true, but it does allow the potential for sharing that blue buff. For the likes of an Anivia or a Swain, if you don't have blue buff, you're effectively useless in drawn-out team fights. This isn't going to replace it. But the amount of mana regen it does give you, it's interesting. We're going to have to see how the 2,000 ELO and above players decide to use it. So it's on you, Sotere, you and the rest of your crew.
I've told you my positions, and I don't generally play Skarner in the jungle. Although the reason I don't play Skarner in the jungle is because I feel like without blue buff, he really just falls off in its clear times and all sorts like that. Yeah. But that being said, he is a great solo queue champion. I don't know if you've had the same experience over here in EU, but in America we've had so many, essentially Skarner losses in tournaments that no one uses him anymore. He just, once he jumped on the scene, everyone's like, oh my goodness, he's overpowered. But then they realize, if a team actually knows how to counter him, it's really hard to land a good pull there, a good impale. Yeah,
no, it is true. He's more of a unique composition pick now than a strong jungler at the moment. But for everybody that's joined us, we've broken the 8K barrier. So thank you, welcome, hello. My name is Quickshot. Sotere is a US caster for GG Chronicle. He's joining us for today's qualifier. And of course, we're watching FNATIC versus LLEAGUE in today's DreamHack qualifiers. The finalists for EU West and the finalists for Nordic and East today qualify for Sunday's tournament, and it's in Sunday's tournament where they're actually going to be able to compete for a spot at DreamHack. So there's a lot on the line. Best of one, and FNATIC are behind at the moment. What can FNATIC do to pull themselves back into this game, Sotere?
You know, really, they're behind, but they're only behind 3,000 gold, so the next team fight is anyone's game, in my opinion. You know, it just depends on who gets the better ultimates. If Galio lands a great ultimate on multiple members of LLEAGUE, then I think that team fight is theirs. LLEAGUE being aggressive and wanting to push here, and as I'm saying that, Shushei gets caught out.
He does get caught out. The paranoia dives all the way forward. The fear proc is going to lock him in place, and Shushei cannot handle the damage from that crushing blow and cyclone combination on Wukong. And this is going to cost them an interior turret now. But Galio is pushing on the top lane.
Yes, and this is reminiscent of the other game, of course, when xPeke was playing TF, but Galio not near the tower pusher that TF is, so he's going to be bottom, has that teleport to, you know, join this battle, but he has to be, you know, has to ensure that there's actually a ward here to jump to.
Yep.
Okay, he is jumping into this ward as we speak.
And they're going to be moving forward. Baron is still alive. Baron's going to be going down. There goes the Idol of Duran. Idol of Duran pops. Baron is still alive. 2 kills already for FNATIC. Make that 3. Baron Nashor is still beating people in the face. He's spitting out those balls of acid. 4 kills for FNATIC in reply for 2. Now it's a Galio and Janna versus Arwil on Lulu. Arwil's trying to run away. He's popped his Ignite into Galio. I'm not sure that was the smartest of moves. The Glitter Lance damage almost blows Pheilox up. And that was a 4 versus 5, hey? 4 versus 5. Jax was not in that fight.
Right, and really it was just the fact that Galio landed, you know, essentially a perfect ultimate there. I was really confused by Cyanide and what he was doing. He kind of like ran into the middle of the enemy team and actually took Baron aggro, but it did make everyone group up and allowed Galio to follow him in there relatively uncontested. So certainly we saw what happens when you get a good Galio ultimate down there, and now they're going to be able to 3-man this dragon. Yeah, they're going to be able to take it way before anyone gets anywhere close. That's the good thing about having Jax back up and having Jax die early, I suppose. It's generally not advantageous to have one of your teammates die early, but since he died before that fight, was able to get back and help out do Baron, whereas the, you know, obviously Galio and Janna would never been able to do that alone. And
you have to point out as well, I'm putting a little ping on the map right now. There was a ward that was not cleared out. Nocturne had an Oracle's Elixir. He actually seen the ward, and after that initiated the Baron, Dofty actually turned back. You could see the character had right-clicked on the ward, but then thought, no, okay, I'm going to stick to Baron. We'll take Baron out before he can get here. And allowing xPeke to jump onto that ward, teleport to it, and get that fantastic Idol of Duran. That's all it was. 1 teleport, 1 Idol of Duran wins them a 3v5 and gives them a free Baron. I mean, huge, huge, huge play for FNATIC. And now they're only 800 gold behind, or 900 gold behind.
Yeah, and for the next, you know, 5 minutes or however long this Baron buff is going to last, they're actually way ahead in terms of stats just because of that Baron buff. Yeah, seriously, that was kind of, I mean, I have to say, a mistake to leave that ward there. I was saying, oh, you know, Galio's bottom, has to teleport. Sometimes that teleporting plan doesn't work because all the wards that are in good positions for you to jump to have been cleared out. But that one ward that was essentially in a perfect spot for Galio, really close by to Baron, allowed him to just, you know, take 5 steps forward and then use his ultimate, was there and available. And now FNATIC is picking up that dragon, still, you know, about 400 gold behind, but they are going to make that up. I'm sure they'll get 1 more turret out of this. I mean, I really feel like they should try to get an inhibitor out of this Baron, and I'm sure they feel the similar.
Well, Baron, they've used a third of it so far. Now they've grouped up as 5. They're going to be pushing this bottom tower, or this bottom lane, because, of course, it is 1 tower fewer than the rest. I'm just reading chat for a little bit. Everybody, the reason that Logic's, is it Pheilox is playing for FNATIC, and he is their official 6th man. Melisande is busy with university or school, something in real life. So, unfortunately, he's unable to play DreamHack or, you know, for the LAN, etc. So, Pheilox has stepped up. He's going to be playing the support role. And if FNATIC qualify, he'll actually be going with them to the LAN as well. There is also a plus 18 gold stuck on my screen. I have no idea why. There was creep gold that jumped up a little while ago, and it just hasn't dropped off. So that'll be gone the next time the game loads up for our next round. For the time being, though, everyone's always getting plus 18 gold.
Yeah, that's unfortunate. I fortunately do not have that plus 18 gold. That would be annoying. Now, certainly FNATIC wants to do something with this Baron buff. I mean, if they get another turret, it is essentially, you know, will pull them ahead in gold. They're only 300 gold down now. But I always feel like Baron buff is stronger than towers. Uh-oh.
Huge pressure coming out from Kerby. He dives forward with the Cyclone, only manages to knock up xPeke, doesn't manage to do anything. The fear from Lamia throws him right back into the team. One more Nimbus strike from Wukong is going to be enough to pick up the kill there. A pretty wasted absolute zero from Roldo. It slows people down, but no damage gets applied. But they do lose Lamia, so he's out for 40 seconds. It means that they're not going to be able to push with the remaining time on this Baron buff. And it may allow LLEAGUE to push down a turret of their own, knowing that Lamia's not there in the fight.
And that was a good play by LLEAGUE. Far too often I see people be like, oh, they have Baron buff, we can't engage no matter what. No, that's true for the most part. You don't want to engage on a team with Baron buff, but if you see someone completely split off like Shushei was there, you can 5v4 someone, especially when you have, you know, all those ultimates that catch people out in place. And once again, we see that Wukong into a Nocturne ultimate that really are just devastating, especially to Lamia. Well, yeah, mainly only to Lamia, who keeps on falling to that combination without really any hope of being saved. Now, it's kind of interesting because Janna still does have exhaust, used her ultimate to try to save him there, but generally Janna is the best champion at essentially saving your AD carry from those sort of, you know, cheeky ganks, or those ganks where, you know, people are jumping in and there's essentially you have to knock them away and up and back and slow them and all sorts of things like that. But even with her, you know, kit full of CC, not able to save Lamia in that case, or, you know, throughout the entire game.
Yep, it is true, it is true. I don't know how they're going to protect this Graves. Janna can't do it, Exhaust can't do it. Cyanide may have to sit in the back line. You know, Nautilus, he's got that on-hit snare. He's got the dredge line to pull something. He's got the slow from Riptide. But then you consider Paranoia throws, you know, Nocturne straight onto Graves. That's not going to push him away. If Wukong saves his Nimbus Strike, even if he gets pushed away, he's just going to Nimbus Strike right back into it, or even use that decoy, because it gives you that small hop, you know, that little boost. In terms of item build, Jax has now completed his Hextech Gunblade, Trinity Force, and the Ninja Tabite. Wukong, on the other hand, oh, look at that, a brilliant engagement now, knocking up 4 members of FNATIC. Paranoia comes up, now he's dived all the way forward, and Idol of Duran has captured several members of LLEAGUE. A very, very big absolute zero from Nunu puts a lot of damage down, so it's a 1-for-2 trade so far. FNATIC do have the additional kill, but they're going to have to see whether or not they can convert this. 1-for-3 so far. And Idol of Duran caught a lot of people out, but Misfortune, the bullet time not dealing as much damage as it needs to be able to confirm these kills or to secure the kills. A 1-for-4 trade, and Idol of Durand once again turning it around. xPeke really playing well on Galio.
And really chasing down this Lulu as well. Oh my goodness, Azonia's dodged the Q, but man, is going to die anyway. Nice little move there to dodge that Q with Zonia's, but not enough. And man, we see once again that essentially one member, well, Shushei, apparently that's the key. Just let Shushei die, because every time he dies in a team fight, you know, FNATIC comes back a man down, and that could actually be, I was thinking that could be game, but Nocturne actually will be up in 2 seconds. Nunu and Nocturne will be able to stab off this attack. That team fight was actually really delayed insofar as who picked up kills when. But we do see, yeah, that Idol of Duran really just winning those team fights for FNATIC.
And it took too long to kill Shushei. You know, LLEAGUE, they focused him, they caught him out of position, dealt a lot of damage to him, but they blew a lot of abilities to try kill him. And he was still alive. You know, after that initial burst and 1 or 2 more auto attacks, he was still sitting on 300, 400 hit points, was in the middle of 5 LLEAGUE players, and you could see that indecision. You could see LLEAGUE going, well, you know, we need to get onto Graves, we need to push the rest of FNATIC, but Jax is still behind us, so we need to turn to Jax and, you know, kill him. And that little delay, that little bit of was all that xPeke needed to get in and get a good Idol of Durand ultimate.
Right. And, you know, this game has been really interesting in the sense that Lamia has been so harassed the entire time, but it's now 6-4, whereas MF has essentially been, you know, free attacking the entire game. Now, they haven't been asking very much of MF. MF has a lot of times just been using bullet time from way out of range, but that might be a mistake, because bullet time just doesn't do as much damage that she would be doing just auto-attacking the enemy team. So she might want to have to get up there, put herself in a little bit more danger, but as we've seen these fights, she's been very safe for the beginning of the fights. It's just as the, you know, battles go on and they're so outnumbered, she's one of the later people to fall, but of course, when it's a 4 versus 2, she can't do that much. Did try to pick up some kills at the end there, was unable to. So we're going to have to see it. I mean, essentially, these fights could still go either way. It all depends on that Idol of Durand landing or not landing, as it could be.
Yeah, it is true. It is so true. Those bullet time, it's got very good range, and if you can hold a team in place for the duration of it, and couple it with the likes of an Idol of Durand or a full channeled Absolute Zero, then it's effective. But they just simply don't have that team AoE that's required to put a good combination together. So we do see now LLEAGUE, they're falling all the way to the top lane, moving very aggressively to that top lane actually. I think they were anticipating a FNATIC push, but FNATIC just taking the dragon. And even at the 40-minute mark, there's only 4,000 gold difference. I mean, the teams are still really even, and it's just coming down to whoever initiates and controls the fights better.
Right, and of course we are going to have the Baron in play here. It is going to be, going to be a challenge. And I think one thing here that we've seen, well, one, Galio has almost 400 farm, and Lulu is only 228. Now, they do see this Baron starting. Yeah, Janna has not been in there to clear that ward, so FNATIC started it, is in kind of an unusual spot, but man, xPeke, really good hiding spot back there in the brush.
Has flash available as well, so he's going to be able to flash in. It just depends on if LLEAGUE are going to group up together. Dofty's now caught out in the middle of everybody, forced to flash over the wall to get away, comes right back in with Paranoia. Now Galio gets turned to a little critter in the background. The first one to fall is Nunu. Now a bullet time channel, and that was the first good bullet time coming out from Misfortune. It's not enough to turn the tide of the fight though, because xPeke is still alive, still being focused for some reason, and is going to be able to get away. He manages to pick up a kill onto Nocturne. FNATIC with the team ace. LLEAGUE, no focus. No focus, no combined. Look at the hit points. 3 champions at near death. And the surrender vote comes out. FNATIC, wow, what a play.
That was impressive. And one thing is, I'm sure on both sides of the pond, people kind of don't like Graves because they feel like he falls off as the game goes on. And certainly that could be an argument made against him because of his lack of range. But in that fight, I'm not sure if we're going to go back through that or whatnot, but I'm pretty sure what happened was his smokescreen essentially made MF back off for about a good couple of seconds and not auto-attack anyone because she was afraid of walking towards the fight. And then later on, Jax did chase her, but Jax wasn't actually chasing her, until 3 seconds later, where she had been just running around not auto-attacking anyone for quite a while. So a lot of ability to just kind of deny MF from attacking, just being really afraid of that Idol of Durand, really afraid of Jax. But that being said, yeah, a little bit more focus, and that fight could have gone completely the other way.
Yep, I liked it. I love the play from xPeke as well, hiding in that background, joining the party late once LLEAGUE had committed and jumped forward. I just want to have a quick look at the damage graphs. Look at the damage that was put down from xPeke. Look at how much he's actually been able to apply. It is huge numbers. I'm having a very quick look at my friends list because CPLAY,
a really popular support champion for a long time, but I've always loved him because it doesn't matter if he lands them, it's his presence that is so scary. And we see right now Varus 164 CS to Graves 135, so like 30 CS up, and Graves is one of the best early game laners in the game. So certainly Varus, not too shabby himself, does get that attack speed bonus when he kills the minions, which makes him a force to be reckoned with, but I think it's really the presence of Blitzcrank. It makes you really concerned about going up for those last hits because you can be hooked. Not necessarily that you are going to be hooked or that Blitzcrank is going to land them, but you have to be so careful because you don't want to get hooked, you might die.
Yeah, very true. So another tower falls. Kick Esports managing to pick up the second tower of the game. Dragon has been pulled backwards as well, so it looks as though in Faculty trying to set up something on this Dragon. They've got 4 champions flying around the bottom lane, but very timid, and for some reason my Dragon icon has bugged out just a little bit. Yep.
You have some unusual bugs with your game. I've never
seen.
Very
nice rocket grab. They pull Thormac back. He gets charmed from Grillim as well. The Igniter's on him. Are they going to be able to deal enough damage? There's the first Spirit Rush, second Spirit Rush. Third one is going to be able to pick up the kill. Paranoia does get brought out right at the end there, and I think a little bit unnecessarily. It wasn't really required. But yeah, graphics bugs are plenty today for my League of Legends game.
Yeah, so I am just seeing that battle now. You described it exactly as it happened. Although, yeah, that Paranoia, probably not necessary. Darkness.
Now we do have an Idol of Durand happening. It gets instantly cancelled, though, from Galio in the middle lane. They do lose a 2-for-2 exchange. Gluko is under so much damage. One more leap strike pulls him out. Alturas lands a rocket grab, but pulls Jack towards him, and Jack just says, thank you very much. I'll land another auto attack and land that kill. Alturas is now putting the damage. He has counterattack, he has leap strike, and empower available. One more hit is going to be all that's needed. He should be able to get to safety. The heal and the armor buff from Soraka, and wow, Kick Esports winning the big engagements once they happen.
How are they even winning? That Galio ultimate didn't even go off. They don't have Mundo there. Just amazing amount of damage from Jax and picking up those later kills. That is impressive. The one thing relatively amusing, Blitzcrank pulling people to their death again. This time it was his own death. It was assisted suicide by Blitzcrank and that hook.
Assisted suicide. I like that. The thing that I find interesting, or what I missed, was it Ari's charm? It might have been a Blitzcrank silence. I didn't actually see what cancelled Warai's Idol of Durand, because he started channeling it, and it instantaneously got cancelled. But I mean, there's quite a lot of crowd control. You've got the silence from Movert. If he'd activated his Power Fist and then got taunted, the knockup would have done it as well. You've got the knockup from Jarvan, potentially the ultimate from Varus. You know, there's a lot of crowd control that could have turned that off or could have disabled it.
Yeah, I didn't see what it was. I'm pretty sure it was the silence. You know, but it was certainly hard to see. But I believe it was a silence, and I think you know this can happen. And I might be proved wrong. That you know when Galio flashes in, if Blitzcrank knows that the ultimate is coming, he can kind of just preload his silence. You know, hit R, and it'll be delayed a split second, and Galio's ultimate will then be cancelled. Even though Blitzcrank was inside of it and is essentially taunted, he's able to cancel it before he's taunted, so to speak. I'm pretty sure that can happen. I think that is what did happen. If not, then I have no explanation for it.
Yeah. Chat believe it was the Power Fist. Chat believe it was the Power Fist, so keeping an eye on it. That's where they think it was. Blitz running in there with those electrified gloves. But have a look at the scores at the moment. Soraka, Urban Star, 1-0-10, playing a perfect support role at the moment. And Ari Grulim, sitting at 0-2-5, still hasn't completed any major items at the 24-minute mark. But he has enough gold. There's enough gold there to have completed a death cap. There's enough gold there to have completed the Athene's Unholy Grail, if that's what he wanted as well. And it sort of shows. Ari's not a huge factor in these fights.
Right, which is surprising because she generally has really great early game presence. But Galio, yeah, despite the fact that there's so many ways to cancel his ultimate, mainly Blitzcrank has his 3 separate ways to cancel it, which is a huge problem for Galio. But it doesn't even matter, he's still an effective AP carry without his ultimate. I often think of him as an ultimate bot, but we're kind of been proven that that's not the case. Looks like we're going to see an Athene's Holy Grail on him, whereas I still have no idea what's going to be built by Golem. I mean, Death Cap would make sense, Athene's Holy Grail would make sense, Ryle's Crystal Scepter. I mean, the general build I see on her is Woda into Ryle's Crystal Scepter, because you don't actually need the, you know, tons and tons of damage. A little bit of survivability on her goes a long way, so she can keep on putting out that damage throughout the fight.
Now, we do have Baron set up for Kick Esports. They have started it. They started putting some good damage onto it as well. 4,000 hit points has been dropped to. At the moment, we do have Dr. Mundo. He's pulling everybody away. They've decided to fall back. Jarvan has managed to catch 3 in Cataclysm, but just gets instantly blown up once they turn their attention to it. And committing 1 versus 4 is never the smartest of ideas. The next one to fall is Blitzcrank. And Kick are just going to go all the way back to Baron. They are definitely control of this game. It's just going to be a pretty uncontested Baron unless Blue Lightning tries a Paranoia Smite Steal.
And you always have to be worried about that. I'm catching up on the fight now, but yeah, certainly Jarvan engaging there without Varus anywhere near the screen. He was busy taking Wraiths or something along those lines. You know, would have been a great thing had he been able to catch people and Varus followed up with his ultimate.
Yeah, it just wasn't to be, unfortunately. Ari manages to commit and go as well. Next thing, Nocturne, he flashes over the wall, which is very... okay, so... I don't... The thinking is a little bit flawed. He opted to flash over the wall and try Smite Steal, and then was hoping to use Paranoia to pick up a kill. There was no vision, so he couldn't have used Paranoia to dive onto a champion. Oh, look at the damage coming out from Razel. Buckshot and 3 auto attacks melts Varus. And now Glucose is going in for a fight as well. Ignite onto Warrior. He needed 1 attack, didn't even get his passive off, so Galio's going to be able to get away from that. Roselle then turns and he almost takes out Glucose solo. Thormac should be able to finish that off as long as he keeps landing those infected cleavers. A flash, Rocket Grab pulls him backwards. The Power Fist doesn't go off before Buckshot does. Blitzcrank once again pulling himself to death, and unfortunately, in Faculty just falling further and further behind. Thormac has Sadism active. If he can land one more cleaver, that might be all that's required. He's still staying for this. He wants this kill. There we go. The cleaver does eventually finish it off. Now it is going to cost him his life though. No ultimate to run away. But what Nocturne did, he had no vision in the pit. He had no wards. So he had to flash over the wall to get vision and then try smite. But then of course he has no escape because he can't paranoia to get away. And unfortunately it did cost him his life. And Kick Esports currently sitting 20 kills to 9. Huge gold advantage. And their game to throw.
They're going to throw. That's what you do when you have the lead. You try your best to throw the game.
Well, if they can hold this Baron, if they can push down with Baron, get an advantage from this for the next little bit, that's going to be a very, very big telling factor. And going to get a few more towers now. We do have some aggression. Jax, one Empower and Leap Strike. Halves Grulem's hit points. Now turned his attention to move, but he's applying the slow from that Trinity Force over and over and over, hitting so much damage. Blitzcrank goes down, 4 versus 5, and Kick have Baron buff. I don't think there's a whole lot that In Faculty can do about this.
Yeah, probably not. I'm going to catch up eventually to the actual occurrences here, but I think maybe we saw why, on the one hand, Blitzcrank is popular as a support now, but also has been unpopular in the past. Yes, you have a lot of lane presence and a really great teamfight presence, but you can also, pull yourself to your own death, pull your teammates to their death, or pull other people to your teammates' death, and you assume a lot of the blame as Blitzcrank.
Yeah, it is one of the flaws, especially when a team is that far ahead. If you leash somebody like Mundo or Jax, for example. Even Galio, yeah. Leash Galio, he's just going to pop his ultimate and say, thank you very much. That's exactly what I wanted to do. Saves me using a flash.
Yep.
So, anyways, guys, just to let you know, this is, of course, In Faculty on the left-hand side, facing off against Kick Esports. This is the DreamHack qualifiers. We will be jumping into Team Alternate against Millennium in 10 minutes' time. And, of course, the team that goes out, or that is defeated, they are out of the qualifiers. They cannot make it to DreamHack. My name is Quickshot, and I'm here with Sotere. Thanks for joining us, Sotere.
Thank you for having me. Very exciting. Yeah, I don't have the opportunity to cast EU games too much. We do have some EU players that play on the US servers that I've casted for before. And they often, entice me to come over and play with them over on EU. But as you'll see, my champion is still, or some are still level 5 or thereabouts. So I haven't had enough time. It's actually hard to level up Smurfs. It takes quite a while.
Yeah, you forget how long it takes to get to level 30 after you've done it once. It really is quite difficult. So we are watching the last stages of this match. Kick in a dominating position. They've picked up Baron. They've picked up several dragons. Very, very far ahead. And once again, I have to point out Urban Star and Soraka. 1-0-17. 21 kills in it. He's been involved in 18. That's as good as you're going to get when you're playing a support player.
As you're talking about them, it's kind of funny, though, because I saw Urban Star, bought the Shrelia's Reverie, but then bought a Ruby Crystal, sold the Ruby Crystal, bought an Oracle. So obviously it's really beneficial to have that Oracle, but a little bit of a misstep there, and I only really call it to attention because that's something I always do. Buy an item and then be like, wait a second, I need more wards, or I need an Oracle, especially as a support, obviously.
And having a look at Grulem as well, sitting with Ari 135, still on tier 1 boots. Death Cap is completed. Got 2 ingredients out of the 3 for a Rylai's Crystal Scepter. Has a Chalice of Harmony. And I think Grulem just getting, deciding or committing to one build, saying, I want to go this way. I want to build these items. The game obviously didn't go their way, losing a few team fights and being forced to change his strategy. And now he's sort of in the middle of no man's land. He hasn't completed anything extremely powerful, other than the Death Cap. But he doesn't have the movement speed to get away from a Trinity Force Jax, a Sadism, Dr. Mundo. If you can't get away from those bruises, you can't put distance between you, it's just going to melt you. You can't rely on your ultimate. He does land a very, very good charm, so they do manage to blow up Graves very, very quickly. A nice Idol of Jree traps all 4 members of In Faculty, so they do get 1 kill in reply. Varus' ultimate does manage to snare or lock up a few champions there. Jax dives past the turret. He puts a few more kills, locks up Varus, carries on attacking. One more turret hit wraps him up, and this is a 3-for-3 trade. Galio is very, very low, takes an Astral Blessing, so that's going to heal him up. He does have blue buff, so he's going to be waiting for that air grenade and the big gust of wind fart of his to try and pick up a kill. But unfortunately misses them, so unable to land that one. So 3-for-3, CPLAY not necessarily completely dead in the water, but still very far behind.
Yeah, certainly. When you have Galio on your team, you always have the ability to kind of come back later on in the game because of those pulls. Although in that case we didn't see a pull, we saw the Ahri charm, which is kind of equally as deceptive. People, I mean, I feel like even pro players don't realize, hey, it's a 975 range, you know, projectile that's very thin, can go through minions, can get through, you know, your front line of bruisers very easily. So I feel like it's often underestimated as a great initiation tool later on in the game, and one of the reasons why I feel like she's so successful, especially in solo queue.
Well, how do you feel about the Varus pick? Do you think Varus matches up to other AD carries at the moment? You know, can he compare to the likes of, you know, Corki and Ashe and things like that?
I am not a big fan of Varus in the sense that I know he has a pretty decent early game, but he just doesn't have an escape, and I don't really feel like he compares to, I don't know, I guess he's most like MF would be kind of my impression, because they both have the healing debuff, neither of them have escapes. You really, you know, you have to consider the fact that they don't have escapes, you know, along with their late game presence. And he doesn't have great steroids either unless he actually picks up a kill, so he's kind of a steamroll champion in the likes of an APE or Katarina. So I'm not the biggest fan, but I know people are picking him up. He's not terrible. He's just basically the first AD carry I feel that isn't, you know, grossly overpowered that they on release for a long time. Of course, we had Graves and Vayne before that, who were both incredibly strong.
How is Vayne in the US scene? Because she's not picked extremely often because of her weak laning phase over here in EU.
Yeah, no, certainly she's fallen off a lot, but there are, you know, people in solo queue in particular that pick her a lot. I think Double Lift still plays her in tournaments, so she's still seen. Certainly she's still
damage going down at the moment. Altaurus does eat a chance of the facing, gets forced backwards. Move it now in and amongst all the champions, gets taken out from Dr. Mundo's burning agony. There is 2 kills in reply though, so Mundo's the only one to fall. 2 in reply, make that 3 for an in-faculty. Kick Esports currently sitting with 4 champions still alive now. Ahri's running the opposite direction to safety. You're going the wrong way, Fox Lady. That's not the way to safety, so they're just going to ignore her, turn their attention to the inhibitor. And Kick are now going to take out both inhibitors, and this could be game.
I'm catching up on the fight right now. I suspect that is game. It does not look good. Look good 15 seconds in the past. Although Jack's chasing Ahri quite a while. Ahri's one of those people you don't want to chase, especially once she gets that Rylai's Crystal Scepter. She can kite you for a long, long period of time here. But it looks like, is it game?
Very, very shortly. They're pushing down the last Nexus turrets. Ahri did manage to get blown up, compliments a couple of auto attacks and a buckshot from Razel, and then one more star call from Urban Star, manages to pick it up. Galio's throwing out that Idol of Duran. They've turned their attention to the Nexus, and that's going to be GG right now. Soraka finished the game 2-0-26.
Ooh, that is not a bad score for support. Not bad at all.
Alright, so guys, that is now another game. So that's, I believe, round number 2 for today's qualifier completed. I'm going to have a quick look at the scoreboard. We're going to have a small 5-minute break. In 5 minutes' time, we will be back with Alternate versus Millennium. So I'm going to mute our microphones. I'm going to put some music on in the background. And we'll be back in 5 minutes' time.
Sounds good. I'm excited.
Sweet, sweet, sweet. So I'll chat to you on Skype, and everybody else, enjoy the techno.
For all your requests and feedback, email musicmatters@coolroyd.co.uk.
Music Matters, your upfront dose of exclusive music.
So as we enter the last 10 minutes here on Music Matters, going to recap some of those tunes. After the big tune from Tate and Credlin, we had Coranda with Cloud9. That was Juventa on the remix duties there. A couple of spins for him this show. That can be found on the Alter Ego imprint. And then Dash Berlin with Surf, Matiska and Jaren with Man on the Skyfire. And that was Shogun's awesome Big Club remix.
Taking things up another gear, we're into the final stage of Music Matters right here on our After Hours FM.
And feedback, email musicmatters@coolroy.co.uk.
Hey, what's up, guys? We are in the lobby, or at least it's starting to fill up. So while we're in the last few minutes before the lobby actually is loaded, I'm going to do a very quick shameless bump. We are, of course, playing and watching the DreamHack qualifiers. If you head over to reddit.com, you can see the thread. It is, of course, DreamHack MSI Beat It. You can see the thread up. We'll throw it up in chat in just a second. My name is Quickshot, and I'm involved in a project called Into LOL. We're going to be launching a website very, very soon. If you guys could go check it out, facebook.com/into LOL. And then in the background, Sotere, he's, of course, a very highly ranked ELO player from the US side. doing some shoutcasting, streaming, things like that. And you can follow him on Twitter at LolSotere. That's Sotere. I'll throw the link up in chat. Sotere, do you want to have a little bit of a shameless bump for yourself?
Yes, certainly. I would appreciate that. I am Sotere, US player, streamer, commentator, all of the above. I work with the GG Chronicle. You can find us at ggc.leaguecraft.com, and we're also on OwnTV at OwnTV/GG Chronicle. We have me streaming most of the day, which is obviously US time, and then we have a lot of shows that go on in the evening. We have a Trinity Force podcast, we have some community games that we shoutcast for, and other fun stuff. So stop on by sometime and certainly check out ggc.leaguecraft.com.
Sweet, sweet, sweet. So, yeah, that's it, guys. I'm obviously Quickshot. We have Sotere over there. Check it out. Twitter at LolSotere, Facebook.com/IntoLol. Some of you are saying on chat, yes. I am, in fact, working on a similar project with Mythos, so go check it out. Sotere, have you got the game name and password on Skype? Sotere, how are you doing?
I am doing fabulous. How about yourself?
I'm great, I'm great. What time is it in your side of the world?
It is 2:06 p.m. That is Eastern Daylight Savings Time, U.S. time.
That's not too bad, that's not too bad. 8 p.m. over this side of the world. So, slowly getting into the sun-setting phase. So, Champions Band. Ergot, Lee Sin, Vladimir. Haven't seen Lee Sin band in quite a while. Common band.
Yeah.
Popular band. I just haven't seen one.
Yeah, maybe not so particularly good in tournament, but certainly in solo queue he is dominant both top lane and in the jungle. Over in the US we have Dignitas, Voyboy. Actually, no longer Dignitas as Voyboy. There's a lot of changing up in the American scene. I don't know if you caught up with that over the past week with Voyboy going to CLG, Hotshot going to the jungle. A lot of not really drama, just a lot of team swaps. But anyways, Voyboy kind of championed Lee Sin in that top lane. Really great play on him. So I certainly don't know why he's being banned out in this case. But
I'm very interested to see how the teams are going to hold up, or how they're going to perform now that the changes have actually taken place. How long is it going to take for the guys to readjust, get used to their new positions and roles? And you see Graves being banned out. I really don't want to deal with that burst or the power of Graves.
Yes, not. Yeah, and certainly he has great early game presence. Yeah, the only team that really got away scot-free of the big names was TSM, so I think TSM is kind of sitting pretty. They're like, oh, well, everyone else is changing up. They have to work on their chemistry again, and TSM is kind of same as usual. Of course, they picked up Dyrus a couple of months back. We do see a first pick Shen. That is pretty interesting. I normally see Shen banned in tournaments over in the US. Is it the same here? I actually was not on...
Generally,
wasn't paying
yes.
attention during the bans. Okay.
Yeah, generally, yes.
Sense.
If Shen isn't banned, he does tend to get picked up, tend to get picked very quickly. But the one thing that I find interesting is that Alternate opted to lock in Jax as opposed to Shen. So
Yeah,
that's
is
very interesting.
Yeah, Jax doesn't seem like a very high choice selection. I mean, of course, he's a great top laner, but doesn't seem like a necessary first pick where Shen, of course, is.
EU at the moment is in love with Jax. There's been a lot of Jax players. A lot of the top laners are playing a lot of him. We've seen Ocelot playing it the other day. We've seen Darien playing Jax. We just watched Shushei playing Jax. Now we're going to see Alternate playing him as well. Just the last 2 or 3 weeks or so, he's just grown in popularity and really grown in the EU teams as a favored pick, especially for that top lane.
That is interesting. No, he's certainly very popular on the American side too, but I think people feel like he can be countered in lane. But he is great. I mean, he does come, towards endgame with a lot more damage than a lot of the other bruisers, and has a lot of mobility. He can just leave strike all over the place, and that is certainly annoying. Is it possible to see an AP Janna here? I really hope so.
It depends. It's not very popular this side of the pond, but every now and again she does rise up and show her face. But the one thing I like seeing as well, Shen and Morgana on the same team, that dark binding into the Shen taunt, it's going to be an instant death for whoever gets caught out once they hit the mid game.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it certainly will be. And they have a really good Protect the Cog team as well. Kog'Maw, of course, great hyper carry as you go late into the game. And the only reason I brought that up is because I just happened to be looking at Freljand Lord's match history, and they have 3 ranked games as AP Janna in the last couple of days, all of which they stomped. So certainly, that Janna could be a support bottom lane in a more standard position, or we could see Freljand Lord take that middle. That would be, I really want to see that. We have a couple people in the US that play AP Janna as well, some that play AP Soraka still. I feel like, the supports in the middle are actually really, really great coming, decent laning phase, sometimes overpowered laning phase, and end game. They just have a ton of utility to add. But it looks like it is going to be a support Janna as we see TF get picked up.
I like seeing that. That's not bad. I was trying to imagine what a Janna versus Morgana mid lane would look like, because it would just be Tormented Soil to kill all the creeps, followed by a Howling Gale to kill all the creeps, and then a stare down. you know? So there's not a huge amount of excitement going on. But I like Twisted Fate. I like watching the Destiny ultimates. And what I really like about that is the Destiny's going to be able to counter pick, or at least to an extent, counter the power of Stand United. Having those two, let's call them global ultimates, the ability to jump around the map, or having Shen push with his lane. He can only Stand United to a teammate. It allows Freljand Lord, if he's going to be playing TF in the middle, to use Destiny aggressively. He doesn't have to use that ultimate defensively to save a teammate in a fight. He can use it to push a lane, like we've seen xPeke doing on Tuesday night.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I like the TF and the Shen picks, but they both actually counter each other.
Yeah.
So, I don't know who comes out ahead. I would have to say Soraka comes out ahead because she is the second global, effect for Purple Team there for Millennium. But that being said, TF also, in my opinion, I always love going against Sorakas when I play TF because, very little escape. Obviously, only has that flash to get away, and TF is going to pick up those level 2 boots way before Soraka in almost every instance. So those ganks bottom lane tend to be quite a bit easier. So I would not be surprised if we see a lot of focus bottom lane Udyr ganks combined with TF coming in. Of course, Janna has great gank assist too with that Zephyr Slow and Howling Gale knockup.
Now, what do you think about this top lane? Jax versus Warwick. Warwick does have quite a lot of sustain. Is he going to be able to beat down Jax?
Yes and no. No, in the sense that I always feel Warwick runs out of mana before he, kills Bruisers in the initial stages of the game, until he gets his ultimate, essentially. But once it gets to a point where he gets his ultimate, Shen can come top lane, it'll be a relatively easy gank on Jax. And if you get Warwick snowballing, even though he has received a couple of nerfs in the past couple of patches, his Q got nerfed a little bit. If you get him snowballing top lane, then he's just he's impossible to lane against and to farm against, because once he gets you below half life, he procs that blood scent and he'll just Q you until you're dead. So I could see that lane going either way. If it was just a fair matchup, I would have Jax ahead, but seeing as how ganks will and can come up top, I could definitely see Warwick taking the advantage of those ganks and, kind of just dominating that lane. That being said, it doesn't necessarily have to go that way, and I really like Shen as a top laner better than a jungler. So we'll see how that, of course, as a jungle, he can kind of use his ultimate whenever he wants. He doesn't have a lane to protect, doesn't have someone to zone out a farm, but he'll also get his ultimate a little bit later, and he will not have the items that he would otherwise have. I think, I forget what game it was, but I saw Darien go top. It was actually M5 versus TSM, and I remember it was Darien top on Shen versus Dyrus's Jax, and at some point Darien just had, I believe, like 400 farm to Dyrus's less than 200, and he could essentially 2v or 1v2 any two people on TSM's team. So certainly with farm, Shen can become beastly. It just is going to take him a lot longer to get all that farm in the jungle.
Now on the bottom lane as well, Soraka, Kog'Maw, Janna, Corki. Where it's two, sort of strange lanes. Corki does tend to be played, quite aggressively. And it can work when you've got the Eye of the Storm shield and the knockup from Janna, but the heal and the armor buff from Soraka is going to be very, very powerful on Kog'Maw.
Right, and Kog'Maw tends to be a little bit sturdier than most. Obviously, he doesn't have an escape skill. It depends. If they're able to pick up some early kills before 6, then I think they have a chance of killing that Soraka Kog'Maw lane. But once it gets to a point, Millennium's just going to completely out-sustain them. That being said, the sustain is going to be countered by, potential TF ganks, and I would not be surprised, or, it would be kind of in my mind as alternate to plan, as soon as TF hits level 6, they want to gank, because of course Shen won't be level 6 to counter gank that. Morgana doesn't really have a great mobility to get down there immediately, and in general, Kog'Maw and Soraka don't have a ton of escapability. So I'll be interested to see if they do try to do that quick gank at 6. That's when I think it'll be most successful. But besides that, yeah, it's certainly going to be hard to out-sustain that lane, and then it gets to a point where Kog'Maw just completely out-damages basically any attack damage carry bottom lane, even Corki, who has a stellar mid-game.
Yeah, very, very, very true. So, we are into the last 5 seconds, guys. I'm going to throw up a very quick commercial break, and when we're back, alternate attacks take on Millennium, best of 1 for the DreamHack qualifier. So, adverts are throwing up. Not everybody gets them, though. So, if you are listening in, jump onto Facebook, facebook.com/in2lol. That's the number 2. It's a project that I'm busy working on and trying to get some numbers up. We're going to launch a website next week and give out some information there. But it'd be great if you could support and help out. If you are listening to the stream and you know Methis, she's also involved in the project. She'll be working with me. While you're at it, at LolSotere. Go follow. Sotere, thanks for helping me stream.
Oh, thank you for the invite. It's been a lot of fun, and of course, I try to keep up with the European teams, but it's hard. I mean, there's a lot of news over on the other side of the pond, but it's actually fun to get into these games, to cast them. I always see them in the big tournaments and watch them when I can. I have been following a little bit on these qualifiers, watching you cast the past couple days. You were always very entertaining, so thank you so much for letting me be part of this.
Well, thank you. All right, I just need to quickly fix my overlays. I have managed to break them. Ooh, wrong button. Sorry, guys. Put directed camera on so that can at least watch the game. All right, so on the left-hand side, we have alternates. What's happening in game, Sotere?
Not too much. It looks like a kind of a passive start. Alternate was, just actually setting up defensively for their blue buff. I thought they might be heading towards the opposition's red, but both teams just defensively watching over their blue buffs, it seems so far. I actually did not get a chance to see who actually had skin advantage either. It looks like, alternate has at least 4 or 5. Well, that'll be something we have to look at a different game. I can't tell you who's going to win because I don't know who has skin advantage.
What do you think of the Morgana skin? We're not sporting the new, Fallen Leaves, Twisted Ivy, Poisoned Grass, whatever it's called, skin. A bit sad about that.
Yeah, I like that new skin. This one, I don't know, what is this skin? It's not Sinful Succulence, is it?
Yeah, it is. You can see the little mitts. Yep, the little oven mitts on her. So she's going to be baking some cookies, taunting in some kids to nom them in dinner.
Yeah, it is amazing. Like, I actually pay so little attention to skins. I only own, 4 or 5, and of course I've been playing for a long time. And a lot of people, pay a lot of attention to them, but I, don't even notice when I'm in games with other people's skins. And I get excited for a little bit when any new skin comes out, but I play, 5 games with a new skin, and I'm like, oh man, I didn't even look at that the entire time. We are seeing some invasion here. Wow, by Millennium. They have something in mind.
Well, 3-man push forward. They do have the Dark Binding. They've also got the Shadow Dash Taunt. So Pharrellin Lord may be in trouble if he gets caught out here. The Dark Binding does land. It's going to be followed up by the Taunt very, very shortly. Ignite goes down. Flashes away. Is that last tick going to be able to do it? And it does. Millennium pick up first blood, and it goes to Morgana.
Yeah. Well, 2 unusual things we see there. That gank doesn't happen too much on the US servers, but it threatens a lot of AP champions, so they'll run around the back by the wolves instead of heading up that way. But if they do that, they might miss out on 1 or 2 creeps. We're going to see some early aggression from Tiger Stance Udyr up top, though.
He's going to be moving in. He's not going to be able to land the bear stun, but Fiaz is forced to pop that flash. So you can call it a successful gank. Burning the flash at 2.5 minutes. It just means that Fiaz is going to be on the back foot. He's not going to be able to get away if Jax jumps onto him and lands a good counterattack in the next few minutes.
Yeah, that is going to be troubling for him. They actually have... Millennium has a ward at their own race, so they see that Udyr is down here. A Dark Binding is landed, followed up by a taunt. Again, we're seeing that combination a lot. Now Udyr is just going to run for the hills, but I don't know. I think he still has Flash, does he not?
Flash is not available, it's on cooldown. He stuns him, does get taunted up in the background. One more auto attack will be able to pick up the kill there. So
too much CC.
yeah, so much crowd control on behalf of Millennium. A little bit of an aggressive invade, you know, very early on. Yes, Udia, you know, he was involved in that, or he was around. You know, new Shen was maybe picking up his red buff, but I don't know, it felt a bit early for that invade. 2.5, 3 minutes time?
Yeah, I mean, it's certainly early, but, I mean, you wouldn't really expect Millennium to have a ward at their own race at that point either. So I think that was kind of where the surprise came in there. And Dark Binding misses middle. Ferelyn Lord just going to farm up there. But yeah, obviously a really good start for Millennium. That is definitely what they wanted. The only thing going really particularly well for Alternate is Jax has had a little bit of time to free farm up top. But that being said, he's probably scared of a Shen gank, so he is actually heading back, and that's going to allow Warwick to catch up a little bit on this farm.
And the other thing that's also very interesting to note, Morgana, not only did she pick up the first blood, but was involved in an assist as well when Shen got the kill. So she's already sitting on 1,600 gold total, 1,100 in the bank at the 4-minute mark. So that's going to be a very, very early needlessly large rod. And it's going to make life quite hard for Ferelyn Lord in this middle lane.
Yeah, certainly. And of course now she picks up blue buff as well. That early blue buff, 4-minute blue buff. Not going to be fun for Twisted Fate. I mean, Twisted Fate actually deals better than most against people with blue buff because he can push pretty well, and he doesn't need blue buff quite as much as most because of blue card. But all that being said, you never want to go against an opposition that has blue buff when you don't have it.
So 0-2 in kills, 1,000 gold difference at 5 minutes. We've got Udia coming up to the top lane now. The stun's going to get put down onto Fiaz. Flash is still not available. If Brett is there, comes the Tiger stance. He's going to be able to land the bear. Where is the bear stance? Not even needed. I don't even think it was used. Oh, it was. There we go. The last second there. But Jax manages to pick it up with a leap strike and one more empower. So 1 kill in reply.
Indeed, and of course top lane is one of those lanes that's really hard to come back from. So I said, of course, Warwick can snowball, but Jax can snowball as well. So it's going to come to a point where Jax can probably just zone out Warwick on his own.
And I think Jax snowballs a little bit harder than Warwick does. Warwick becomes an unkillable object, but Jax becomes a killing force if he gets fed.
Mm-hmm. Oh yeah, I think Jax has more offensive late game, presence. I just feel like Warwick can kind of control lane a little bit better once he has Blood Scent, because there's essentially no way to farm and get away from him because of that movement speed bonus. That being said, it looks like Shen spent a decent amount of time up top, but is just going to back on out now, apparently.
And Cliff in the top lane really playing well. They're completely freezing up his lane. He leashed all like 8 or 9 of those creeps off to the left, tanked a little bit of the damage, but he's just frozen his lane and his turret, so he's comfortable. He's on the sort of defensive position. Fiaz is the one that needs to be overextended, and Fiaz is the one that needs to be at risk of being ganked.
Right, and this flash is still not up, so of course that's how you want to gank. Gank once to get a flash down, and then gank again before it comes back up. Bottom lane, we see 34 CS to 47 CS of Corki, and what Janna and Corki have been doing, they've been purposely just pushing the lane all the way up to the turret, so that's kind of a good strategy on their part. Has netted them a, what was a 14 CS lead is now only 10 CS, but they're going to be able to go back, buy some items, and perhaps try to burst this opposition combo down.
Something else that has to be pointed out at the moment, Breda, playing Udia, who's in the jungle, is going for a Tiger stance jungle. 1 point into Tiger, 2 into Turtle, 1 into Bear. He's going to meet face-to-face with Nijik at the moment, so there comes the Tiger stance. Turtle stance is out. There goes the Bear stun. He's going to put some damage onto him, but now he's turned his attention back to Fiaz. Flash comes out from Warwick immediately. I mean, again, the flash has been burned, so Fiaz super afraid in that lane.
Yeah, he's just bummed out that there's
Arthur God lands a great Dark Binding, moves forward with the Tormented Soil, and a full channel on Soul Shackles means that Ferelyn Lord goes down. So Arca God taking out Ferelyn Lord in that mid lane 1v1.
Yeah, I decided to go some Doran's rings instead of rushing a big ticket item, but turns out Well does pick up the kill there. In top lane, we're seeing a little bit more action. Shen going to come in here. Oh, a nice taunt, but it's probably not going to be able to do the trick. Warwick's still not level 6, now hits level 6, so, had Shen popped up just a second later, 1 minion later, would have been level 6, and that would have been a potentially much more successful gank.
I like the fact, look at Morgana at the minute, 56 CS, she's 201, you pointed out double Dorans, and she's already on 1,250 gold. I mean, it's so powerful, and that's terrifying because the ability power ratio on that Dark Binding is very, very high. Currently sitting 64 AP with 58, so what's an 80% ratio, I believe?
I believe that's correct. Actually, it might be higher than that. It used to be a straight 1, I'm pretty sure, but a lot of our AP ratios have been nerfed, so I've kind of fallen out of
64 AP,
knowledge.
adding plus 58 already. And as soon as she starts adding more and more ability power, those Dark Bindings hit like a truck. Take away so much hit points. Now, Destiny has been used. Where is Twisted Fate moving, though? He flashes to the bottom lane, stuns up Dax, Ignite goes down, a couple more auto attacks, and they finish him off. So a good counter gang from Forellen Lord. And in the top lane now, Fierce opens with the Infinite Duress. Cliff then gets taunted. Now he's going to turn around, applies the counter attack. He has been slowed, though. Slow is now off. A flash from Nijik and a flash from Cliff, and Cliff gets away with Leap Strike.
Yep, so that was fortunate, but Alternate is actually, they had a terrible start. They were down 1,000, almost 1,500 gold within like 3 minutes, but now they're going to take the gold lead with this first dragon pickup. Yes, they are. They are now 900 gold ahead. Morgana pushing down middle, but actually doesn't have much mana to be a threat. Ferlandor's just going to kind of scare her away there. Not going to be able to take that turret. So certainly, didn't feel like she could contest Dragon. Decided to go down bottom or push that turret in instead. Just wasn't able to do it, and now it's at half-life. Not really worth it in my opinion. Now Morgana can keep pressure on that and try to punish TF for roaming around, but... Oh wow, I just saw Morgana try to take that blue buff, but Shen picked it up. I'm not sure if it was bladed armor or what got it for him, but Morgana is not going to have that blue buff.
That's huge. Yep. Not being able to spam those abilities and farm, it's going to put Morgana a little bit behind, especially if Forellen Lord can pick up this next blue buff. If he can take his team next blue, which will be up in about 3 minutes time, it's going to give him a strong advantage and maybe be able to pull back this 2-0-1 deficit that Morgana's managed to pull ahead.
Right, and he does, of course, have that 1 kill. Only 14 CS down, doing pretty good. Looks like he's going to rush the Lich Bane. I don't know how many people... I'm actually going to change subjects. We don't see too many people rush Lich Bane on the US servers, or, I haven't seen it too many times in tournaments either. Certainly does help give them that little bit of movement speed bonus, which is incredibly nice for TF. But... the other thing is that Tiger Udyr, we don't see too much of that. I know Dan Din has been playing it kind of recently. Great ganker, but I feel like it really slows me down in the jungle. I'm not a big fan of it, and Udyr's one of my most played champions. But do you see that a lot over here? No, not very popular at all. Phoenix Stance is the preferred Udyr jungle. I quite like it in this particular game, and the reason I say that is because he's against a Shen. Shen is not a particularly fast jungler either, and if you look at his creep score, he's currently sitting on 25, as opposed to the 39 in Udyr. So Udyr's already got a lead. Shen does, of course, have the GP5s ticking over, which Udyr does not. But it is standard to go Phoenix. And the Lich Bane on Twisted Fate, I don't want to go so far as to say it's the norm, but it's not unusual to see a rushed Lich Bane. Usually, though, it's rushed after a double or a triple Doran's Rings. Once doubles or triple Doran's Rings are picked up, then at least you've got a little bit of additional ability power to get the proc from Lich Bane actually dealing a little bit of decent damage, Yeah, certainly. And I understand that, and I mean, I don't mind brushing it because I really like that extra movement speed, but it's kind of interesting because he's not upgrading to level 2 boots quite yet. We actually see kind of a new builds on TF from high-level solo queue play, building those boots 3 instead of builds 2, just for that little extra movement speed bonus, land that, one more gold card, normally makes a difference in ganks. So we're going to see Udyr head up top here, go in for another gank. Right now, Work is actually doing surprisingly well in lane.
Even though Jax does have he has had the early advantage. He is currently only seeing in a phage though, and the sustain from Warwick is so good. So here comes the ultimate. Stand United comes out. That's immediately going to taunt at least one of these champions. Now stun onto Nijik. He does now taunt Cliff, so Cliff has turned his attentions to Shen. He's going to go down in the background, so another kill goes the way of Millennium. While that's happening, we've got pressure in the middle lane, and we've got pressure on this bottom lane. Fish and Geza just continually pushing Kog'Maw and Soraka to their tower. But they're holding off, surviving, and farming well, I lie, 20 creeps difference already. Right. Well, it was actually, 14 creeps. And there comes the Destiny at the moment. Destiny moves forward. Corki's going to be able to put some attention down onto xPeke. He's moving forward. The silence comes out from Soraka. Huge silence stopping the Valkyrie.
Oh man. Oh man. Wow.
Props
that
to
is
Dax.
crazy.
Props to Dax. That was really well played and so smart, knowing that was what was going to happen.
Yeah. But I didn't understand why Corki was running back. I thought Corki was running back to get in range of a shield or a monsoon or something along those lines, but nothing came forth from Janna, probably all on cooldown. Really unfortunate there, and of course couldn't Valkyrie away. Wow, so that turns out into a 1-for-1, and Millennium takes mid-turret, pulling back ahead in the gold lead, has a 2-kill advantage here. Now certainly, yeah, like I said, TF picking on that bottom lane, no escapes down there, but that one didn't turn out quite as well as they might have hoped, but we'll probably see that continue. Kog'Maw, I feel like Kog'Maw's been doing a really good job. He is 19 CS down, but that is, 2 TF ganks later. Early on, actually, Corki and Janna were able to, push him about 14 CS down just on their own. So since then, he's been able to farm pretty well, and I think, the longer this game goes, or longer this laning phase goes, the easier it will be for Kog'Maw to farm up that lane.
Trying to keep an eye on the abilities at the moment. Nothing too far out of the ordinary in terms of how the players are skilling their champions. Outside of Udyr, 3 points into Tiger, 4 into Turtle, 1 into Bear. Has not taken a single farming Phoenix stance point. And we're going to see how this transitions once we hit this mid-game phase.
That is a little unusual. One thing, well, I'm going to kind of go out on the limb here. One thing I've kind of looked into, or I've tried a couple times, is going Phoenix into Tiger, like just relatively early. So you still have the first 2 points in Phoenix, so you can farm pretty well.
We do have pressure on this top lane now. Bretta's moving forward. As soon as Stand United comes out, they've immediately turned away. Bretta does get taunted. Cliff is not interested in this fight, trying to run away, but now that's going to potentially put him in trouble. Manages to flash out of range of the Dark Binding, and Morgana forced to return back to her lane. So Archegod, good map awareness, good understanding that fight was going to be happening, and she may be needed, but unfortunate not to land that Dark Binding.
Oh, we might see another gank bottom here with TF. Oh my goodness, he knows Morgana's kind of ghosting him, following him around, so throwing out. Oh my goodness, I thought those those wild cards were going to hit too. They did not, and it looks like Millennium going to go for another dragon. They're 400 gold ahead, which is not a lot, and they're actually taking quite a good amount of poke damage here.
Look at the damage that's been put onto Archegod. There's a very nice flash taunt coming out from Nijik, but he just cannot take the damage from Corki and from FailFac. Gets melted after taunting. There's no follow-up from the rest of his team, so now Fiaz has moved forward. Another Dark Binding gets dodged. Wishes out from Soraka, so that's the heal down. A very nice knock-up from Janna. They're going to have to focus Archegod down before she can get the full channel off. Infinite Duress plus another Hungering Strike gives Warwick a double kill. Kog'Maw is now putting pressure onto FailFac. He's got that Bioarcane Barrage. If one more attack is all that's needed, the stun comes out. Ignite has been put on him. Are the creeps going to be able to pick up this kill? 155, 105, 95. No, xPeke is going to be able to walk away. Millennium pick up a, what was that, 1-for-4 exchange?
Yes, and man, I really thought that was going a lot better for Alternate there. They got everyone incredibly low, and the reason why, they didn't follow up on the Shen taunt was because Morgana and Kog'Maw were already about below half health from those wild cards. So I thought that was going to go incredibly well for Alternate, despite the fact that, Jax was farming up top, did take out that top turret, but in the end, just not really worth it. All that poke was for nothing because they didn't focus any one of those people down. I feel like they could have focused Morgana down when she jumped in there. Of course, she did jump back in there, put back her dark shield up, or black shield rather, but that doesn't mean she couldn't have been taken out with straight damage from TF and Corki together. But all that being said, yeah, Millennium, once again, 2,000 gold ahead. Second dragon that they've taken. We'll see the next dragon around 22 minutes, 30 seconds. So that'll probably be the next big fight there. In the meanwhile, we still do have TF with his ultimate, and a lot of ultimates and summoner spells have been burned by Millennium and Alternate alike. So we'll probably see TF try to take advantage with his ultimate in the relatively near future here.
Considering the strength of the ganks and the power that we've been seeing from, Alternate in the top lane, they really wanted to take control of that lane, shut Warwick down. They haven't really succeeded. Warwick is not behind on farm. He's only got the 1 death to his name, and Udyr spent quite a lot of time ganking there. Shen, on the other hand, he has pulled off quite a few ganks, 1-1-2 at the moment. Been a little bit more successful with those Stand Uniteds. But it's only 1,000 gold, 1,500 gold, and that's really not a lot of gold when you consider it's split between 5 members of your team.
Yeah, and I've actually been very impressed by Shen's early game, and they have to that early Aegis, so that's going to help them out in team fights as well. I like that pickup. I love Aegis. Great item for just about anyone, for jugglers, for supports, for top laners. Good general item. It's like gold efficient for yourself, and then of course when you apply all those stats to your team, it's great as well. I've been very impressed by Shen, using Stand United aggressively to get up top lane. It just so happens that, oftentimes they're being counter-ganked.
And look at the top lane. Destiny comes in from Pharrell Lord. He puts a lot of damage onto Cliff. Fios manages to get infinite duress, immediately turns it around onto Jax, who was super low. In conjunction with the Stand United, Shen gets in there, manages to taunt them up, tanks even the last tower shot with another Hungering Strike, and wow, we have to see that again. That has to be rewatched. So take a look at the pressure coming out. We're going to put this down into slow-mo. There it comes. There's the pressure now. We're in slow-mo mode. Keep a close eye from this Destiny. Now the call comes out. You can hear Pharrell Lord saying, go, go, go. Fight, fight, fight. So he starts attacking. Ignite goes down. Fios sees it coming. He's waiting. After the stun, he then activates the infinite duress. Shen Stand United saves him and manages to taunt both Pharrell Lord and Jax Cliff. Wow, what a play.
Down bottom, there's a little bit more fun aggression as well. I'm sure you'll catch up to that in a second. That fight going very interestingly. But yeah, I mean, the top lane was so amazing. Shen's ultimate only shields people for 250 health at this level. So I was like, oh my goodness, well that is a dead Warwick. But then he got off that infinite duress and suddenly no damage was incoming. Shen gets up there in time, lands that taunt. So amazing, so amazing. So great play. I guess in this case, Shen does counter TF. That would be the way to say that.
Yeah.
And of course, bottom lane, Corki picks up that kill against Kog'Maw in just a standard 2v2. I kind of thought that Kog'Maw would have the advantage at this point in the game, but it is not the case. Corki now has his
monsoon from Geza was very, very powerful there, because he managed to split Kog'Maw, what's that, Enton's Vag and Dax apart, split them up. And if you look at Dax's build, he's run straight Phantom Dancer, so he's relying on the Bioarcane Barrage entirely. Now Archegod is being pressured. Cliff's jump forward. The Black Shield manages to block the counterattack as well as the gold card, and he doesn't get stunned or manage to go down there either.
Oh man, an aggressive flash there from Pharrell Lord. Oh, does dodge Dark Blinding, does not dodge that taunt, and now they are getting, they're getting blown up by that Soul Shackles underneath the tower, and it is a very slowly evolving 5v5. Another Dark Binding lands on Janet, nearly takes her down, and now, hey, Warwick is here, has Blood Sign on, it's going to pick up some kills, undoubtedly.
I was going to be keeping the push forward. There goes the infinite duration onto Fish. The Dark Binding comes out in the background. Tormented Soil, not enough. It was it a banana or a star call that picked up the kill from Soraka?
I did not see which one it was. I was just like focused on Warwick. I was like, what is Warwick gonna do? Who's he gonna get? And it turns out he gets everyone.
Yep.
So,
huge pressure. Great play from Millennium. Managing to catch alternate attacks out. Alternate wanted that mid tower. They were pushing it as hard as they could, but unfortunately getting caught out by the Shen taunt and then a Dark Binding from Archegod. So Millennium, 4,000 gold ahead now. Correction, 6,000 gold ahead. Compliments of the Baron buff. Now they're buffed up with, of course, Baron Nashor, and in the driving seat.
Yeah, certainly, and I was actually like impressed by Alternate's kind of aggression there. I was like, oh, they're going to get this mid turret. I like their play. I like their aggression. I like the fact that even though they know they're down, they are down. They're down 5 kills before that fight. They really want to, force the opposition. But it's a little bit too aggressive from Pharrell Lord, it seemed. Flash is in there to try to attack, doesn't even land the gold card on Morgana, and then kind of baits his team into getting caught into that Soul Shackles in reverse. The turret was still up, and then it was a 4-on-5. Warwick was very kind of late to the show, but he's great at cleaning up battles, and that is what he did.
Well, another thing that has to be mentioned as well is the Soul Shackles from Archegod. He managed to pick up 4, and he managed to get the secondary stun, or he managed to get the proc on that Soul Shackles, and I think 3 out of the 4 people he initiated on, and that is huge for a Morgana to be able to pull that off, successfully. It deals huge amounts of damage, so you're talking 480 damage on the first proc, 480 damage on the second proc, and it stun locks them for 1.5 seconds.
Right, and really, that only happened because Of course, TF kind of just overcommitted himself, used this flash, so then he couldn't get out of the second proc of it. And now we see Millennium trying to push down bottom, being very aggressive. I actually did see, I want to kind of give props to John. Is it Gazer or Geezer? Or how do you pronounce that?
I think Geezer. Let's go with Geezer.
Geezer. We'll go with Geezer. Really nice Howling Gale while Shen was trying to taunt in. It probably would have been a dead Corki had that Howling Gale not been like perfectly timed to cancel out his taunt there. So good show. And now, yeah, now Kog'Maw's at a point. He is a Baron buff. He's pretty excited. His ultimate's going to hurt. His W's going to hurt more because he's scaling off both that AP and AD. And he has that pickaxe and Phantom Dancer. He's just going to get stronger and stronger as this game goes on. It is going to be really, really troubling for Alternate, who they don't have as good of a team fighting team to begin with, I feel. They kind of relying on those ganks to give them a little bit of an advantage. I just feel like Morgana outshines TF in this capacity, but especially when, you know, you have 10 kills and Baron buff in addition to a better team fighting team, it's cause for worry.
Now, unless Twisted Fate starts to do some form of backdooring or putting pressure, now they do manage to get a stun. Cliff jumps forward, lands his counterattack stun, but nobody else commits. Ferellinor's going to have to try to do some backdooring once he finishes maybe his Death Gap or a little bit more ability power. Look at the item build. A Blasting Wand and then a Ruby Crystal. So I wonder, are we going to see a Spirit Visage maybe? Not the Spirit Visage, what's the little face, that little mask?
Oh, the Haunting Guys.
Yeah, the Haunting Guys? Well,
I don't think so. It might be eventually turned into... Oh, it's probably into a Rod of Ages. Is probably what he's kind of looking at. But I mean, it would be way too late to build a Rod of Ages. It could also be building into a Banshee's Veil. I have no idea. There's no real item that would be acceptable to build at this point, you know, according to the published impression, I feel. So we are going to see what that could build into. It could just be giving him that little bit of health buffer so he survives, you know, an initial burst from Morgana, for instance. Oh my goodness.
Great Dark Binding, followed up with the Tormented Soil. A Soul Shackles goes up. It manages to kill Corki, lock Janna up outside of tower range. Now they're falling back. Janna and Corki immediately blown up. Turn their attention to Cliff. Stand United has been used by Nijek, so he's going to be pushing forward. Dax eats a gold card to the face, but the range of Entonsvag, more than enough. Popping out those living artilleries. You hear the fireworks landing. Pew! Bang! Forces Ferellian Lord backwards. That costs them an inhibitor. One Dark Binding. That was it. That was the change, and it cost them an inhibitor.
Well, that's what happens when you land a Dark Binding on the AD carry. You just go all in because that is almost a guaranteed kill. I actually kind of got disoriented in the fight for a moment, but I'm pretty sure that Warwick actually saved his ultimate for after the Monsoon as well, coming from Janna. It's a good play on his part. And he's been very patient with his ultimates throughout the gank's early game and now into team fights. So yeah, a inhibitor pickup, a 9,000 gold lead, 13 kills are going to get this dragon. That'll put him another 1,000 gold ahead. And really, they're just kind of sitting in the driver's seat here. They have that Aegis on their team. We'll be seeing what Soraka is going to build next. I wouldn't be surprised if someone on that team picks up a Stark's Fervor to help out that Kog'Maw even more. I love building Aegis and Stark's Fervor if I have a Kog'Maw on my team, no matter what position I'm in. Even if I'm an AP carry, I'll build Stark's Fervor. Now, that's going a little bit overboard, but if I'm in the jungle, I will rush a Stark's Fervor if I have that Kog'Maw on my team, just to give him that extra bonus. This is giving Kog'Maw essentially another 700 gold, 800 gold free, as does the Aegis.
And keep in mind that also benefits both Shen and Warwick, who are also auto-attack champions once you get into the team fights. You know, that key strike from Shen deals very, very good damage. The fact that he's got the Giant's Belt, a Ruby Crystal, the Heart of Gold, he's increased his hit points, which means his key strike is hitting harder. And I think it cools down on targets that have been hit with the Vorpal Blade.
I believe the change is it cools down faster if he has Feint up, his shield up.
Ah, there we go. So
I think that's how the break was made.
Increase your attack speed, get Feint up more, using the reducing the cooldown reduction to get key strike up higher, and it actually hits pretty hard. You sort of miss or underestimate the amount of damage that can be put down with that passive.
Right, and that's kind of why he was remade, so he does do some appreciable amounts of damage later on in the game, and I think Riot did a good job there. Riot's remakes are generally kind of villainized to begin with, but then people, wait a little while and they're like, oh, that turned out really well. Kind of like with Jax, like everyone thought he was getting a really big nerf, but even though he had essentially a nerf to his like overall effectiveness and stat-wise, gold efficient-wise, the fact that he was getting those defensive stats earlier on really helped him out. So kind of an interesting thing. I don't compliment Riot too much, but I love the game they made, and I feel like they should be complimented a little bit more because they have a pretty decent idea of what to do and how to balance champions.
Yeah, there's something else that we need to remember as well. That Blood Scent, the Hunter's Call ability from Warwick gives a huge attack speed buff, 60%, and all nearby champions by half of that. So an additional 30% attack speed on top of Kog'Maw's existing 1.7. In conjunction with the range and the damage that comes out from Bioarcane Barrage, he is shooting fireworks like the 4th of July.
Indeed. Yeah, and actually, I was going to comment on that when we were talking about the Starks. So you're kind of like, we're on the same track. Yeah, man, we're on the same track. It's crazy. But I was looking at it, and he actually has leveled up Hunter's Call last, which is usual for a top lane Warwick. But that being said, I wouldn't have been surprised if he leveled that over Blood Scent just because of the great utility it gives to Kog'Maw.
Something else that we have to point out, take a look at the vision at the moment for Millennium. If you hit F2, you can see 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 wards sitting in the enemy jungle, 4 of them around Baron. So while they can't see Baron directly, they know it's just respawned, and they can also see when alternate are going to be moving towards it. In response, the wards are practically mirrored from alternate attacks. They can also see their blue side of the jungle. They can also see Baron buff. So at the moment, that's going to be the next big engagement, and as we start pointing that out, the teams are moving towards the Baron area.
Yeah, and of course I was calling it Starks. It is now Zeke's Herald. Oh my goodness, the Dark Binding on
moves forward.
TF.
Tormented Soil. The flash comes out from Arca God. He manages to land the Soul Shackles only on Beretta and Pharrellin Lord, but it's enough to force them backwards, and that should be able to give them a free Baron buff right now.
Right, they have the added advantage of having Warwick, who's going to give them notice if Udyr comes anywhere nearby. So he's going to be tracked by that Blood Sun if he comes in for a Baron Steal. Does not come in for a Baron Steal. Another thing is that Zeke's Herald was picked up by Soraka. That was a relatively quick Baron. You're going to do Baron quick if you have, if you have Warwick and Kog'Maw on your team.
And
just another Dark Binding.
Add the magic resist debuff from the Tormented Soil, in conjunction with the magic damage that Kog'Maw's putting out, as well as the magic damage Shen's putting out, and Warwick, it just increases the speed at which you can kill that giant Dune Worm.
I'm pretty sure that debuffs don't work on Baron anymore. I thought that was the change that they tried. Yeah, I paid kind of attention to that because I used to main Karthus as well, and a reason, obviously he does great consistent DPS, but he also had his Wall of Pain that really helped do Baron. But I'm pretty sure that was a change that they put in, a little while back, where debuffs don't necessarily work on Baron.
Oh, I'd have to check that out. Chat, what do you guys think? Is it removed? Can you still remove the buffs? What do you think of the redesigned Baron, by the way? Look at the pressure now. They've jumped onto Cliff. They've used a lot of ultimates on him. Ended up using that infinite erase. Cliff does manage to get away. Arca God is going to pop that Soul Shackles. Doesn't manage to stun anybody up. Now is behind enemy lines, forced to use the Hourglass. Lands a great Dark Binding, followed up with a Tormented Soil. Now Nijak has returned to the fight. In the background, Kog'Maw has managed to take out Udyr. And now they're going to take down the next inhibitor turret. And it looks like Millennium should be able to walk away with this victory at the moment.
Yeah, it doesn't look like there will be any stopping him. Man, just so many good Dark Bindings by Arca God, and great play overall. Jana, interesting little flash in there, Monsoon. I guess the Surrender Hippo had gone in. I always get confused at the end when someone does something unusual, but everyone just likes using all their spells at the end, just for the cool graphics and whatnot. So that is game. A really good game, really good showing by Morgana. It looked like, right out of the bat, they picked up those 2 early kills. They had a huge advantage, but they actually lost the advantage. I think Alternate picked up the first dragon, got some kills, or ganks bottom lane, but then that was the end of their success. They tried to push down that mid tower, lost that fight, 5-0, and then they didn't pick up a kill the rest of the game.
Well played to Millennium. Well played to Millennium. From the very early stages of the game, a little bit of back and forth, but once they hit the team fight stages, they looked in complete control and didn't really give anything up. So, our next game, I'm looking at the admin chat, and it looks as though we're going to be joining Against All Authority versus 4 Kings, if they are victorious. So, we're going to wait for that to happen. In the meantime, music is up, And Sotere and myself, Quickshot, will be back shortly.
Woohoo.
The champion selection should be running very, very shortly. So not everybody has champion selections. So I am having a quick look at the admins. And we may be able to jump into a FNATIC game after this one, assuming, of course, FNATIC win. So stick with us. We're going to be here for quite a few more hours. Let everybody know what's going on. Everybody know that the games are happening. You can see 4Kings busy asking AAA if they're ready to go. So hopefully this match will be underway very, very shortly. At least that's what I'm hoping for. For everybody that's wondering, we are currently the second highest stream at the moment. 9,000 viewers. And SK Ocelot's the only one that's beating us. Go get more viewers. Bring them here. Bring them to watch. So we do
Let's take them from Ocelot.
There we go. Let's steal them from Ocelot. Steal them from Ocelot. So we are into the bans and picks. Not a bad break, Sotere. Did you get some munchies or something to drink?
I did. I got some tea, so I'll be ready to go. Ready to keep on rolling. Some nice green tea, healthy, delicious, and got some caffeine in it.
Sweet, sweet, sweet. So, bans and picks. On the left-hand side, you will see 4Kings, and they immediately remove Shen, followed up by a Nautilus ban. I like that. Nautilus, very, very strong side. Champion, rather.
Oh my goodness, I have this theory that any champion that Zyphorus releases is incredibly overpowered, and then people bring up Renekton, which happens to be like one of 7 champions that he creates that wasn't overpowered to release, but he's still pretty strong, so...
Yeah, very, very true. So, very fast bans coming out. Ken and Morgana Ari. I don't know how to play Renekton. I suck with him. I can't manage his Fury, I just can't get the abilities comboed correctly. My brain just can't do it.
Oh, I'm with you. I am absolutely terrible at him. I don't understand. And I actually know Wicked has been playing him a little bit more, and some people on the US servers have been playing him. He's a good top laner. He is very skill-based in the sense that a lot of matchups are kind of just iffy back and forth as to whether he'll win them or not, just depending on whether he lands enough of his combinations or gets some gank assistance. But I've always felt that he doesn't fall off late game as much as people say. He does certainly fall off a lot like a lot of other bruisers, but I think the statements about his falling off are a little bit over-exaggerated because he can still blow up carries pretty darn fast.
Yeah, especially if he's able to put 5 or so points into that Ruthless, I think it's Ruthless Predator, get up the Fury, and then it hits, 3 times then once the Fury proc activates on it. It hits so hard, and the fact that it's physical, the early to mid-game damage with some armor penetration is just immense on that particular champion.
Right.
So,
certainly is.
Have a look at the lock-in so far. Soraka instantly locked in for 4K. Not revealing their hand, not revealing any carries or anything like that. So, safe pick. Followed up by Blitzcrank, which could be roam, could be jungle, could be support. I mean, it's going to be support, but we watched a game...
could it be AP?
Yeah, it could be AP. I streamed a game of alternate attacks a little while ago, about 2 weeks or 3 weeks ago, for a Go for LOL Cup. And they played a double jungle. They had Lee Sin and they had Blitzcrank. But Blitzcrank was playing the old, like a roaming position, like Alistair used to play about a year and a half ago. Mm-hmm. And it was so fantastic. Every single time the Boots 5 Blitzcrank moved around anywhere, threw on that overdrive, landed a rocket grab, and that was it. People died instantaneously. It was very exciting to watch.
That is exciting. Speaking of unusual strategies, one thing I've seen is the double support meta, which is kind of the same. It's a double, well, it's not a double jungle. The way I saw it come to existence, which was pretty crazy, was a Karthus middle with Smite and an Alistar who would roam around and help him tank jungle creeps, but Karthus would get all of the creeps. You get Wolves, Rays, Blue buff, and Alistar would just kind of hang around middle, gank middle, just run around, heal Karthus up every now and again, and it turned out it worked out pretty well. Karthus had 100 more farm than their opposition's middle, and their opposition's middle was Soraka, who generally has a pretty good laning phase. But back into these picks and bans, you said Soraka, very safe pick, and I agree, a safe pick, although I feel like if there's a support that counters Soraka right now, it used to be Sona would counter her pretty well. I feel like Blitzcrank is the one, because yes, Soraka has great sustain, but Blitzcrank makes kills happen.
Yeah, it is true. It is true, especially when you consider the rocket grab into the silence, whether it's static field or whatever. So, shut down that heal, even if you only get one heal off. The silence lasts for what, I think a second and a half, 2 seconds. Completely negates wish, summoner spells, everything along those lines. But of course, it is subject to landing that skill shot.
Right, indeed. Well, it is. I mean, you do certainly want to land the skill shot as Blitzcrank, but another way is just to overdrive up to people, and if they're not careful, then you can catch them with that little knock up, that power fist, and then you can get them as they're running away with your hook. So that's also another strategy here. We do see a interesting team from 4K. I'm not a big fan of it, but I'll go into that a little bit later. How do you like the teams? Who do you think is going to be the AP for AAA over here?
Well, AAA, they're going to be coming up against an Anivia, and they've got a lot of sort of single target. You've got AoE from Graves, you've got some AoE from Blitzcrank, but most of the damage from Lee Sin, Jax, whatever it is, focused on single target champions. So I wouldn't be surprised maybe to see the likes of a Rise. You could even potentially see... No, you can't see Ari because she's been banned. I'm not certain who they're going to be locking in, but the one thing that I find interesting is you're going to have now Urgot Soraka bot lane, so that's going to be Acid Hunters and Corrosive Charge non-stop, over and over and over. Mundo in the jungle, Renekton in the top lane. And that's going to be either Renekton against Jax or Lee Sin, and I assume it's going to be Jax. I think they'll put Lee Sin in the jungle. But a Lulu pick is quite interesting. She should be able to avoid a lot of those giant ice cubes from Anivia, compliments of the speed boost that she can get from picks. The fact that she can polymorph Anivia and then run to safety as well. I wonder if that polymorph interrupts the glacial storm as well. If it would interrupt the casting ability.
Oh, that is a good question. I would think no, but it would not surprise me. Everything, breathing on Anivia seems to interrupt that. I used to love playing her until, there was a LeBlanc and casted and everyone silencing me, and suddenly my ultimate was always cancelled prematurely. But the team from 4K over there, it looks good, but when you pick Urgot, you really are depending on other people to do a ton of damage, and I don't know that Anivia and Renekton really do enough consistent damage. But that being said, I wasn't a big fan of the late Lulu pickup either, because I feel like Lulu doesn't give you a ton of consistent damage from that AP position either. But we will see. I mean, a lot of it's going to depend on whether Blitz lands some hooks.
And it's going to be very, very difficult to actually kill off the 4K players. Urgot builds tanky, Mundo builds tanky, Renekton builds tanky, and Anivia has 2 lives. So once they actually commit to these bigger extended team fights, other than wild growth and the help picks, and maybe the safeguard from Lee Sin, against all authority have a lot less sort of innate tank ability. Yes, Lee Sin and Jax are going to be building fairly tanky as well, but Graves and Lulu are squishy. If the mana shield isn't available for Lonet's Blitzcrank, he's also going to go down fairly quickly as well. So we're going to have to see if 4K can drag out those team fights. I think they may stand a fairly good chance, but I'm very scared for their bottom lane. Soraka, Urgot are a fairly passive bottom lane until that Corrosive Charge lands. So once Awesome Fusion lands his E, he's then going to be following it up with those Acid Hunters, Acid Hunter, Acid Hunter. But he has to push forward to stay in range. And that means Lonet's going to be able to Rocket Grab or Power Fist up in the air, and the burst from Graves may be enough to pick up some kills. So 4K going to have to play that very, very smart.
Yeah, I think we do see kind of an interesting setup here where Blitz actually has the Ignite. So carrying the Ignite on a support, not a terrible idea. I certainly like carrying Exhaust as a carry, just so when the Bruisers get on me, I can decide when to exhaust them. But we do see a little bit of a more aggressive lane with that Blitz-Grave combination. I feel like Graves is a pretty good counter to Urgot. Urgot's incredibly annoying to lane against, but Graves, because of his True Grit passive, just allows him to, maintain through a couple more of those Acid Hunters to survive just a little bit longer, and that normally does the trick. That being said, it's all going to depend on that Blitz landing hooks early game, and then late game, yeah, it's going to be a question. If Blitz lands a hook, then certainly they'll be able to burst someone down, but if they don't burst anyone down, then Soraka is going to be able to sustain them, Mundo's going to be able to sustain himself, Renekton's going to be very tanky just naturally, as is Urgot, and Anivia, of course, has her egg, so you can't really burst her down very easy either.
Now, what do you think about these team fights? You're going to have Lee Sin and Jax pretty much diving in and amongst the opponent's team. They're going to have to try to get past Renekton and Dr. Mundo, maybe try and take out Soraka, Anivia, or Urgot. But that's it. Once they leave that fight, or once they commit to a team fight, if Renekton and Mundo just push forward, they should be able to take out Lulu and Graves relatively easily because of the way the champions are. They both got the stun, the slow, and the ability to survive the burst that's going to come out from Glitterlance, Buckshot, and collateral damage. How do you play those team fights if you're against all authority? So I'm going to have to keep an eye on that. We are into the last 15 seconds, so I'm going to throw up one quick advert break. And when we're back, 4 Kings play against All Authority for today's DreamHack qualifier. So, adverts are up, and once again, not everybody gets them. Let's have a look what skins are going to be popping up. I love skins.
Ooh, skins are exciting. Yeah, I don't, like you were saying, you were talking about the team fight potential. And one thing is, Blitz is an incredibly good peeler if he devotes himself to peeling, and Lulu's really good at kiting. But that being said, are they going to have enough damage to kill Renekton and Mundo as they charge forward? And my guess would be no, unless they get a little bit fed early on.
And of course, if they do commit to a fight, if they do push forward past Renekton and Dr. Mundo, you've then got the Battlecast Urgot that's going to be doing the hyperkinetic position reverser. And he's just going to swap, one particular person even closer into the team, and just, blow somebody up, make it a 4 versus 5.
Yeah, and that's the beauty of Urgot, is people don't even realize, even pro players don't realize his range on that ultimate, and sometimes get a little bit caught out of position by it, especially a flash ultimate from him if he builds full tank. And now I'm interested to see how he's built, because the US style of building him often is a couple Doran's rings. A lot of people still build Manamune on him, but he's probably not going to need that with a Soraka in his pocket. So will he go the full tank build, like Frozen Heart, Brutalizer, GA, which I first saw from M5, or is he going to go a little bit more damage oriented? And we might see a little bit of fun here as AAA heading towards that bottom brush.
This is so scary for Awesome Fusion. If he doesn't dodge this, that's going to be first blood. He flashes to the right, gets out of range, now takes 1 or 2 turrets. They're tanking this. Soez does take a bunch of damage, but Summoner Heal is going to keep him alive. Or was that Summoner Heal from Awesome Fusion? Yeah, so that was Awesome Fusion. Wow, great flash from Awesome, but not enough from the very, very committed AAA.
Well, I mean, potentially he could have flashed away from the hook, and that would have been ideal, as he would not have been pulled back. He would have been safe. But yeah, even getting hooked, he almost got away there, as there wasn't any CC to follow up on it, really. The Glitter Lance from Lulu did miss, but, a nice early lead there. 600 gold, which is, of course, just the 400 gold, and I think 59% of it goes into an assist pot, which everyone shares in.
And every single member of Against All Authority picks up an assist as well. So huge play to kick that off. Lulu gets that gold advantage very early on, goes into lane with a Doran's Ring and Boots and Pots. That might be enough to give her the advantage in this early game against Anivia.
I think she already had a pretty significant advantage against Anivia, so we'll see if she's able to take even more advantage of it because of this. Anivia, being a nice AP middle, also is already down 2/3 of her mana, so that's kind of an interesting start. I mean, it normally happens, but Lulu, on the other hand, didn't have to pull, so is at full mana, and we'll see how aggressive they are willing to go.
And also, take a look at the items now for AAA. Everybody picks up that bonus gold. From the first blood, it was enough for them to pick up a ward each. Ward on Blitzcrank, Ward on Graves, Ward on Lee Sin. So, huge advantage. That early map awareness and map vision. And look at this in the bottom lane. 4K Stork almost walking into some trouble. Now, Lonet's moving forward. Let's see if this rocket grab lads almost dodged. No power fist to knock him up, though. And really want to put pressure onto Awesome Fusion in that bottom lane.
Right, and it's a good idea to put pressure on those early levels, because until level 3, Soraka's sustain capacity is actually very low. Her heal is only about 70, I believe. It is, exactly 70, and she's not running any AP to add to that either. So 70 is not a very significant amount. That being said, Urgot is back to full life to use a potion too, I believe.
So great start for AAA at the moment. They've already got a 600 gold lead. In the lanes, lots of aggression. And I think Lonet's Blitzcrank, he started off well. He's landed 2 for 2 as far as the rocket grabs go. And if he can keep that up, especially once a bit more levels get applied to Graves, he may be able to increase the burst that can go out once he gets Power Fist and Overdrive and things like that as well.
Right, and Exhaust will be coming off cooldown relatively soon, but Blitzcrank does still have Ignite. So I mean, potentially the next pull could be deadly especially if they get a land on Soraka, who doesn't have her own heal as a summoner spell. Of course, has Astral Blessing.
What I like about that Ignite pick as well, considering they're in lane against Soraka, is the fact that the second the rocket grab lands, Lonet's going to be able to throw that Ignite down to mitigate the healing. I don't think he's going to be saving it for the last second, to pick up a kill. I think it's there primarily to negate the Astral Blessing, negate the Summoner heal that's on Awesome Fusion, and just secure the kill for Graves. I mean, look at this pressure now at the moment. Lynette has used his Rocket Grab, has used his Power Fist, but now that that's on cooldown, Samwise 12 does have to fall back after eating a couple Acid Hunters to the face.
Right, and you kind of saw a little tutorial on how to play Blitzcrank there. He ran up to Urgot, and Urgot had to decide, okay, well, I have to either run straight backwards. There is a gank going on up top. It looks like Renekton's going to be okay. He either has to run straight backwards or get hit by a Power Fist. So, of course, he runs straight backwards and then lines up for an easy pull. So, another good pull by Lynette. Actually, they kind of came out worse for wear in that fight. But the other thing about Ignite is this actually makes more sense to use Ignite at the beginning of fight, whether you're trying to pick up the kill or not, because you generally get that added bonus from the Ignite Mastery. Ooh, a little bit of excitement mid lane, but everyone gets out scot-free. But yeah, using Ignite at the middle of the fight, of course, decreases that healing from a lot of champions and gives you that extra 5 AP and AD if you're running it in offense.
Well, Gold Graph sitting in 500 difference right now. Most of the pots have been used on the side of AAA. And at the moment, there's lots of aggression all the way around, but only that first blood kill is the only thing that has managed to be concluded right now. Lynette, I'm keeping an eye on the way he's leveling up his Blitzcrank, because I'd like to see what skills he deems as most important. And he's put 2 points into Rocket Grab, so going for that burst, 1 into the Overdrive, and then 1 into the Power Fist. So I'll keep a close eye on that as they start to level it up further.
Yeah, that's a little unusual. Normally I see Power Fist being maximized first over all else. So interesting to see 2 points in Rocket Grab. Of course, the idea in leveling up Power Fist is you can use it twice in one fight. If you initiate with Power Fist, then pull, and then eventually you can do another pull or another Power Fist after the fight has gone on for a few seconds. But of course, yeah, the burst from leveling up Rocket Grab is beneficial as well. We do see Jax might be in a little bit of trouble top lane. Does have flash up.
I'm going to have to see Knucklehead. He's going to be moving. There goes the exhaust. Lands a cleaver in the black. And the burning agony ticking away. Baron Panda manages to pick up that last hit. So a counter kill for 4K and a very, very well executed one. Never at risk of Jax getting away. He burned the leap strike and the flash, only to be exhausted and effectively rooted in place.
Yeah, I mean, had he flashed more towards the top of the lane and avoided the exhaust, he probably could have got away. But even after his flash and leap strike, he was still in range of that exhaust, so there was no chance. Obviously, those cleavers are a lot easier to hit once the opposition is already slowed down. So, interesting there. I mean, it is only a 400 gold difference here. So really, I think the farming is about even so far. Urgot is going back, picking up that Brutalizer. That'll make him a little bit more scary in lane, but I don't know that he's actually going to dominate that lane. Has been holding even with Graves throughout the entirety of this laning phase, and it was kind of a situation where we really thought Graves, Blitzcrank were going to be able to dominate.
Sweegirl now, he manages to dodge the first Infected Cleaver. He put the counter attack down, has actually put a lot of damage onto Knucklehead. Now all of a sudden, Soaz jumps up there. Sweegirl still pushing down. Knucklehead's taken so much damage, but he does manage to get away alive. Sweegirl's the first one to go down now. Soaz is trying to put some hurting down to Baron Panda. Places a ward, uses that safeguard to jump to safety. LLEAGUE now is the next one trying to move forward, but eats a cleaver to the face. The Q lands from Soaz. Wild Growth knocks him up, and all of a sudden the Crocodile might be in trouble. Super low. Soaz fail flashes. There goes the safeguard. Igniting Glitter Lance will conclude the kill. It actually does get triggered to Soaz, and now all of a sudden LLEAGUE is the one that might be in trouble.
Oh my goodness. Yeah, she would have been in trouble, except Anivia got egged immediately thereafter, and somehow Blitzcrank and Soraka are in top lane. How did that happen? What are they doing up there? But they are up there, and now both teams, of course, really want to secure this blue buff. I don't think either team knows that the support is there, though.
Exhaust now goes down onto Soaz. He's been hurt a lot. They pull Dr. Mundo backwards. That means the Burning Agony is going to be ticking. Almost enough to pick up the kill, but one last auto attack from Anivia actually closes it out. 3-3 the kills, and now Awesome Fusion, he wants to take on Samwise.
Oh dear. Yeah, looks like they're going to both back off there. But that was pretty crazy. It's a good day to be an AP carry, bad day to be a jungler. They both died. Both AP carries picking up a kill, and Anivia's very
chilling for a bunch of times, or we're fighting, bashing one another in the head extremely often. And both Blitzcrank and Soraka had the sense or the peace of mind to know that they need to beat it. They need to push up. If the fight continues, they can help turn the tide. Unfortunately, the fight was over by the time they got there. But great game sense and great awareness from both sides to be in that area at the same time.
Yeah, that was great. Nivea did come out worse for the wear in the sense that her egg is down for a little while, so that opens up gank potentials on her in middle quite a bit.
And compare the farm as well. Currently sitting on 45 CS to 72 on Lulu. But of course, Liumi did have the Doran's Ring very, very early on, which meant he could use those Glitter Lancers to farm up in lane. It allowed him to put a little bit more damage down. And I think it's slightly easier to farm with Lulu at the lower levels than Nivea anyway.
Oh, absolutely. It's really hard to farm as Nivea. Her auto attack is kind of unusual. If you don't play her all the time, it's hard to pick up those kills or those creep scores with those auto attacks. And you generally see a Nivea, post 6 with a blue buff, she's not going to miss any more CS, so she'll probably catch up. That being said, Lulu doesn't really miss too many CS post 6 either. Oh, bottom looks like, okay, that is what Awesome Fusion should have done at level 1. Avoids the pull by flashing away. Was a necessary flash as Lee Sin was going to come in there and be dangerous as well. But yeah, we're probably not going to see a Nivea Yamato Potato miss any more CS. It is 59 to 81, so down a little bit, but I think they will make a comeback just by virtue of essentially free farming with their ultimate.
And the way that Anivia is able to farm with blue buff in that Glacial Storm. Glacial Storm, 1 Flash Frost, and that's effectively a wave cleared out. Now Liumi does have 5 points into Glitter Lance, also has blue buff and a triple Dorans. And look at that as well, Akage's lucky pick. We do have pressure down on the bottom, a great rocket gap into a fantastic wild growth. As Dr. Mundo was flying through the air, he hadn't even landed on the ground before Lee Sin was, had the wild growth. Cost 3 mana in Magic the Gathering if you play it at all. And that popped him up into the air.
No, that was huge because they get the Oracle off of Mundo, so that's another 400 gold that's not reflected on the screen. That's one thing that's rarely taken into consideration. They're an extra 400 gold down because they spent 400 gold on that Oracle and essentially did nothing with it. And they lose the Dragon because, of course, they had no jungler presence there. So really good job by Lulu in middle, using her Whimsy on herself to speed up and get to that fight a lot quicker than Anivia could.
Have a look at the farm at the moment. We've got the bottom lane, Grave sitting on 95, Urgot 93. That's dead even. Mid lane, Lulu's got a small advantage. In the top lane, Jax has got an advantage as well. Renekton 59 CS to Jax on 82. Now,
that is huge.
It's a pretty decent amount. I've been keeping an eye on the battles as well every now and again. And Sweegalnex just is toying with Baron Panda every single time they jump into the fight and commit to some damage. Baron Panda always comes off second best. And yes, he does have Cull the Meek to get those hit points back. It is maxed out as well at level 5. But it's just not enough to keep him in lane and not enough to keep him up on the farm.
Yeah, that is surprising. That kind of signals to me a really, big outplaying by Jax thus far, especially considering Jax has been ganked twice, has died twice, and is up so much in farm. Generally you'll see the lane snowballing the other way, but you're just really superior CSing, especially against a Renekton who has kind of easy farming in the sense that they can, they can use their skills to clear out waves, especially with Q. You can E through and Q and pick up the ranged minions at least, and once you get a couple levels more, you can just pick up all 6 minions at once. But it does look like they're probably going to go for a gank here, probably waiting for Slice and Dice to be used. Unfortunately, nothing going to be coming of that gank, as Slice and Dice was used essentially defensively.
Something else needs to be pointed out. I got my numbers wrong. It's 1 green for Wild Growth in Magic the Gathering, but it gives you a +3/+3. I got my numbers back. It's been a while since I've played Magic the Gathering, but my bad chat, And it's giant growth as well. But anyways, back to League of Legends. 2,000 gold advantage at the 13-minute mark. It's a fairly sizable number. But 1,000 gold of that is compliments of the Dragon, and of course having First Blood bonus and the bonus kill, plus the farm. That is where it is coming from. Lee Sin at the moment, double Dorans, boots, cloth armor, almost finished his phage. And he's running with Oracles.
Yeah, and now they have the Oracles and 4K does not, so really unfortunate. It's only a 1 kill difference, but a 2,000 gold difference. Jax, once again, putting a lot of pressure on top. Doesn't look like the blue buff is going to be challenged. No, Anivia is going to get that. That's one thing that generally, if you're ahead, you really want to challenge Anivia's blue buff, because without it, she doesn't get that free farm. And she, of course, has Tear Goddess and Chalice of Harmony, so she's getting a lot of mana regen in addition to that blue buff, but that is what Anivia needs. Looks like there's going to be a gank bottom, although Blitzcrank is already at half life, has been roaming for a long time, and has actually left Samwise down bottom to farm on his own. But he's been doing a stellar job. Urgot and Soraka really just didn't pick a point to really go aggressive.
Rocket grab does land though immediately into the Power Fist, followed up by the static charge, but now with the flash and the heal, does mean that Storg can keep Awesome Fusion alive. So Urgot gets out of that one. Now in the top lane, Jax is the one that's in trouble. Does take a stun to the back. Ultimate comes out from Baron Panda. Dominus is now going to be ticking away. That damage per 5. Baron Panda takes so much damage from the turret. And even 2v1, Jax still manages to pick up a kill. Compliments of all that damage from the turret.
Yeah, I was a little confused bottom lane because it looked like that was a really great gank opportunity, but even as it was, Blitzcrank landed the Grateful but didn't throw out the Ignite, and therefore, of course, the heals were that much more effective. Top lane, Lulu defending that turret relatively well, doing quite a bit of damage to Anivia, who's probably just going to back off at this point. Both of the APs made their way up top a little bit after the action.
The thing that was interesting about that as well, every single heal was used bar for the Summoner spell. So Wish went out, Astral Blessing went out, so even the Awesome Fusion took a lot of damage. Not being able to silence Soraka, or not being able to hold Soraka in place, meant that she could keep Awesome Fusion alive. And I definitely think they need to turn their attention to Soraka, because she's going to go down to that burst a whole lot quicker than Urgot is with that Terra Capacitor up.
Right, I mean, he has Terra Capacitor, he has also, you know, all the components for a Frozen Heart now. Has not built it, of course, but has the components. We'll be building that very soon. So it looks like we're going to see the very, very tanky style Urgot. But I wonder if we're going to see, you know, full tank. Is he going to go GA next, or is he going to go into a Last Whisper? I am very intrigued to see that. But how well is it really going to work if you're not building damage on Urgot, and your Renekton really isn't doing very much damage? It's kind of being shut down by that Jax top lane.
Yeah, they're not going to be able to transition into the team fight stages, because yes, they'll have survivability, but that means nothing if you're not going to kill somebody. If you survive longer, you need to be able to deal enough damage to actually pick up some kills. And right now, Mondo, Renekton, and Urgot not looking like they're hurting too much. And every single time Sweegle jumps onto Baron Panda, the stun comes out from Baron Panda, followed up by a dive backwards. We do see a kill happening on the bottom lane. Wish actually took place as well, so we'll rewind this one in just a second. As Hyperkinetic Position Reverser swaps Blitzcrank backwards. The Rocket Grab pulls a creep instead of Awesome Fusion. Power Fist does go up. One more Star Call is going to be enough from Storg to pick up the kill. Now they've turned their attention. Cypher Lynette is trying to take out Awesome Fusion, but the Battle Cross and Terra Capacitor are so powerful.
Oh man, I was like, oh, the heal's not going to be off in time, but that Terra Capacitor came up and just that little bit of life. So essentially, kind of a misplay on on the part of AAA there. Really, really bad in a couple of areas. The hook obviously missed. That was a lot of damage missed out, especially since is Lynette still leveling up that hook? Yeah, actually has 4 levels in that hook.
So, I'm keeping an eye now on the kill that happened in the mid lane. Lee Sin and Lulu just completely dived that middle lane and tore Nivea apart.
Right, and even, you know, chased her down through the flash. Really good show with the wild growth there of Lulu to make sure she got knocked up and was out of range enough of the turret that Lee Sin could just keep on beating on her in relative safety and not worry about losing his Oracle. But yeah, bottom lane, they kept on fighting Urgot even after his ultimate, but his ultimate has, man, it gives him, what, 105 armor and magic resist for 3 seconds. That is huge. There's like no point in attacking him for the next 3 seconds. But yet they did keep on attacking him. Did not go incredibly well. We might see a little bit of a payback bottom lane. Oh, nope. A lot of people coming in after that Graves. But,
I just watched that team fight in slow-mo. Urgot went down to 3 hit points, activated Terra Capacitor, took a Power Fist to the face, a couple more hits, and then went down to 6 hit points. So during the course of one fight was on single digits for the better part of 10 seconds and still did not die. So wow, what a huge play from Awesome Fusion. All of that armor and magic resist and, you know, the benefit from the position reverser as well as the bonus armor from Astral Blessing really shining through.
And his passive, because at one point I was like, why is he turning around to hit Blitzcrank? And I was like, oh, he probably wants to get his passive on him so Blitzcrank does a little bit less damage. At the same time, like, obviously Lynette better Blitzcrank than I'll ever be, but might be a little bit, you know, wanting to have leveled up that Power Fist.
And we see now we have another huge engagement at the minute. I need to go slow down the speed at the moment. Dr. Mundo's the first one to fall. Now the next one's going to be Lulu. She did pop that wild growth on herself, but it's not going to do a huge amount to save her life. And now turn their attention onto Urgot. He's the next one to fall. Jackson Leeson forced out of the fight. Lynette is running back. He does have Power Fist available. Is he going to pull somebody in? He's going to need to throw that up. The Crab lands as well as the Power Fist into the air. Now Baron Panda takes some damage, but the Glacial Storm does finish Jax off in the background. So a 2-for-2 trade, jungler and AD carry for top lane and AP mid. But wow, what a rocket grab and Power Fist from Blitzcrank.
Yeah, although the next Power Fist and Rocket Grab really backfired, as did that one. So he's had two Power Fists, or Rocket Grabs in a row that actually really backfired and got people killed. In the first instance, obviously, they got Jax killed with the Power Fist. Really thought they were going to kill Renekton, didn't. And then the second one gets both himself and Graves killed. And I think, did that kill on Renekton just go to the tower? So it was essentially, man, 3-for-0 after the initial fight that was in AAA's favor. It then goes 3-0 in favor of 4K there.
And it does need to point something out. Look at the mids. 3-1-2 on Anivia, 3-1-4 on Lulu. So both of the AP mids are picking up kills and getting a pretty good advantage. But look at the CS on Lulu. LLEAGUE is sitting 50 creep kills ahead of Anivia at the 20-minute mark.
Right, and even though they lost that fight, now they've picked up Dragon. So they're 2 kills down, but they are up in gold thanks to that Dragon. I was kind of wondering if the Dragon was going to be attempted by Anivia and Soraka, but between the two of them, they have very little consistent damage. Could run out of mana. Probably didn't want to be in position there where it would take them so long to kill it that AAA would get back up and actually steal it and kill them. So probably a good idea on their part not to try that Dragon, but the result is, despite the fact that AAA got kind of smoked in that fight, they are still up in gold, and obviously Lulu doing a really good job of farming. But I will say, obviously at the beginning of that fight, AAA looked like they had the advantage, but as the fight kind of wore on, if Mundo survives a little bit longer, then that fight goes completely differently. And yeah, the consistent damage from AAA could be a problem. It doesn't seem like they're really doing enough to kill them. And one thing we don't see on either team is an Aegis yet. I'm always like, first team with an Aegis wins. We do see a Frozen Heart on Urgot, so he does have that aura, and we do see an Abyssal Scepter on Lulu, so an aura on either side of the teams. But,
Hyperkinetic position reversal. That pulls Soaz all the way backwards. He flashes away immediately. And the glacial wall,
this is barely
so close. The wall also almost locked Lee Sin in, but he did manage to get away at that very last second.
Whew. Yeah, so there's a lot of potential initiation. Although 4K just kind of used their whole bag of tricks for initiating.
And I wonder what I would like to see now from the side of 4K is committing to a team fight because they know they can survive the damage. They've shown it once or twice already, and as long as they can keep Anivia in the back line, she's the one that really tore everybody apart. Everybody else dropped their health low, and Yamato Potato landed a couple of good flash frosts. He had a pretty good wall. What is that? It's Crystallize, I think it's called. A pretty good wall once Urgot had actually pulled Yamato Potato towards him. He then knew exactly how to direct Graves' actions and land additional damage. So I like what Yamato Potato is doing at the moment, and now we're going to have to see whether or not Lynette's going to be able to land a hook just out of range. Once again, a Flash Frost lands, but 4K just not close enough to convert it.
And it looked like AAA setting up for that Baron. They do have the Oracle advantage, which is pretty huge at this point in the game. 22 minutes, anywhere around this period of time is when everyone really starts focusing on Baron, and having that Oracle to make sure you have the map awareness advantage is really, really big. Especially if you have a Blitzcrank, you have an Oracle, they don't have an Oracle, you put down the wards, they don't have any wards, you can certainly catch them out of position. So we'll see how that comes. Jax did just pick up his Trinity Force, so he is now a very strong beast. There's only 20 CS ahead of Renekton. Renekton actually started catching up. Despite the fact that he was losing battles, losing fights really bad, he was able to catch up on the farm. And I think Jax only caught up, recently because Renekton was hanging out middle for a while there. So essentially, even throughout the laning phase there. That being said, Jax certainly doing more damage than Renekton in these team fights.
Part of that as well had to do with the fact that Jax lost his tower fairly early on and immediately started roaming. They were pushing for Dragon together. He was there when they were picking up the first and the second Dragon. So it allowed Renekton a little bit of time just to get some breathing room, just to pick up a couple of uncontested creep kills. And it's helped. I mean, he's finished his hectoring set. He's got a phage up. He's also got a chain vest. So he's starting to look a little bit more tanky. He's starting to be able to deal a little bit more damage. Mundo's gone down in both fights. I think he's lost 2 oracles. He lost one very early on, and in that previous team fight where he went down, I'm fairly confident he was wearing another oracle's elixir.
Yeah, he was.
Yeah,
he was definitely wearing an oracle. Definitely did lose it, and it's kind of amusing too. This often happens. I don't know if there was a kind of an argument or oh shoot, that
huge
hook
rocket grab. The jump comes out, counterattack locked, and look at the height that Yamato Potato gets. The knockup from Wild Grab in conjunction with a power fist. He gets uppercutted like it's Mortal Kombat.
That birdie can fly, I tell you what.
Nice.
People always complain that she's too slow, but she was going fast, just in an upwards direction there. Nice pull, nice wild growth. Everything really worked out perfectly there. And they're 4,000 gold in the lead, despite the fact that they're a kill down. They really kind of have control here. And as I was saying before that fight broke out, Mundo was like, hey, I bought 2 oracles. How about you buy some, Miss Support Lady? So Soraka does have the oracles now. Soraka also rushing towards Reverie. And no one is going to pick up an Aegis anytime soon. No one really has components. And I really think that would be huge, because that would just make their whole team a little bit more tanky for 4K. And likewise, no Aegis on the other side, but Blitzcrank does have a Zeke's Herald, which will give his team a little bit extra damage. Lee Sin, Jax, and Graves all going to benefit from that pretty substantially. And also a thing to consider is Lulu's passive makes her auto attacks do a little bit of damage as well. So she'll be, on occasion auto attacking and benefiting from that Zeke's Herald.
I'm a big fan of that. What I also like seeing, Yamato Potato sitting with a Chalice of Harmony, Athene's Unholy Grail. Come on, we'll be seeing it shortly enough. I'm a fanboy, I'm not going to lie. I like the item.
I mean, I like it too. I don't know that that's what they'll be building towards. You know what I really like that a lot of other people do not like? Archangel's Staff. It gives you really good AP for the price. Of course, it gives you no survivability, and I think that's why people don't like it. But the other thing it gives is actually a lot of mana regeneration. For instance, Tier Goddess only gives 7 mana regen per 5. Archangel's Staff, when completed, actually gives 25 mana regen per 5.
That's a huge amount. For everybody that's sitting on stream at the minute, we've set the viewer record for today's stream. This is, of course, the DreamHack qualifying qualifiers. What that means is the top 2 teams from EU West today and the top 2 teams from Nordic and East today will be qualifying for Sunday's event, and Sunday's the one that matters. Sunday's the one that is going to get you a spot in the DreamHack final. We see right now.
Oh my goodness, this is a fast Baron. It's because of that Zeke's, baby. That Zeke's making them do it real fast. They are going to finish it. They do finish it. Yeah, at this point, 10 seconds is all you really need. Jax, Wild Growth, they're kind of running away here, but they have Baron, and they're all at full life. Why not just fight?
Jax has just recommitted to the fight. He lands a leap strike. The first one to go down is Renekton, followed quickly by Urgot. Finally, Jax gets blown up. He was the first focus from Against All Authority, but trading 1 for 3 and managing to grab Baron in the background. That's more than a fair trade. Now they're going to be pushing forward. Store just gets completely blown up. 2 auto attacks and a Glitter Lance is all that's needed. Lynette is now moving forward. Can he land the Rocket Grab? 1 second. It is available. He's going to be moving Rocket Grab, and it missiles. He predicts the wrong direction. He uses the overdrive. He's going to be trying to get forward. Silence comes out. Now Lynette's on the way backwards. He doesn't have that mana shield. And Yamato Potato manages to survive.
Was so close, he could have just power fisted at that point. He was like almost standing right next to him. He says, this game is so buggy. Probably did try to auto attack and for whatever reason didn't go through. One thing with Blitz is he has kind of a weird animation and doesn't attack very fast, especially if overdrive isn't up. So maybe he thought he auto attacked and then was going for the hook, just for that extra burst damage. But alas, no sale on the kill for Nivea. But obviously the fight incredibly in favor of AAA. They also pick up that dragon, I believe. And now they are, in the driver's seat. Almost 8,000 gold in the lead. And really, yeah, there's nothing that 4K can do. I mean, nothing that 4K really has in mind for this sort of disadvantage. I think one big portion of their style is that you have to stay close enough so that none of your teammates are instantly bursted down. But the interesting thing about that is, Baron was taken. Obviously, no one was using their ultimates to kill Baron. But then they get caught by the enemy team and they just start running away. And it took Jax, it seemed like a good 3-4 seconds to be like, okay, I'm actually going to fight this. Whereas had he turned around and fought earlier, it probably would have been, a cleaner 5-0 ace.
Yeah, I completely agree with that. I do think they should have played a little bit more aggressive. The only champion that was a bit low was Lee Sin, and he could have just waited a little bit to commit to the fight. Now we're going to see, is a Rocket Grab going to land? A brilliant Flash Frost stops Lynette in his tracks. Just before this fight comes up really quickly, 309 ability power for Yamato Potato on Anivia. Lulu, on the other hand, 639. That is a massive difference.
Oh man, well I always make fun of people playing AP Lulu because her AP ratios are so terrible. It's like a combined 1.0 or maybe a 1.1 now. They just keep on getting nerfed because she's so powerful early game, but it doesn't matter when you have 600 AP, 639 AP, and a DFG and Abyssal. Well, it doesn't matter if your AP ratios aren't stellar. You're just gonna keep people down very, very quickly.
Now taking a look at that, the Rocket Grab does jump in, but they don't really want to focus Renekton. And look at the damage going on to Sweegal. The knockup comes up from the Wild Growth. Wish has now been used as well. Dragon's Rage forces Knucklehead back. It's pretty much a counter initiation because without being able to stick to the team, they're not going to be able to commit. But Jax took so much damage there. And the burst from 4K is very, very good.
It really did take a ton of damage, and I think this is the second time in this game we saw Trinity Force first. Of course, is being followed by a Bilgewater Cutlass, so same exact build as we saw in our previous game. I mean, had AAA not had Baron there, I think that would have been like a counter engage that would have went incredibly in 4K's favor, but since they did have Baron, obviously 4K was not going to follow that up, because their sustained fight, as we've talked about all game long, is, superior. And now that AAA is kind of split up, they're going to take some gold back, make sure they take a turret, which is a great idea. Even though you're behind, it doesn't mean opportunities are not presenting themselves. And there they saw an opportunity where Jax's top lane still a half-life. Hey, we can just push down this middle turret pretty easy here.
I like the way Nivea's building as well. Got the death cap, got the components now. Look at Lynette, completely caught up. It's focused. Wild Growth flashes over the wall. Are they going to chase him down? That's the real question. Acid Hunter's still landing. And wow, Lynette manages to get away. Yeah, the movement speed as well as that Wild Growth, just enough to keep him in the game. Or keep him moving.
Whimsy and Overdrive makes it for a very fast robot there. But I thought they were going to lose out their blue buff, but blue buff's not up, so no one's going to lose out on that. But yeah, I mean, AAA playing aggressively, they have Baron, they have the advantage, they have a huge gold lead, but they don't have the gold lead advantage where they can take on a 4v5.
Now, that was also Lynette playing very, very aggressively. He's sitting with boots and mobility. He's also got the overdrive ability. So when he pops that, he is moving at incredible speed, and he needs to let the rest of his team move up. He cannot commit 1v5, and you've seen why. He gets focused and blown up very, very quickly. I just hovered over LLEAGUE just very, very quickly. And that ultimate, that Wild Growth, Overgrowth, Multiple Growth, whatever it's called, rewards 970 bonus health. It provides the knockup and a 60% movement debuff for 7 seconds. That's huge stats at this stage in the game.
That is huge. Don't get too excited, but your favorite item was just purchased.
Yes, that's what I like to see. So, Anivia now 342 ability power. Mana regen is going to be very, very high. Compliments of Athene's Holy Grail. I want to see, how is the tier looking? Tier's currently sitting 792. That's almost maxed. If that gets completed to an Archangels, the bonus mana from that, in conjunction with the Death Cap, in conjunction with the Unholies, that's going to be a 600 odd AP Anivia, and that's going to be hitting like a freight train.
Right, and she will certainly be hitting harder than Lulu in my
estimation. And look at that, the rocket grab into Power Fist. Goodbye, Knucklehead. It was nice knowing you.
Yeah, at the same time, well, they're going to push this turret down because they feel very confident. Generally, pushing against Anivia is very hard. As we saw, even though they pushed that turret down, they didn't actually have creep support. Oh my goodness, and Lynette just charging in through the turret, taking tower shots, still taking tower shots, I think. Almost gets caught in by that wall.
But they pick up the tower for free. I mean, you don't mind taking a bit of damage to fall back. Now they've got a naked inhibitor. I mean, any time against All Authority 1, any one of the champions can move in. Jax, Graves, or Lee Sin, they tear inhibitors and towers apart.
Indeed, yeah. Certainly, you have to be aware of that. Baron coming up soon, so I mean, there could kind of be like a devil's choice play wherein they could fake for Baron and try to go for that inhibitor. They kind of have more options open to them now than do SK. It looks like Urgot building a Hex Drinker. It looks like he is going to build into a Malmortius, which is kind of unusual. I don't see that too often on him, but it is a tanky DPS item, which does kind of fit the role that Urgot is trying to fill here. Meanwhile, we see a Spirit Visage on Mundo and another Kindle Gem being picked up by Soraka. I don't know necessarily what that is going to go into, but it is certainly not going to go into an Aegis, which has me very, very sad that there's no Aegises in this game, unless my eyes are deceiving me.
That Kindle Gem could be upgraded. What's the not the Locket of the Iron Solaria? Possibly?
Does that create a... does that need a Kindle Gem? I thought it did not.
I can't recall. I've never bought one, ever. 3,000 odd games of League of Legends played, and I've never bought a single one, so I'm not
to be fair,
certain.
it's new, so that's not surprising. But that being said, like, I really advocate against it because it's not very gold efficient.
Look at this at the moment. Now they are going to decide who they're going to commit. They've managed to catch Soraka. That's a brilliant, absolutely amazing rocket grab. But look at the background now. Jax and Blitzcrank immediately forced backwards. They cannot take the damage. The first kill is Urgot. And Dr. Mundo still in and amongst the thick of it. He's the next one to fall down. And they just cannot. They don't have that attack damage carry to finish off the low health champions. Lulu picks up a double kill. Lulu picks up a triple kill. Graves closes it out. And that's a team ace.
Shoo. Yeah.
Wow.
That actually looked like it was going relatively well for 4K in the sense that, you know, no one died initially. Soraka got out, used her ultimate, survived, but then Urgot kind of overextended without team support. And yeah, wow. Everyone just survived for a AAA too, so they kind of outlasted, and then of course, you know, Graves on your team at the end of a fight with that Zeke's Herald just doing a lot of damage, not to mention of course Jax as well. So the damage did outlast a sustained tank in this battle.
And look at the focus though. I mean, you got 4 champions at below a third life. If 4K had maybe just focused or dedicated to one particular champion a little bit more effectively, they may have been able to pull that off. But nevertheless, against all authority, pick up the win. They advance to the next round, and 4Kings, their hopes of attending DreamHack have now been squashed.
Oh, that is unfortunate for them. They did play a good game. That was very close most of the way throughout. All the team fights were really, really close until that last one. I mean, I think it was a 5-0. But, I mean, it could have gone the other way, you know, just in a split second.
Right, so we are going to be organizing the next game, guys. I can see the admins have already started chatting to me on Skype. It's going to be just a few seconds. In the interim, show some support, show some love. Jump onto facebook.com/GGChronicle. You can follow Sotere and the rest of the GG Chronicle streamers and Portal and whatnot. Throw them some love, get their numbers up a little bit. And if you're having some fun with me, you can follow me name. So as soon as I get that confirmed, I will update it. Look at this at the moment. Lamia has managed to pick up Ashe. And that's very scary because Lamia's Ashe is immensely strong. Shushei sitting on Jax 4-0-1 at the moment. 7,000 gold lead at the 15-minute mark. Galio 1v1ing Mordekaiser in the middle. And it just looks like everything's going right for FNATIC at the moment. Team's name is METALSTORM. So, team... Oh, they do get a counter kill back. The Graves Impale, or Strana's Impale, is going to hold Shushei in place just for a little bit. Not long enough to really do anything. Finally, Shushei goes down in the background. But is it enough? Now they've turned their attention to Cyanide. Pheilox is channeling that Absolute Zero. It's a very, very good channel, but unfortunately not much ability power means it doesn't hit a lot of damage. So Cyanide now using that dredge line to pull himself to safety once more. And yeah, chat going a bit crazy. Shushei is doing well, controlling the game. Not giving away too many deaths. So how far behind on the stream are you?
I'm at 1552, so actually just the fight that you were describing just is happening as we speak. It is actually essentially over here, with everyone seeming to get away, except of course Shushei, who did die there, gave up his, you know, almost legendary streak there, was 5-0, now 5-1. But yeah, it looks like, man, this game is already pretty heavily tilted in FNATIC's favor.
Well, we do have to point out as well, xPeke's Galio is out-farming Alexis's Galio, by the way. 223 CS at the 17-minute mark. His counterpart in the middle, we can assume, was Mordekaiser, only on 92. Actually, let me lie. Let me maybe change that plan, because Mord is 0-5 and Jax is 5-1-1. So let's assume that Mord was top line. Oh, Lamia picks up the kill in the background with the Ashe arrow. That was immense. Mordekaiser going super, super low to the damage from xPeke. And it just looks like FNATIC really having a little bit of a pub stomp at the moment. Idol of Duran gets channeled. xPeke is going to be able to almost get away. Takes one last hit from itchBob. Finally goes down. Lamia is now kiting and using those frost arrows, putting as much damage as he can. Cyanide's now moving out. Dredgeline has been used. It's on cooldown for another 5 seconds. Are they going to commit to the dive? There goes the depth charge. It is up. Lamia is still chasing with those frost arrows and volleys. 15-3, 11,000 gold difference. 3 towers to 1. GG Fnatic?
Oh man, you're such a spoiler, because I was watching and it was only 13-3, but I now know that they apparently picked up these next 2 kills. So yeah, Lamia chasing down. Yeah, that's pretty close to a GG in my estimation. I mean, 12 kills certainly could come back, but this is a strong late game team as well with Galio. I love Nunu as a support. Just gives so much to your AD carry, especially in Ashe or any other, auto attacker. It's a huge advantage to have that. I think it's 65 bonus speed or attack speed and like 15, 25, something along those lines, movement speed. It is crazy.
Huge numbers. Look at Lamia's build as well. Bloodthirster is currently at 40 stacks and another BF sword and sitting on 1,500 gold. So there goes Shushei. He's dived over the wall. He's now putting some pressure down onto Swain, committing 1v3 and actually almost getting away with it. Lamia is now trying to kite, trying to put as much damage down as he can, putting some good damage onto Boomsday. One more leap strike is going to get Jax out of the danger zone for a small period of time. Shatter almost enough to take out Pheilox, but just not enough. Knowing that Shatter's down, Shushei moves forward and incredibly ballsy leap strike as well as the empower, and then just manages to walk away.
Man, knows his limits. Certainly knows his limits. I liked Nunu there also, being a target for the leaf strike for Shushei. And man, yeah, having this a little 30 seconds later is pretty entertaining, because it was interesting when you said it. It's even almost more interesting to watch it. Almost. But certainly, that is an interesting build coming out of Ashe. I do certainly like it, but I think it only really works when you have a Nunu to give you that extra attack speed, because otherwise you really want to get the attack speed items for Ashe, generally Infinity Edge, Phantom Dancer. But if you have 65% attack speed bonus, why not go for that early Bloodthirster, especially if you have an early lead, and then go into IE. But she is going to be incredibly reliant throughout the game on that Blood Boil. That being said, I don't know how much longer this game is going to last, just because Fnatic is doing a pretty stellar job.
Look at the pressure coming in. Cyanide moving forward with that depth charge. He does put it down, knock up at his 1 or 2 champions. xPeke uses the idol of Jree, not able to pick up a kill, but look how low health these champions are. And they're not even considered bursty people. Shushei is just going to be able to finish this up. Cyanide pops that Titan's Wrath just enough to survive. And xPeke at the 20-minute mark, sitting at 260 creep kills. That is higher than what Alexish was at the last time we casted the DreamHack qualifiers. And I believe that's the highest 20-minute CS I have ever seen. It doesn't need to be pointed out, about 5 or 6 minutes ago, xPeke did actually go down to Dragon. He tried to solo Dragon and was taken out in the process. So he does have a death compliment to the Dragon. He's being a little bit overconfident there.
Oh man, Galio, great farmer, not good Dragon Killer apparently.
And this is huge. Nautilus now jumps forward, flashes over the wall, puts a stun down. Using the tick, is the time going to be enough? No, it's not enough to pick up Mordekaiser. And I think Fnatic just maybe having a little bit of fun with this one. We are going to be following Fnatic. Let's assume they're going to be victorious. Yep. The next team that they're going to be coming up against is Team MEGASHOCK from Sweden. And according to my admins, the Swedish MEGASHOCK team is a strong Swedish side. So hopefully this doesn't get to Fnatic's head and give them a little bit of overconfidence for the next game.
Yeah, that's a danger that pros have, but I mean everyday players have as well. I always get into games like after having a very successful game, I start over again. I'm level 1, but I still think I have my like Infinity Edge and Bloodthirster and Phantom Dancer. I still think I'm incredibly damaging, or on the other side of the coin, incredibly tanky. And then I realized, wait, I have no items. It is the next game, so
look at this.
Fnatic keeps that in mind.
Shushei gets into a fight 1 versus 4. Not only gets out of the fight, but picks up a kill against Graves. Ash Arrow comes in. Now Nunu's going to be able to get a full channel ultimate. Yeah, it chunks off Tarek's hit points to less than half. Shushei finishes off Swain. That's a double kill for him. Ignite has gone down. That is going to be him being killed. Now the Yeti's going to finish off the kill onto Mordekaiser. Up in the top lane, Cyanide tries to use a dredge line onto Boomsday, but he's just out of range. And Fnatic pick up a 1-for-4 trade. And you're going to be able to pick up this inhibitor. And where is Cyanide going? He's going for a walk. Cyanide, he wants to push Boomsday. Maybe a surrender vote's up? I don't understand. Cyanide just wanted to take some laser damage. He wanted to visit the Death Star, and he got a full chunk of it.
Oh man. Well, yeah. This is an interesting showing. Certainly FNATIC thinks they have it in the bag. Jack's picking up that Sword of the Occult, but basically 1v4ing and didn't even have any stacks on that Sword of the Occult yet. Turned out relatively well for them. They're going to be able to push down. Obviously, you're in the future, so you know whether or not they've taken this inhibitor. Looks like it's gone.
No, unfortunately, they did fall back, so they moved backwards. But yeah, 17,000 gold at the 20-minute mark. That's close to about 800 gold per minute above their opponents. It's difficult to find faults in the FNATIC game right now. And you know what? Props to Team METALSTORM. Yes, they are getting stomped, and yes, they are struggling. But they're sticking it out. They haven't surrendered. They are still trying to fight. They are still trying to stick to this. And it's not often you get to come up against the likes of FNATIC. You know, this is a top-tier, top 8, top 10 European side. And they're getting an opportunity to play against them.
Indeed, and I guess they're going to keep on going at it, which I don't fault them for at all. I never surrender. I always think I can come back, even when it's 23-5. Although, I don't think I've ever played against the Galio that had 307 farm at 23 minutes in.
And look at the damage there. Keep a close eye on Galio there. He gets caught by 5 members of Team METALSTORM. He pops that Idol of Jree. And from, of course, all 5 members killing him from full health, the damage that it returns was huge. It almost killed Tarek. I mean, it's mental.
Whew. Oh yeah, that actually just popped up. And yeah, Tarek did almost go down. Of course, was being chased by Galio before that. But yeah, I mean, I like Metal. They're trying to take advantage here. They see if FNATIC's gonna be, you know, running all over the place, trying to 1v5 them. They're gonna take advantage, pick up some kills, and I think that's a great idea. Is it going to be enough? Most likely not, but there's always that hope, and I commend them for it.
And I feel for Mordekaiser. He's currently sitting 1-9. You just see him getting ganked 1v4, and it's so difficult to be in a position like that where any one of the opponents can pretty much take you out or you know, drop your hit points, and it sucks. It sucks. You can assume that there was a lot of camping maybe on Mordekaiser. Nautilus 4-3-10, Jax 10-2-2. Look at the damage that's going out at the minute. We're just going to be following these team fights for as long as we can. I like the pick on Nunu as well. Not only does he have Blood Boil to, you know, bump Ash's damage, or even Jax's damage, really, but he's built a Zeke's Herald. So the attack speed, the lifesteal, I mean, that benefits everybody.
Yeah, certainly, and it allows Ash to not prioritize that attack speed early on, just get that extra damage. Certainly nice for her. Although she did get that Bloodthirster early, so Zeke's Herald not as needed for that lifesteal.
Well, what is Ash's lifesteal at the moment then? I'm going to quickly, as soon as this fight is over, I'm just pretty much following them all the way to the Nexus. At the minute, wow, Lamia just crit after crit after crit after crit. Even in the spawning pool manages to pick up a kill. Ash at the moment currently sitting on, where is Lamia? 38% spell vamp, 35% crit chance, and an attack damage of 305.
Where is she getting all that spell vamp? Is there like 5 Will of the Ancients here?
Sorry, I meant lifesteal. Sorry.
Okay.
Yeah, sorry, my bad.
I actually kept on looking around. I was like, wait, did Galio build a Woda? I actually thought she had spell vamp, which, I mean, obviously isn't beneficial to her too much, but, you know, that ECA.
Yeah, exactly.
A lot of life back.
Exactly. xPeke is being chased down by 4 champions. It does manage to close off the kill onto Tarek. No, well, does have flash available. Is he going to flash Idol of Jree? Maybe wait for a few more of his teammates to get up. If Jax or Nautilus can get there. And wow, the damage. There goes the Idol of Jree. This should be enough to kill Graves, and it is. Just the Idol alone with one of those air grenades removes him. Shushei jumps in, lands onto Mordekaiser's head, swings that fishing rod, and nets himself a giant metal fish. Now they've turned their attention to Swain. S493 is going to be the next victim to fall to Shushei. Triple kill for the Gragas Star, sitting on 11 stacks Sword of the Occult, 8 stacks onto Leviathan. A wild Shushei appears, and it's super effective.
Very, very effective. Man, that's not even fair. The Jax with stacked items, going in there, cleaning up duty. I mean, all melee DPS love cleaning up. Like, if a fight breaks out and they're not around and they don't lose terribly, their team doesn't lose terribly, that's like heaven for them. Just picking up those easy kills.
Well, I do think they should probably, you know, commit just to a final fight and end this game out. It is pretty clear they're going to win. It's pretty clear the game's in the bag, so I think they've had their fun. Let's end it now. End the suffering of Team MetalStorm.
Yeah, I'm with you on that. Don't stack those stacking items. Just get the game over with. Go for a 5-man push. But that being said, as long as the other team wants to play against you, then it's not
That's
really
true
bad
as well.
sportsmanship.
That is true as well. Fnatic have all the time in the world to push. And if they want to do it by the numbers, get Baron, get Dragon, push all of the lanes. Fair enough. That's the way you guarantee victory. So as long as there's no surrender vote on the cards, hey, maybe MetalStorm are hoping for magical turnaround at the 40-minute mark. I do see now Shushei, he's just picked up the Magi Soul Stealer. So all 3 stacking items. It's 268 attack damage, 130 ability power. And let's see whether or not he's going to keep stacking that.
Yeah, but the other thing of note, I only really pay attention to it because you called it to attention in an earlier game, is no lifesteal on Jax. Now, that being said, of course, Zeke's Herald will give him some when Nunu's around, but no inherent just on him.
I find it quite strange. I feel that Jax really needs it. The fact that he's got that really good damage, really good high damage that's magic and auto attack, and the fact that he jumps in and amongst the entire team, if he gets some lifesteal and some spell vamp, from the likes of a Gunblade, it keeps him in the fight longer. He's fairly tanky with just his natural stats, and the damage he puts out is great. So I don't see why you don't build it. That's my primary concern.
Yeah, I'm with you on that. Although, a lot of people don't consider this, but lifesteal and spell vamp are actually defensive stats for all intents and purposes. Of course, they require offensive stats to take advantage of them, but they're only keeping you alive. They're not helping you do more damage. So if Jax's whole purpose is to do the most damage as possible, then foregoing those defensive items is not a bad way to go. Oh man, I just came upon that Galio ultimate into a Nunu ultimate. That is mean.
Yeah, it's not cool. It's just a bit uncalled for, but overkill. And you know what? Congrats to Fnatic. 29 minutes, 39 kills to 13. Really, really, really in control of that game. Well played. Well played to them. And yeah, the Shushei.
That's a lot of farm for that Galio.
Look at Pheilox. Look at first 3-0-22. What do you think? So it's Sotere. Support player yourself. That's a pretty impressive stat, isn't it?
Yes, absolutely.
So, guys, that is the next game. So we're going to be putting some music up in the background. Once again, shameless bump, shameless bump. Facebook.com/IntoLol and Facebook.com/GG Chronicle. It keeps us here. It keeps us casting. So please go share some likes, throw some love our way.
Coutard has been playing AP, has a lot of experience as an AD carry just in solo queue, but playing AP for these DreamHack qualifiers has played quite a bit of Annie, some Anivia, and Ahri. So if my intuition is correct, we're going to see an AP carry starting with an A.
Well, that sounds
played by Coutard.
That's pretty interesting.
That would be my guess. Yes.
They could then potentially ban Ahri, Akali, and Annie, although it would leave Anivia. So there'll always be one AP with an A. Damn, I forgot about that. So look at the ban so far. Ahri, Morgana, Alistar, Nautilus as well.
Champions.
Well, that's good, considering how well Cyanide did in the previous game as Nautilus. I think that's an understandable ban.
And just a good general ban. Nautilus, a little bit overpowered right now. I already mentioned my whole Zyphorus scheme, my conspiracy. Zyphorus purposely releases overpowered champions so they get a lot of attention. Nautilus, no exception to that rule. Really strong, really strong. Obviously played in jungle competitively, but can go AP mid, can go top. And the thing is he can compete in both of those lanes while building GP10 items. And we do see an Annie ban that is probably targeted at Coutard. Coutard played Annie in the last 2 games. Annie, of course, got some buffs in the last patch, pretty popular. But all these bans allow for a first pick Shen, which Fnatic should be pretty excited about.
It is going to give them the split pushing possibilities. We've seen this last night as well. Lamia, we know he likes Ashe. We know he's very good with Ashe. And last night, Absolute Legends, after the first pick was done, they also locked in Ashe just to take that away from Lamia. So he's going to have to look for a different carry. And Twisted Fate is available as well. So I wonder if we're going to see potentially Shen in the jungle, maybe with Cyanide. Twisted Fate in the middle from xPeke. It's a possibility, and the global presence would be scary.
That would be terrifying. And of course, we've already seen xPeke play a incredible TF in the course of these qualifiers. I would love to see that again.
We're going to have to see who is going to be locked in. So sitting on Graves and Sona at the moment. And that's quite interesting because you don't see Sona very often. Was a very, very popular, very, very powerful support character maybe 4 months ago. You know, pre-IEM Gamescom, around about IEM Ukraine, Kiev rather. And I haven't seen her again for a very long time.
Well, the thing is, they nerfed her Q damage and her power core damage, so that really took away from her early harass, but then they rebuffed it. And at the same time, they nerfed Janna when they rebuffed Sona. So actually, she does still have favorable trades in lane. That will be a lane that can push around a Janna Ashe lane, provided they don't get poked out too much by volley. They should win that lane. They have a little bit of sustain. They actually have significant amounts of more damage initially. I actually don't. I love Janna, still my favorite champion, but she's not really great in lane because that shield doesn't grant the AD bonus when the shield is broken. Her early game, you know, and all throughout laning phase, her trades are actually below average and kind of is outshone by almost every other support in lane.
Now, how do you think it's going to play then once Lamia and Pheilox get a couple of levels up on Sona? She's going to be using those different songs, those different dances of hers or whatever, increasing ability power and damage. Will they have enough burst to get through the Eye of the Storm to pick up kills against Janna Ashe in their bot lane?
You know, I believe they'll be able to pick up kills. I mean, obviously a really popular combination is a Taric and Graves to give that little extra AD and AP, the Shatter to take away the armor, but this is an incredible amount of burst in its own right. The crescendo into a collateral damage, obviously paired with that buckshot and an ignite, that does a ton of damage, and I think we've seen this. I think actually we've seen the strategy used against Fnatic quite frequently, where Melison's playing Janna and the opposition picks kind of a burst team to really kill her. Kill Janna, that is, generally who's running, you know, GP10 and is pretty squishy on their own right, and of course doesn't have the CC to protect themselves when they're being, you know, stunned or forced to dance, as could be the effect from Sona. But we do see a really interesting lineup from Fnatic, a lineup I really like, and of course we've seen how strong Galio has been throughout the tournament, but now they have Galio, Crescendo, or Galio Ultimate, Idol Duran, into Crescendo, into collateral damage, into Equalizer. That is just a ton of AoE damage potential.
I do have to throw out there, yes, the Equalizer is a phenomenal ability, and I love Shushei. He's a great player, and Fnatic's awesome, but he failed with his Equalizer against Absolute Legends on Tuesday.
I was actually watching that.
The positioning was terrible. He tried to use it to farm, missed the creeps. It was pretty bad.
Oh my goodness. Well, yeah, incidentally, I only smartcast, and so playing as Rumble was essentially not an option for me. Until recently, they've kind of fixed it now, but essentially they just took it off smartcast. So, I mean, Rumble, for a lot of us, we people who only smartcast, was kind of a champion that couldn't be played, despite being one of the, you know, strongest top laners. But as I recall in that game, he was actually losing in lane to, I forget who the matchup was, it was Renekton.
Renekton, correct.
Yeah, it was Renekton. So, yeah, of course, I remember you, and I believe Panky were casting, saying, oh, Shushei doesn't have a ton of experience with Rumble, but even without experience, Rumble, very, very strong. That team, that lineup, very, very strong. And Equalizers are a lot easier to hit when people are, you know, dancing from Crescendo and stuck in place from Idol Duran. So we'll keep that in mind.
Very, very true. So we are now into the 3-minute countdown. We're going to see a Talon. I would assume Talon's going to go middle. I can't see a Talon DPSing Rumble, especially with that scrap heap shield and then having the flame spitter up. I can see a Vladimir potentially doing that, but then can a Talon outburst a Galio? This is an interesting pick for me.
I think actually Talon can do really well against Galio. I mean, Galio's great ability is to counter AP middles because he just builds a little bit of magic resist, you know, has some magic resist runes, and suddenly they do no damage. He puts his shield up, but anyone with AD can still really easily outlane him. That being said, I wouldn't be surprised if Talon went top against Rumble either. Certainly there's, you know, a point where it's unfavorable, but his rake essentially will allow him to, you know, jump in there, rake Rumble, and get out without taking too much return harassment. Whereas, on the other hand, I actually think Vladimir against Rumble is not a good matchup for Team MEGASHOCK. And Yeah, I don't. So I'm uncertain where they're planning on doing this. If I were them, I would have, just Vlad middle and Talon top.
I definitely think if Shushei is able to time his scrap heap shield correctly and land those electro harpoons, especially against Talon. Talon's going to throw out that rake, going to dash towards him. I think it's Noxian Diplomacies is on hit. I forget the name of his silence ability, but he's going to dive.
Maybe?
There we go. Going to dive forward with that cutthroat. If Shushei can land the electro harpoons as he's escaping, then the shield, the movement buff from his shield as well as Flame Spitter should be able to give him decent damage. But if Talon gets ahead, if Coulthard pulls ahead in the early stages of the game, it's going to be very scary for Shushei. It should be pointed out that Coulthard was playing AP, wasn't he? So we could assume he was the mid player based on the fact that he was playing AP in the previous game. So we're going to have to see how Team MEGASHOK do this one. We're going to have to see what Team MEGASHOK think is going to be the right decision and the right choice for them. Cyanide in the jungle against Goats in the jungle. Shen and Nocturne, both of whom very strong level 6 ganks.
Right, and I feel like Nocturne actually counters Shen just a little bit. Obviously, that darkness is going to make it more difficult to counter gank. A lot of people in chat saying, Nocturne versus Galio not an ideal matchup. Or not Nocturne, Talon versus Galio not an ideal matchup. And I agree, it's not ideal, but I think both of those matchups aren't ideal for Talon, but they're both matchups that he can take advantage of. And I really feel like Talon's kind of underplayed. A great assassin-type champion. But assassins generally are not really high competitive picks. But we'll see how it turns out here. I would not be surprised if he goes on a rampage.
Yeah, I'm going to have to keep an eye on it. So, adverts up as per usual, and we'll be back with FNATIC against Team MEGASHOK in 30 seconds. So, adverts are playing, and once again, we're going to be looking at the skins. I just got to remember not to click anywhere, because if you do, it throws your game down to the bottom right-hand corner. Thank you,
oh my
Riot
goodness,
Games.
is that what does it?
Yep. Don't.
I was wondering.
Don't
Oh,
click.
man.
Don't click. Don't poke anything. If you don't touch anything, it'll load 100% fine. But from the second that timer hits 000, don't ask me why. I don't know. Riot just decided to send it to that corner.
Interestingly enough, I'm actually only getting a black screen, so that might be an issue. I'll probably be able to reload afterwards. Let me know when the game is all loaded up.
I sadly have the same problem as well. Staring at a
dear.
blank screen. I'm going to leave it for a few seconds. The client is fantastically fun.
There we go.
So just a bit delayed. So maybe the servers are just a little bit stressed on patch date. 10 p.m. All of Europe is probably playing and queuing up for games.
I have to always tell people when I'm just casting community games over GG Chronicle, we every Wednesday we just invite people to play with us. But it's unusual because when you're watching streams, you're like, why does this keep on messing up? Well, custom games for whatever reason are just a lot more buggy than regular games in general. For instance, I'll never, bug splat or error out of a regular game over the course of 1,000 games. But, every third custom game or so has some sort of, quirk in it.
And it's probably because of the code, because you are, as a user, creating the instanced server. You're defining the parameters. So whatever variables are in play there, the server just doesn't like having user-inputted variables. But anyways, let's have a quick look at the skins. We've got Cleavage Sona up for show, Australian Graves. I have to admit, Team MEGASHOK have the slightly sexier skins, I have to admit.
And 4 out of 5 as opposed to 3 out of 5. xPeke really letting us down there with no new legendary Galio skin.
Not cool, dude. Not cool. I just want to throw out as well, I've seen a whole bunch of guys asking about Melisan. Where is Melisan? What's up with Melisan? Melisan is unable to play the qualifiers or DreamHack due to some real-life commitments. I'm not certain what the cause is, but during the interim, Logic's Pheilox has actually been drafted, so he is the official FNATIC 6th. If you head over to Fnatic.com, you can see the news post and the news announcements, and he'll be following them. If Fnatic qualify for DreamHack, he'll actually be attending the LAN with them as well. So Fnatic on the left-hand side, facing off against Team MEGASHOK on the right-hand side. I want predictions. Best of one. Loser goes out. Chat, who is going to win this game? And you know what I like to see? Boots pots across the board. It has been for most of today. Very rarely have we seen other items being picked up. But Lamia, he's confident. He's gone Doran's Blade.
Yeah, that is definitely a sign of confidence. Of course, he has a, support that can heal him a little bit in lane. Sona doesn't have the greatest sustain, but pretty confident, and I expect them to be bullies. If you're going to go with that Doran's Blade, no reason not to bully the opposition. Hope to get a little bit ahead. But that being said, if they do get poked out by a couple of those volleys, it's possible it could set him behind, waiting for that Sona to get a couple levels and heal him up. So a very standard start. Everyone kind of patient. Everyone, just back and hanging around. Actually, Galio went back to town. Uncertain why. Didn't pick up an extra potion. Thought he might be going for the 4th potion, but does not.
And having a quick look at the minute, this is the round of 8, guys. So we're down to the quarterfinals. The winner of this game is going to qualify for the semi-finals. And whoever wins the semi-finals is going to qualify for Sunday's event, which is the real one. It's only Sunday's games that actually get you a spot. Oops, sorry about that. It's only Sunday's games that actually get you a spot at DreamHack. So there's a lot to play for, Don't forget, of course, this is the DreamHack Beat It MSI-sponsored tournament. Steel Series are in there as well, and they're playing for a spot at DreamHack Summer in June. So big props to the sponsors and the guys who are putting the event together.
Indeed. It is good to be a part of it. So we are going to see Vlad versus Rumble top, which I generally would favor Rumble in, and Talon versus Galio mid. And I mean, the chat was pretty much against this. They're like, oh my goodness, Talon can't do anything to him. But I think it might be a little more in Talon's favor than people expect. We shall see as the battle goes on. Certainly, Team MEGASHOCK had something in mind. Probably not too surprised by a Galio pick, and they really wanted to get Talon into play.
And look at the stats on Talon at the moment. 41 armor, 50 magic resist, and 75 attack damage. So his rune page is mostly flat AD and then defensive stats as well. It looks like flat MR as opposed to MR per level, but we'll just have to see as he starts leveling up what that actually turns out to. But look at the damage he's already putting out into xPeke.
Right, and yeah, Rake does decent amounts of damage early, and a lot of AP champions, people don't really realize this, but for the first couple levels, they don't do a ton of damage. Up top, we do see Nocturne going in on Rumble. It looks like he might be in trouble. If this Fear puts him the wrong way, oh my goodness, it actually only put him kind of backwards. Shushei was lucky, did get to continue running a little bit towards his tower, even though feared. So he is going to get away, but does not have flash now, and that's kind of the little head start that Vladimir needed. Otherwise, that lane would have been really unpleasant for him.
I like to see that as well. The pressure from Nocturne, he got level 3 incredibly quickly. I mean, he was up there at that gank around about the 3-minute 20 mark, and he had level 3 and double buff. So Nocturne Goats is looking very, very scary. 16 plus 10% armor pen, 0.73 attack speed, 700 hit points as well, and then armor. So that looks like an AD, a little bit of a pen, a little bit of HP, a little bit of everything on that rune page, and it obviously appears to be working.
Yeah, certainly. I mean, I think the standard build for him is, get up to 13 or so armor pen, then go attack speed so you can proc his passive more. He might have gone more attack damage, though, and he's kind of setting up for middle, is just going to head on back. Although Countard being ganked here, and Nocturne is around, so this could be a good counter jank. We will see.
Potential for first blood. Countard is very, very low. The fear proc does not go xPeke's favor. Is Cyanide going to be able to pick up a kill? One more Vorpal Blade. He lands the taunt. There goes first blade. First blood, rather, not first blade. Cyanide is hanging around, but he's got no mana for the Righteous Gust. He's got no mana for the Resolute Smite. Cyanide just manages to get that dash up at the very last second.
And I thought he was still going to be in range for that fear. That was incredibly fortunate for them. I'm not going to say lucky, because it was mainly a factor of skill. And Nocturne, it was lucky that Nocturne was around, but they just were not able to pick up the kill. Good flash time by xPeke. Talon wanted to get in there, get that first blood, but it just put him out of position. And previously, before that all happened, really Talon had the advantage in lane by a wide margin. Not necessarily farming, he was a little bit ahead in farming, but xPeke was out of mana and at about a third life before that gank came in.
Also, I just got to remember, technically speaking, it's xPeke. Technically the way it's meant to be pronounced. My girlfriend's Spanish and she yells at me all the time when I mess it up, so sorry, babe. But anyways...
Actually, I knew that, but I still mispronounce it. It's just really hard because the different vowels in different languages are...
Exactly. I can't speak my form of English. I don't want to say it is English because it's a hybrid breed of the language, but it just doesn't fit Peke. It doesn't roll off the tongue easily in the middle of a fight.
I actually don't know. Where are you from?
Originally South Africa, actually. Originally South Africa, but I do have British parents, hence the slight British tones in the language.
Yeah, I have the same problem with the German E, like in Anka. I can't pronounce that either. So I'm told that it's not. I always say it wrong, but I don't exactly know how I'm saying it wrong, and therefore cannot correct it. So yeah, thanks to that middle gank, Talon's having a lot harder time now against xPeke, and the farm is still even. Meanwhile, bottom lane, I saw, oh wow.
Huge damage in the middle lane. Now there's pressure in the top lane as well. Shushei does get caught by the Dustbringer. Shen is close, but there's no stand united. He's not going to be able to get in range. One last auto attack from Vlad is all that was needed to pick it up. And look at the damage coming out from xPeke. These guys are going to move in. He does land the idol of Durant. It's going to pop. He needs the silence to end. And one more air grenade does close off the kill. So Chalice of Harmony giving him all the mana he needs to spam those abilities and keep Countard under control.
Really, yeah, and that ultimate, lots of damage, was able to just poke Talon down, and really didn't miss any of his skill shots, for the past, I don't know, good couple of minutes, which meant that he was able to just chunk down that Talon, and really, I feel like Talon had an early advantage there, but after that gank, as, often happens, lost the advantage. Down bottom, 62 CS to 48 for Ashe, and Ashe is going back as well, so Graves will probably be able to extend that lead. So that Doran's Blade actually has been really helping him out, helping him maintain and keep a lead. Meanwhile, though, blue buff stolen from FNATIC, and Cyanide comes in and is a very sad ninja. He's like, oh my gosh, where is my blue buff? They're pinging down. They're like, Nocturne must be around here. Well, if they do keep that blue buff from Galio, he becomes significantly less potent. Yeah, of course he does have Chalice of Harmony, has actually rushed a Chainmail Vest, so he is, pretty set in lane. But without that blue buff, he's not going to be able to spam those spells as much as he wants, and Talon may be able to survive through the harass and, perhaps whittle him down.
Something that I want to point out, look at the ward coverage on behalf of Team Megashock. One ward at the top, they got one ward at FNATIC's blue, they've got one near the Red Bush River entry, and then another one at Dragon. In comparison, FNATIC only have sort of the required wards, the bare bone minimum. And it's brilliant ward coverage on behalf of Megashock, really being able to control the lane, or control their vision of the map. Now, we do have a ward coming up from FNATIC on Megashock's blue buff, and I don't know if they're going to be setting up, trying to steal, or something along those lines.
Yeah, they do have the Ash Arrow, or not the Ash Arrow, the little hawk flying from Hawkshot towards that blue buff. Make sure it wasn't being countered already. But yeah, that's something you definitely have to... Oh my goodness, the flash from Cyanide, just not far enough. I think he was trying to flash over the wall to then taunt and then steal it. Did not get close enough to smite steal it, and so Talon has that blue buff. Well, certainly when you counter the opposition's blue buff, know that they really want to take your blue buff in return, so secure it ASAP. They do secure it there, but it was quite dangerous. That being said, they got a free flash out of Shen, which is kind of a big deal.
I'm very nervous for xPeke now in the middle lane because of the fact Countard has that blue buff. He can spam Rake all day long. He can keep using that noxious diplomacy. He is leveling. We had paranoia happening on the bottom lane. The crescendo goes out and it completely locks up Ashe and Janna. So that was a very, very good crescendo from Pheilox, saving both himself and Lamia in the process. Flash is used by Shushei in the top lane as well as Stand United. Shushei does land the equalizer out onto, is that El Mubo? But unfortunately, taking so much damage in the process, he can't commit to any longer fights.
Yeah, he was actually very low before that. Vladimir really kind of pushing him around in lane. He's only 7 CS ahead, but, once Vladimir gets to this point, level 8, level 9, has that, revolver probably going towards that Woda, he just gets incredibly dangerous in the laning portion of the game. So Rumble's going to have some issues. Of course, I thought Rumble would be able to, withstand a little bit better, but did get that early gank, really put him on his hind heels.
The thing that I find interesting about the way Shushei plays Rumble as well, when we watched him play against Absolute Legends, he opted to go for a blasting one first, which is very, very, it's interesting, it's fine. He was taking a lot of pressure now. We do have a dive going on in the middle lane here, just the one auto attack going out. But he took quite a lot of damage from Renekton and didn't opt to go for the Hex deck, and now we see Shushei pushing forward. He doesn't have Equalizer available though, so no Equalizer, but if he's going to opt to move forward, does he have it? The Electro Harpoon misses! Al Mupo just gets out of range. But Shushei builds, he doesn't build standard, he doesn't get that life steal. He's opted to go for the Soul Shoes and now for the Amplifying Tome. So he's going for that, a little bit of movement speed as well as trying to mitigate some of El Mupo's magic resist. But it's interesting,
I was thinking we might see a Galio teleport bottom, but Sona's not around. But now they really have some good global presence. Shen's ultimate is down. Top lane, Nocturne just taking out Shushei on his own. Man, underestimating Nocturne, and I see a lot of people do that. I often not underestimate him. But yeah, Nocturne, very, very good duelist, as he proved there. Picked up 2 Orange Blades, so not going for that early Madrid's Razor. Interesting. That is a pretty common build now on Lee Sin and Nocturne, but not necessarily standard. Galio, meanwhile, rushing that Glacial Shroud, kind of, interesting item builds. Everyone kind of changing it up, being very versatile with their item builds, to kind of go against their competition. Although, the one person that hasn't really changed anything is TalØl. TalØl just going Doran's Blades. We're going to see what his next buy is here. He has quite a bit of gold, 1,400 gold, in fact. Is, basically holding even with Galio in farm.
Could possibly end up going for like a Brutalizer or something similar and increases the damage you can deal significantly. He currently has 6 and then 10% armor pen, so he may need just a little bit of more armor penetration to really get through that chain vest that Galio's already built up. I do want to just give a quick update about the rest of the quarterfinals. The admins have just got back to me, so Somi and Scarf, those are your admins for today. Give those guys mad props. They're running a very, very good tournament. And while I say that, the Equalizer goes out. It does deal the initial damage to El Mupo, but is able to move straight away from it. But look at the damage coming out from one single transfusion. If the taunt can come through, there's the taunt from El Mupo. Shushei should be able to finish it off. One more hit. Finally picks it up with that last tick of Flame Spitter. So the way that the quarterfinals are playing out, Na'Vi are facing off against Frag Zoned. SK are currently playing Eclipsia. Teamless have just defeated Against All Authority. So Against All Authority are out and they do not qualify for Sunday's tournament. Teamless are into the semi-finals and they stand a chance to win a position at DreamHack Summer.
And you were right with that Brutalizer call on TalØl. Did pick that up. It was doing pretty good damage to Galio as well. Blue buff is back up, so they definitely want to be over there to kind of make sure that it actually goes to Galio this time. Galio taking the really long route around, picking up wolves on his way. It was very interesting top line to see Shen, just stand on by. They essentially knew Vladimir wasn't going to get away, but, Shen decided that the kill should go to Shushei, and it should. And Shushei this time, you were commenting, didn't build any sustain last time, and I actually don't think that's a bad idea. Is building sustain this time, which I think is a good idea, but in general, if you rush Rylai's, for instance, on Rumble, that is a very decent choice. He has very good AP ratios, surprisingly good AP ratios, so, I mean, that's something, you can certainly rush instead of getting that sustain, which you don't always need. Down bottom, a Crescendo, and collateral damage, so much, that little Ignite to finish Jan off, but yeah, as we were saying,
damage being returned onto Pheilox, though. Etnex is pushing forward, applying a lot of damage with that double Dorans and Berserker's Greaves. Talon's now moving down towards the bottom lane as well, but he's going to fall back. And look at Cyanide, he's got the Oracle's Elixir Potion ready, but he hasn't drank it just yet. Pressure on the top lane, and Shushei is going to be going for the fight. He needed to stay for one more tick. The Equalizer picks it up. Shushei, I apologize for doubting you. I never meant to doubt the Equalizer. That was really well played on the run back. And it managed to use it to secure the kill.
Down bottom, Idol Duran going on Ashe. That will be a kill on Ashe. So we saw TalØl and Nocturne kind of setting up for bottom lane, but it ends up being Galio who teleports in there, picks up that kill. Ashe, kind of in an unfortunate circumstance where she didn't have Janna support there, so was in a very dangerous position. Probably felt a little bit comforted by the fact that Nocturne and TalØl were close, but obviously neither of them, well, Nocturne does have a mini teleport, but TalØl obviously couldn't get down there instantaneously.
I have just rewinded. We've seen xPeke. He come in from the top bush, so Etnex had no vision, had no idea what was happening, and there was nothing he could have done against that gank. Great coordination from FNATIC, and that gives them a 2,000 gold lead.
Yeah, although it looks like MEGASHOCK here is going to be able just to take this dragon. There is a pink ward down, no ward coverage for FNATIC. A little bit of a mistake on their part here, and this should be done before anyone pays it any mind. Yes, it is down, so that just about evens it up. It is a 1.2k lead still in FNATIC's favor, but that is not a huge lead considering they have 4 kills.
Well, not too bad at all. So well played by Team MEGASHOCK, noticing that FNATIC had fallen back and not pushed for the dragon, so they took it instead.
Yeah, and the other thing to note is, I mean, obviously I love Oracle pickups. That's a good pickup by Cyanide. But one reason why you pick up an early Oracle is so you have Dragon control. And now, obviously, you know, Baron isn't quite yet in play. They don't really have a great Baroning team, do Fnatic. So that Oracle is kind of going to waste for its main primary purpose of controlling objectives. Obviously, still very useful just for clearing out wards around the map. We do see Nocturne positioning for an ultimate here. Shushei, definitely doesn't know what's happening, but is, you know, acting like he knows it's happening, and that's going to force Nocturne just to kind of run away.
Another thing to point out, keep a close eye on the farm. Mid lane, 177 CS Galio to a 125 CS Talon. You can definitely see xPeke has been practicing this giant gargoyle. Is farming very, very well, is even stealing the raids. Gonna have to throw one more of those Resolute Smites, or the air grenade as I like to call it. And he steals the raid camp. Now he's moving up to the top lane. I don't know if Shushei knows that Nocturne's here. Galio is close, but Talon's moving up. Here comes Stand United from Shen. xPeke moving forward. If he can get a good idol of Duran, this is going to be the key. He manages to capture both. Shen is available. Shushei is available as well. Equalizer still is available for cooldown. Finally gets thrown. Paranoia gets dropped out. A flash from Goat. Shushei is moving forward, and the Righteous Gust is going to be enough to pick it up. Now, TalØl, the one that's in trouble. There's a big wave pushing under this tower, and Fnatic have the damage to kill him.
Yeah, but they don't have any of their ultimates up. I don't think they're going to go in for this kill here. He actually just uses his ultimate to clear out the minions there. Probably a good choice because he just did a little bit too little damage. And everything going well for Fnatic down here. Pushing bottom lane out of the area there. Going to do some damage to that turret. Ashe has to go back. So everything going pretty splendidly for them. Really kind of, I don't know if it was a mistake, but Couchard saw that there was a gank going up top. Probably saw that Shen ultimate going in. And then turned around and went back to middle for whatever reason. Obviously if it headed up there, might have turned out differently, but might not have as well.
Well, I'll take a look in that bottom lane. Collateral damage had been used, as did Ignite and Crescendo from Pheilox and Lamia. So we can definitely see they did try to put some damage onto Etnex and Steve, but no Crystalline Arrow. Monsoon was all that was blown from Steve, and it was able to at least save Etnex's life, but it did not save the tower.
Right, and it didn't save the farm either. So, I mean, it doesn't always matter. Even if you don't get kills, you can still go in there, you know, deny people a farm and go from there. Meanwhile, xPeke taking quite a bit of damage from Talon middle, but does have 2 levels. Obviously, that huge farm that you mentioned earlier. And that's, I mean, yes, it's a function of, you know, getting all the creeps in your lane, but it's also a function of, you know, going down, taking wolves, taking rays, and so on and so forth. And that being said, you know, an incredible amount of farm, although a lot of those minions that they kill are not necessarily as worthwhile. The Wraith Camp, for instance, probably not actually worth 4 minions. I think it's like, what, 35? I mean,
it'll be 20 gold less, because the big one gives you around 40 gold, and you get, I think, 4 or 5
right.
for the smaller one. So if you average 20 to 23 CS for a normal creep, 4 of them would give you 80 gold, but the creep camp will only give you around 60 in the Wraith Camp, give or take.
Yeah. That being said, though, I mean, Galio, tons of gold. 7,100 gold right now to Talon's 5,200. So 1,900 gold just there in the lead. Obviously, Fnatic, a little bit of an advantage gold-wise. 3.4k, has that turret down. Did lose Dragon, but are also up 6 kills. I mean, up until that tower taking, and until, you know, Galio really established himself mid lane here, the gold difference was very, very less significant.
I like what Galio is building as well. xPeke, he's finished his Abyssal Scepter. He's got the Chalice of Harmony, has had the Chalice of Harmony for a while, and he's built a Glacial Shroud. Now, I like that against Talon, against Nocturne, against Ashe, who are going to be the constant DPS, and the burst that's going to be coming out from Talon, so that gets countered by the armor. That's going to eventually be built into a Frozen Heart, which is going to debuff all 3 of those champions. It gives mana, it gives cooldown reduction. Combine that with the magic resist items that Galio builds normally in the forms of his Abyssal Scepter and what looks like Mercury Treads. It's a very tanky, but also a very DPS Galio. Athene's Unholy Grail is going to give him magic. It's going to give him some more cooldown reduction. And I really like the way that he's building his champion at the moment. Graves as well, yep. Lamia, he's gone for Bloodthirster as opposed to the Infinity Edge. That's a little bit out of the norm.
Yeah, it certainly is. I mean, it certainly helps out early game. It's just not quite as strong as the game goes on, in my opinion. I really like having that Infinity Edge. That being said, they pick up a kill there on Nocturne, use Idol of Durand, and collateral damage. Graves does not have to blow Ignite, though. They were pretty certain that they were going to secure that kill. So they secure the kill and get a tower. Pretty good exchange for them, seeing as how they gave up nothing for it. And I often see Galio's build that Glacial Shroud into a Frozen Heart, but normally it's later on in the build. All he did here is rush it earlier on, which is a good choice. I also see them pick up Aegis. I think last game... Oh, wow, that Crescendo barely landing at the tip.
Really good Crescendo.
Buckshot, too much damage on Janna. Janna, kind of squishy. I mean, once you catch her, she is squishy. She does have a lot of escapability, but, you know, squishy there, and, you know, FNATIC really starting to take control of this game.
Something I'd like to point out as well, I just took a look at Shushei's skill order, and he's opted to go 5 points into Flame Splitter, 5 points into Electro Harpoon. The majority of Rumbles that I see, they do tend to put 5 points into that Scrap Heap Shield, or Scrap Shield rather, because of course it gives you a higher movement speed buff, it gives you a higher shield value, and that obviously just means you can survive better in those duels. But Shushei really wanted the damage, you know, hitting 230 odd damage per missile, and it slows 30% per missile, and it does stack as well. So just interesting, something to point out and to consider.
Oh my goodness, this could be a really mean teleport into Idol of Durand here.
We're going to have to see whether or not that comes off. There goes the ultimate from TalØl. He manages to catch a few. xPeke does not have flash available, so he did have flash, but opting not to flash into the middle of everybody, and I'm not quite sure why. They do exchange 1 for 1. Shushei goes down in return for Steve. Now look at Kautsard. He's taken some damage in the background there. xPeke was able to 1v1 Ash. We should have kept a closer eye on that one. But it's going to be moving up now. Idol of Durand has been used. Now they've turned around, so it's a 1 for 2 trade. But MEGASHOCK were able to collect the dragon, so they do technically still come off ahead in this exchange. A flash taunt comes out. That means Vladimir just gets instantly blown up.
That was unfortunate. He used his pool, but he actually did not evade the slow from Galio, which meant he was slowed, and that really gave Cyanide the opportunity to jump on in there with that taunt, pick up the kill. Actually, I don't know that he did pick up the kill, but he ensured the kill.
So TalØl at the moment sitting, he's got a BF Sword, Merc Trade's completed, and the Brutalizer. Is recalling back now, sitting on 750 gold, over 100 CS, no, just shy of 100 CS behind xPeke in the mid lane. And that's at the 23-minute mark. 300 creeps nearly at 23.5 minutes time.
And I have to say, all of this kind of happened. I mean, obviously xPeke a really great player, and I mean, this could have happened either way, but TalØl was winning the lane early. Shen comes in for that early gank. It turns into a 2-on-2. And they pick up the first blood, and that just really changed the lane complexion around. I would have been really intrigued to see how it would have turned out had they not picked up that early kill. You know, had TalØl picked up that early kill, I imagine it would have steamrolled in his favor. That being said, Galio, you know, proving his worth even as a counter to these AD assassin champions. Really good showing. Another really high farm showing. Not quite as high as last game, but yeah, Galio, champion of farm.
I like to see the champions at the moment as well. Now, Galio is committing to this. He pops it. Collateral damage comes out from Kautsard, and I think if one more ability had landed, it may have been enough to actually pick up that kill. Shen, currently sitting 2-0-4. That Oracle's Elixir that he picked up around about the 12 or 13-minute mark is still sitting on his face. He still has that pink eye and is able to is busy clearing out wards, even picking up pink wards as well. He stuck one down by the Baron Pit. Cleared out that Baron ward from earlier.
Yeah, and I said, oh man, he's not going to be able to control objectives. And actually, you know, Team MEGASHOCK has been doing a really good job of keeping control of that dragon, despite the fact that they're losing, and despite the fact that they don't have an Oracles, and Cyanide does. But that Oracle is definitely paying itself off in worth. And man, now Galio, level 18, talent level 14. That is just crazy.
And what I like about the build or the stats at the moment, take a look at Lamia. 500, 225 CS, 30 ahead of Ash. Has got Zeal completed, Last Whisperer, and a fully stacked Bloodthirster as well. Ash only sitting on an Infinity Edge and an attack speed dagger.
Yeah, I mean, I like Ash's late game build better, but an early Last Whisper on Graves, you know, I'm not sure how necessary it is, seeing as how there's very little damage on the opposition, or armor on the opposition, but that probably means that his, you know, his skills are just going to be doing that much more damage. Buckshot and Collateral are going to be able to hurt everyone regardless of whether or not they build that armor.
I just found out as well, guys, admin announcements has come through right now. Eclipsia have defeated SK Gaming. While I'm saying that, Shushei gets immediately blown up from all the damage from Talon. The Ash Arrow, now a great idol of Jree catches all 5 members of MEGASHOCK. That blows up. Ash is the first to fall, followed quickly by Talon. Now Galio is the next one to fall. In the background, Nocturne dies down as well. So it's a 2-for-3 trade. Lamia's going to be able to pick this turret up as well. 2-for-3 and the interior turret. FNATIC with a great team fight. SK Gaming do not qualify for DreamHack, ladies and gentlemen. Eclipsia have taken them out of the tournament.
Man, that is big news. Very big, surprising news. Man, but that fight was crazy. Shushei goes down immediately, doesn't use Equalizer or his Ignite or his Flash or anything. But the fight still turns around, and on top of the turret, FNATIC's able to take it 3-for-2.
I also have just found out as well, thank you very much for the update, Panky. IPL have just announced who their casters are going to be for the IPL qualifiers, and myself and Studio are going to be the official European shoutcasters for the remainder of the qualifiers. So I hope you guys enjoy my casting and streaming, because I'm going to be doing IPL 5.
They're going to get more of you no matter what.
Exactly. So I'm really stoked and happy about that. So yes, awesome. Anyways, back to this game right now. FNATIC, 6,500 gold ahead. Looking like they're in control of the game. They have 4 turrets to 0. And MEGASHOCK looks like they're in a bit of trouble.
Yeah, I mean, they are... Yeah, in a world of trouble. If that last team fight is any indication, they don't have much of a chance in these team fights. xPeke, amazing ultimate. And, you know, I've always been impressed by xPeke's, you know, play as just about any champion, but in particular as Morgana. And so he has had a lot of experience in properly landing AoE ultimates, and that certainly helps, you know, while playing Galio.
I'm quite happy to see him playing Galio as well, because Galio is such a powerful champion, and I haven't seen xPeke play too many champions at top levels. You know, he did tend to get stuck in a couple of his favored champions or favored roles, and the outstanding performance that we've seen when he played Twisted Fate, and now followed up by this performance as Galio, he's showing he's not a one-trick pony. He's showing he can play a range of champions in the game and play them well. Something to point out, Shen died in that previous fight, so he did lose his Oracle's Elixir, but at this stage in the game, so far ahead in gold, it's not really the end of the world.
Not the end of the world. Team MEGASHOCK taking another dragon. That is 3-for-3 in dragons. That could be the comeback dragon. You never know. You never know. Meanwhile, Shen pushing down top. They're going to try to take this top turret. Galio and Shen, not the best, you know, not the best people to be pushing down lanes, but they can clear waves of minions really fast. So that has been their plan, and that's kind of what xPeke did last game as well. I saw him actually, or was that a game we were casting and not just watching? I remember there was a Galio pushing bottom lane and teleporting into a Baron to great effect.
That was previous game. That was the previous game that we watched, yeah.
Okay, so
it was because Nocturne didn't clear out the ward.
Right.
Yes, so that's how it is right now. Look at the pressure coming out. Kautot is going to pop that damage down. Going to be pushing forward. He does get blown up. Idol of Jree comes out from xPeke and casts his curse after we sing his praises. He doesn't catch a single member of MEGASHOCK. Ash goes down in the background, and now xPeke has turned his attention to Steve. And Steve goes down. If anybody has watched Flight of the Conchords, Steve is, of course, a very anti-rap person. Did Steve tell you that? What's Steve got to do with it? Anyways, here the rhinoceros versus the hip-hop-opotamus. Anyways, that's a very good fight for FNATIC. This should result in an inhibitor.
Cyanide does not want to give up turret. I think he was afraid that it might go on to Sona and kill Sona, but they do get that turret. Cyanide remains alive this time, as opposed to the last fight where he kind of sillily died, losing that Oracle. But yeah, just another good fight. And now in that fight, they proved, hey, we don't even need Galio's ultimate. Man, Lamia doing so much damage, now 9-0. Going to build that Infinity Edge next. It looks like has the components building up to that. Going to skip out of the Phantom Dancer for the time being. It appears, yes, that is the Infinity Edge.
Is Shen building towards a Madrid's Razor? Madrid's Blood? No. What's the Claw?
Yeah.
Because
yeah.
Wow. Okay.
Yeah, I mean, it is, yeah, I forget the exact name, but yeah, Madrid's Blood Razor, or the Madrid's...
Something like that. That thing that Warwick always builds. So,
right.
very aggressive
Warwick
build.
used to build.
Used to build, yeah. Old school Warwick. So at the minute, FNATIC looking like they're going to qualify for the semi-finals. Don't forget that there is still one more game after this that needs to be won. The winner of the next game qualifies for Sunday, and only there can you actually earn a spot for the DreamHack qualifiers. Don't forget, I believe the tournament name is the DreamHack Beat It tournament, sponsored by SteelSeries and MSI. Be sure to give them some love, throw them some props, and say thank you for getting them to host competitions like this.
Absolutely. You know, I actually used to have a lot of friends that would go Shen and build that Blood Razor. I guess that people feel like if you're just going to build one offensive item, that one's a good one to build. That being said, I think we saw Darian build Trinity Force on him, which is kind of unusual because, of course, you don't need that mana, but I think that's also a good item to pick up. If you just have one item, which one should it be?
What I like about the Trinity Force, look at the aggression from xPeke. He manages to just catch Vladimir at the end of that taunt. I think FNATIC feel like they're so far ahead they can just commit to these fights at the moment. Shushei playing a very good distraction role right there. He does go down in the background, but it means that TalØl is blown up. And it allows Graves to stay alive in the backline, so if they decide to push for this tower, they will be able to do so. Team MEGASHOCK are going to have to defend that bottom lane at some point, and that's when they'll be able to pick off this mid lane kill. I quite like Trinity Force on Shen because the movement speed, the attack speed, and all that. The proc is also very nice. The cooldowns on Shen's abilities are fairly high, but getting the Key Strike proc in conjunction with a Sheen proc on your auto attacks, it gives you pretty nice burst damage. You know, it catches you off guard.
Yeah, and they're just trying to push down this turret even without minions present. Ash had to go back to push down the other wave. So this is going to be a free middle turret. Yeah, they are just keeping up the aggression, despite the fact that at this moment they're not incredibly strong. They don't have collateral damage, they don't have Rumble there, obviously, they don't have Idol Duran, they don't have Shen's ultimate, they don't really have any of their ultimates. Now, of course, on the other side of the coin, neither does Team MEGASHOCK, but TalØl is back up, but now they have another naked inhibitor. Really unfortunate for them. That fight went 1-for-1, and at the end of the fight, Team MEGASHOCK was actually healthier than FNATIC, but because FNATIC is confident in their position right now, confident in their lead, they just kept on pushing down, despite the fact that their advantage might not have been huge.
Take a look at the gold graph. Take a look at the gold. Talking about advantages, talking about numbers. Galio and Graves, 13,500. 3,500 gold above the highest member of MEGASHOCK. Close to 4,000 above their respective counterparts in lane.
And we actually see a very evenly distributed number of deaths there for Team MEGASHOCK. 1-4, 1-4, 1-3, 1-5, 3-5. So after this game, you know, at least they probably won't have, you know, one single person to blame. Basically every single lane went pretty terribly. Not terribly, but it went poorly. They lost every single lane by a decent margin.
Yeah, the only player for Team FNATIC that was... shall we say, picked on, has been Shushei. But he has, you know, in these big team fights, he has been either blown up first or he's been running interference. So you can't really blame him for going down. And we do have a Baron going down. Baron is picked up by FNATIC. Shushei is overheated, so he's not going to be able to put that equalizer down. And xPeke does have Flash available. No, it's not. Flash is not available. I lie to you. Is he going to move on? There goes the equalizer. The split comes out from MEGASHOCK, and now they're going to be committing to this fight. FNATIC are completely split apart, but Ash is the first one to fall. If MEGASHOCK can get a good focus, they might have been able to turn that away, but unfortunately, the Idol of Duran is just too strong. The shield from Cyanide as well saves his life, and you can't be focusing Cyanide down in these fights. You really need to jump onto Lamia, which they did try to do, but of course, xPeke throws up that Idol of Duran, pulls the carries away, saves Graves, and in turn, wins his team the game.
Yeah, well, the thing is, you know, even despite the fact that TalØl was incredibly underfed, 1-6, didn't have very much under his belt, and Graves was incredibly fed. The nature of, you know, an 80 carries build going all, you know, essentially all offensive items, meant that in that last team fight, Lamia was very, very, very close to being dead. In fact, I guess I can rewind it and check out how close it was. In fact, perhaps if I don't get this victory screen, we'll see.
Well, let's do a review of that final fight then, since we want to.
Yeah, let's do it.
Oh, there we go. It just pulled me backwards. Where is this final fight coming up? There we go. So here comes the fight. We'll watch this in slow-mo. There goes the Paranoia. The dive from Kaltog comes out, and the Sanguine pull from El Mupo. You see Ash goes down in the bottom right-hand corner of your screen. Pheilox is used Crescendo, but not gone down. Stand United was actually used to save Sona in that fight, and Lamia just immediately blows up TalØl. Nocturne and Vlad get locked up, compliments of Idol of Durand. And then all of a sudden, Lamia turns. Keep an eye on his hit points and just how quickly it goes up. One crit, one crit, one crit. Lamia down to less than 100 health. And eventually just more than enough power to win out the game. So congratulations to FNATIC. They qualify for the semi-finals. There is the final score screen. I'd like to have a look at the damage graphs. I love looking at these damage graphs.
I'm always skeptical of the damage graphs because I still, replay minion damage, right?
Yes, they do. They do count minion damage.
Right.
But it tells a very telling story. Go look at Galio and Graves' damage graphs on this thing. It is huge, 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 huge. So, guys, FNATIC have qualified. We're going to have one more game to go. So, Sotere, anything to add before we hit the music?
No, not really. Although I did want to say, Graves, getting out by only 60 light hit points at the end. TalØl almost able to take him down, despite the fact that he had very few items. Good game overall. Was exciting to watch. FNATIC, stellar play and locked in. So when the other team already locks in their AP champion, you don't necessarily have to rush your pick, especially if it's going to counter them. Give them a little bit more time to think over it. Pick your higher priority champions in the meanwhile. But of course, I love Tara Graves as a combination, but Crescendo can be landed. You can flash Crescendo from even longer range than you can flash Dazzle and go into a combination there. And it does look like an Olaf pickup as well. So top Olaf, jungle Nautilus seems to be the order of the day.
Oh, that would be really cool. I love watching Olaf. And I've lost swapping from Galio to Kassadin.
Oh man.
Now that's interesting for me because xPeke's Kassadin is immensely good. He's very, very strong with the champion. His positional play is usually very, very good as well. And if memory serves correctly, he used him to great effect at IEM Gamescom a little while ago. I'm going to have to see whether or not that is going to be able to, if he's going to be able to put enough damage down against a Morgana. The nice thing about Morgana is she has to, get through the creep wave before she can capture xPeke with the Dark Binding. So in theory, the lower level farming may be slightly easier for Kassadin as opposed to, a slightly different AP mid. Shushei in the top lane, it could be Nautilus. It could be Nautilus.
It could be.
But it will most likely be now Olaf and on Shushei because he will be facing off against an Udyr in that top lane. So we are going to see a repick or a blind pick remake very, very shortly because we do have a placeholder here. So let's see what happens at the moment. So there we go. We have just dropped out and we're going to be jumping straight back into the game. Just stay. Dak's going to remake. All right, so we're waiting for the players to just decide. We could just redo the tournament draft, but it looks as though they want to do a remake. So while that is going on, guys, I'm going to do one more shameless bump. If you've had some fun with us today, head over to Facebook, facebook.com/IntoLol. It's a project that I'm currently working on and will be promoting from next week onwards. Facebook.com/IntoLol. Give me some likes, guys. It helps me get my stuff off the ground. And Sotere, he's chilling. He's going to be on Facebook.com/GG Chronicle, caster and streamer for GG Chronicle. You can also find him on Twitter @LolZotere. So head over, throw some love. And don't forget, of course, that we are doing the DreamHack MSI Beat It tournament, sponsored by MSI and SteelSeries. So I'm going to throw up my camera really quickly, just in case passwords are shared. I'm invited.
I was still waiting in the last game, but then finally the last person left. So do try to get me an invite into that, unless we have information as to the game information. Game name.
You should be invited shortly if I have typed your name correctly. Yep. I have. So your invite should be on its way,
Awesome.
and we can bring the game back up.
There it is indeed, and dropping down, all set and golden, ready to go. So we are just getting the players back in. For everyone, these are the most common questions asked. Why Eve? Eve was a placeholder for Nautilus, apparently. Where's Melisson? Melisson's busy studying. Why no Darius? Darius is apparently banned for today. I'm not sure if banned for the entirety of the DreamHack qualifiers, but probably. And any more questions? Why Kassadin against Morgana? I don't know. Only time will tell. We shall see.
Well, what I like as well is the champions and the teams are already. Kassadin Morgana, so nervous, so scary. Bottom lane, Corki Soraka against, what was it? Graves Sona. That's also going to be a big one. And the top lane is going to be very, very exciting. Olaf and Udia continually bashing one another in the face. It's going to be very, very cool.
Yeah, two pretty standard top lanes. Two people that are really, really hard to trade with. Two people that also received nerfs very recently, but they both received kind of equal nerfs on each side of the coin. Of course, Reckless Blow, the cooldown was reduced for Olaf, or actually increased for Olaf. Meanwhile, Turtle Stance Shield was reduced a little bit in the amount of defense it gives. I think at later levels, just down 20 or so hit points. Both still very strong top laners, very hard to push out of lane. But we shall see how it turns out, who gets more gank assistance. I always favor Purple Team for their top lane presence and ability to have ganks. And that being said, Olaf... Oh, go ahead.
Yeah, I was going to say, do you consider that, that's still effective and in place when Nocturne is only really very strong from level 6, and Ragnarok from Shushei is going to be able to break the fear, it's going to be able to break the slow and run away?
I think that's a good point. Olaf, of course, really hard to gank after 6. That being said, I like Nocturne's ganks pre-6 too. I mean, he has a speed boost in his Shroud of Darkness. I believe that's the name of his Q. And then, of course, the Fear is a great addition to red buff. Provided he can land that Fear, that, turns into very successful ganks. So I think he has good presence prior to 6, has great presence after 6, but, that is a good point. At 6, he might want to change his attention towards middle, but of course, then again, at level 6, Kassadin, incredibly hard to gank as well.
This game can go either way. This game has got champions that are great early, great mid, and great late game. They've got one or two that sort of fall off. Graves, for example, will... after the 25, 30, 35-minute mark, slowly start dealing less DPS than Corki, but he still has that burst from buckshot collateral damage. You've got Sona, who has the ability to do an AoE stun, but you've got Soraka, who has a map-wide heal. There is so much in this game, and I think whoever gets an early advantage will probably be able to run away with it. I know FNATIC, I've watched them. I watched them at OGN. I watched them earlier this week. If they start to be snowballed against, they tend to struggle to pull themselves out of that sort of position.
Mm-hmm. Well, I think that's pretty common for just about every team, professional or not. The only two teams that really come to mind that do well when they're in a bind, well, we actually have another team that comes to mind in the U.S., but I'm not sure if they're big overseas. Team Legion tends to get down early and then come back, and they do that pretty consistently. But CLG also is really good at, losing, or, not losing early game, but, not really doing anything exceptional early game and then coming back. And then I think it was in IPL 4, we saw M5, who actually got behind CLG a couple times, and I was like, oh, this is probably over, and M5 came back. So they're kind of in my mind as a comeback team as well. That being said, they're not often behind, but when they do get behind, they do have that potential to come ahead.
Those were the games that were like 40, 45, 50 minutes long, and they just managed to pull a victory out of absolutely nowhere.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I would love to see what's going to be happening now at the moment, because of course we are into the last 20 seconds. Skins are beginning to be coming up. So one more ad break, and we'll be back with a semi-final, FNATIC versus MILLENIUM. So I'm keeping a close eye on chat at the moment, and it looks as though the official announcement for IPL 5 is going to be up shortly. So my apologies, James. I got excited. Panky told me, and then I just told everyone, so my bad.
I heard some people saying, "Oh, Kassadin against Morgana to make sure her ultimate doesn't land." And I've actually seen Kassadin against Galio to great effect, using that silence to make sure he doesn't land a well-timed Idol of Duran. But of course, Morgana has her own black shield that will cancel out that silence potentially. So let us look. Oh, Broloff. You cannot root against Broloff. That being said, no skin on Nautilus, no skin on Nocturne. So junglers apparently not getting enough IP. Someone needs to infuse them with more IP so they can buy some skins.
Letting the side down. But I have to admit, I am quite possibly in love with Brolaf. The sound files, the taunts, your mom's OP. I love it. I love it. So
I always root for him dying because I love that dude and whatever else he says. So that's going to be my only motivation. This game against Shushei, I want to see him die. So I hear Broloff getting upset, very mildly upset.
Excuse me for 1 second. My Alt tab is dying on me, so I need to update this overlay if I've done this correctly. FNATIC versus MILLENIUM. FNATIC in the blue shorts on the bottom left-hand side of your screen. MILLENIUM wearing the red shorts on the top right-hand side of your screen. Loser goes out. Loser does not qualify for Sunday's games. Pack their bags, go home crying. And there's a lot on the line.
I love the blue shorts, purple shorts reference. I'm just wondering which side is the challenger side. I guess it would be purple side, would it not? As blue side generally gets first pick.
Correct. The general rule of thumb is the highest seed gets first pick, and they feature on the bottom left-hand side of the map. So I suppose in the challenger corner, MILLENIUM all the way from France over the internet. And Archagod, Sinful Succulence Morgana. I'm really looking forward to this game.
It turned out really well for them last time they ran that skin. Didn't miss a Dark Binding all game, and I'm saying that a little bit facetiously. Did miss some, but some very stellar ones, really catching people out. It caught the AD carry a couple times, and when you can do that, catch the AD carry with the Dark Binding, which has like 1350 range or something like that, that is the recipe for success in a team fight. We do see... Oh!
Yes, that looked a bit scary, moving towards the race. We've seen that once today and it ended up in a double kill, first blood. But look at this
we saw MILLENIUM do this before. Is it going to happen again?
No, I don't know because xPeke is not coming through. Oh, as I say that, looks, he's thinking about it. Now, FNATIC would probably not have watched that game earlier. Theo's Najik is coming for the Dark Binding misses because of the way it's been pulled. Cyanide is now going to take some huge amounts of damage. Ignite goes down. And MILLENIUM pick up first blood once again from a very, very cheeky blue buff invade.
And they pick up the blue buff as well. Of course, Cyanide was really afraid, just ran away, gave up the blue buff, which is, his only call, but he still got caught out by Udyr. Now, the one thing is, Udyr does not have Flash or Ignite here, so Olaf could potentially try to take advantage, although Shushei taking a Tiger Strike to the face, and that is not a good plan. That is certainly not a good plan. At level 1, Udyr's trades are a lot better than Olaf's. Now that Olaf is level 2, he could potentially try to, at any point, if the lane is overextended, could land one Undertow, one Axe, and then just hit Ghost and keep on chasing after that Udyr, and would probably come ahead of that as he would have Reckless Blow, which he hasn't leveled up yet, incidentally. And his Ignite and Ghost, of course.
Oh, there we go. Finally, the Reckless does go up. I think Shushei is definitely going to have to put a point into his Vicious Strikes as early as possible because he's going to need that lifesteal. He's not going to be able to stay in lane from, a Turtle Stance Udyr that's going to be able to replenish his mana, replenish his hit points, and just control the lane by being able to sustain himself a little bit longer.
Yeah, and we've seen every time there's been, Sushei's gone in for one CS, it's been an instant Tiger Strike into the face of Shushei. Really great timing so far by, is it Fios? Anyways,
yeah,
very great
go
play by
Fios.
Udyr.
Go with Fios. Sorry about the nicknames. Unfortunately, the South African and American casters, we can't speak your languages. Yeah, exactly. I used to play.
We have trouble with English.
I used to play a game on my chat a few weeks ago where I'd say hello in chat, introduce yourself, and I will ruin your nickname for you. And I would do my best to pronounce people's nicknames, and yeah, it was embarrassing from time to time.
I like that game, though. Oh, and Undertow is landed there, and Cyanide going up top. This could be trouble. Fia's no flash.
There comes the stun. The Riptide lands. Ignite has gone out as well, but the damage being put down onto Shushei was immense. Nautilus does manage to pick up that last hit with the Titan's Wrath, so at the very least, he does get a kill back. Oh, boom, baby. Shushei as well, get a little bit of free farm. There's no ward in this river, so Shushei's got to be very, very careful. Magic might be able to put some pressure down.
Yeah, little known fact, or it might be well known, but I mean, first blood is very important, but if you get first blood and there's no assist for that first blood, you know, it's actually not as good as a kill that is assisted in overall gold. That being said, Nocturne actually did get the assist for first blood, so that is, you know, that does account for that 200 extra gold that Millennium is ahead so far. That being said, you know, top lane is known to snowball pretty well, and the other bonus is Shushei still has his Ghost coming up, so he can still use that offensively. Fios might have wanted to back out there. There was no way he was getting away, but it might have granted Nocturne a little bit more time to come in and assist, as Nocturne came in kind of right at the end of that battle.
Now, having a look at the middle lane, somebody was asking on chat to have a look at xPeke's runes. He's currently level 5, so he's got a few levels up already. 823 hit points, 9 and then 10% spell vamp, 43 armor, 36 magic resist. That looks like a hit point rune page.
That could be a flat hit point rune page. I mean, it's been so funny because people just stopped using those, you know, fortification runes, those quintessences at some point. You know, once they got nerfed from, I think, 32 hit points to 28, no one used them anymore, whereas the previously, you know, the highest choice for that. But yeah, I can't really fathom what other runes he's going. I know HP per level seals are kind of coming into play, especially for middle champions, because it gives them a little bit of extra survivability at level 6 from that burst.
I'm having a look just to the champions' skills and rune sets at the moment. And talking about all the runes that have been selected, Lamia once again going 21 and then 10% on that armor pen. Attack damage of 79 with no Doran's blades or, you know, any of the items to give it up. So you can assume that's armor pen and you know, an AD rune page.
Right, that's pretty standard.
Nothing too far out of the way. The great dredge line. Arca God is going to be able to negate the depth charge, compliments of the Black Shield. Shushei is a little bit overextended. Nijek is level 4, and Cyanide is level 6. All that time in lane was able to help. Shushei does have Ragnarok up, so he is going to use that to run away. You can hear him yelling, Bromacia, as he escapes to victory. Manages to survive the ignite, and very cheekily just recalls out in the middle of the lane. Doesn't even go back to his tower.
Yeah, that is pretty interesting. Of course, pro players tend to be more efficient than we standard immortals. But that being said, you know, just backing right there, a little bit unusual. Down bottom, looks like Corky's really putting out the damage on Graves there. That phosphorus bomb combination, really strong. And yeah, I'm impressed by how quickly Cyanide got to level 6. But that being said, he was just, you know, camping out lanes, whereas obviously other people were in the jungle or being pushed out of lanes. Interestingly enough, we see another pickup for Cyanide going for those boots of mobility first before any GP10 items.
Look at this bottom lane right here. Cassidy coming forward, but Soraka and Corky knowing something was up. Lots of champions missing and they fell back. That was a 4-man potential FNATIC tower dive.
Yeah, it was, but at the same time they knew that Nautilus was coming in through that tri-bush. He showed himself, so, I mean, they were relatively safe from him, and Graves and Sona weren't able to step up to the plate either. So FNATIC, or xPeke, kind of goes in there and essentially wastes his ignite. Really doesn't do too much, gives Lamia a little bit of breathing room, but now he has, you know, less burst if he wants to go toe-to-toe in the mid lane against this Morgana, and, you know, doesn't really have that opportunity of that, you know, incredible amount of burst that he would be afforded with ignite.
Now, what I like to point out, keep an eye on the farm. Bottom lane, 62 to 62, bang on even. Top lane, 42 to 50, relatively even. That early gank put Shushei a little bit behind. Mid lane, 49 to 67. xPeke currently 18 behind.
Oh,
and
man.
What a great dark binding from Arcagod.
That was beautiful. I didn't even see the dark binding. I don't even know how that landed. Like, it might have glitched out on my screen, but like xPeke obviously Rift walked in, but then just got caught by that binding. Of course, it's not unusual for Cassidy to be behind in farm against a Morgana, for instance, who has, you know, completely, you know, relatively easy farm, just torment soil the ranged minions at all times.
xPeke, he's now overcommitting. No blue buff on Archigod. He's going to be moving out of the way. There comes the stun. Another one of the things. That long-range dredge line. Now the paranoia dive comes forward. xPeke, the fear proc is probably going to make it secure the kill.
Oh, man.
And Nijak takes his blue buff backwards. Or takes a blue buff, rather.
Yeah, and he's actually, that, turned out pretty well for them. Did Morgana pick up the assist as well? I believe so. So, actually a good exchange because, Millennium is coming away with a blue buff and has their blue buff still in tow, still in the jungle. So now Nocturne, who actually is one of the junglers that I feel really needs blue buff to really continue farming at, optimal pace, is going to have a blue buff and is going to be able to give away a blue buff to Morgana. And I think, that gank probably would have gone a little bit better had Cassidy still had Ignite, and he probably would have been able to get away. He just wouldn't have had to commit, that extra little bit.
I do see something in the top lane that I like a lot. Shushei, he's been ganked several times. He's been on lane 20 CS behind at this point in time. But he does have a Heart of Gold and a Philosopher's Stone ticking over. In comparison, only the Heart of Gold sitting on Udyr at the moment. And look at the way he's leveling up his Olaf. 2 points into Undertow, 4 points into Reckless Swing. Not a single point into Vicious Strikes yet.
Yeah, he's pretty confident in his ability to out-trade Pheilox at this point, and he's actually, if the last, 5 trades or so have been any indication, he's been doing a really good job of landing Reckless Swing and not being Tiger Strike. Of course, Caster's Curse, as soon as I say that, he gets a Tiger Strike to the face and, takes quite a bit of damage from it. He's posturing like he's going to be aggressive against Udyr, but I don't think he is. I think he's kind of
That's just Shushei. That's just the way he moves, and that's just the way he positions himself. Bottom lane, trades going back and forth as well at the moment, but nothing really coming of it. 91 CS on Corki, 84 on Graves. So FNATIC slowly falling behind in the farm, but nothing to write home about just yet.
Yeah, and an unusual ward by Shushei as well in that top bush. I don't know that, I would be very surprised if Millennium knows that it's there.
There goes the Undertow. Depth charge goes out. Shushei immediately backs off. He's afraid of Nijak. The Ignite goes down as well as the Ragnarok. One more Undertow should be enough to do it. He's not going to be able to tick over. The Turtle Storm saves the damage. And the Wish coming out from Soraka.
Yep, it was a
Great
combination
play by
of Turtle
Dax.
Stance and Wish. Really great combination from Millennium and a great counter gank in that top lane. And we see that so frequently now because top lane is kind of like the gank lane. Oh, down
There
bottom.
goes the Crescendo.
Down.
Buckshot, collateral damage. Ignite is ticking over. 140, 100. But not enough to pick up that kill. The Valkyrie too strong from Corki. And the single Vamp Scepter, Doran's Blade, is just not enough AD on Lamia.
Not quite enough. How much gold do they have in store? 985. Could go back and buy a pickaxe. I mean, a lot of people don't like buying early pickaxes, but the truth of the matter is it actually gives you, I believe the same AD per gold as a BF sword would. So if you go back and buy it, I mean, you're suddenly stronger in lane. It's not great, obviously, if you're going to go the Lamia build that we saw last time where you rushed Bloodthirster, but if you are going to go into Infinity Edge, then there's no problem in just getting that pickaxe a little bit earlier on.
Keeping a close eye on the lanes at the moment. What did Graves pick up? He has recalled. And let's see if your prediction is correct. There's your pickaxe. So, well played.
I think you called it. You said, oh, he just needed a little bit more damage. But, it's kind of funny because they had such a good, they had a pretty good offensive there. They got Corki really low. But by virtue of Soraka being Soraka, Corki is suddenly full and they pick up the first dragon of the game. Yep. That is at 1250. The next dragon will be up 1850. That is 6 minutes there, of course. Cyanide, meanwhile, this is the second game in a row where FNATIC has been, essentially missing out on dragons, and Cyanide has picked up an Oracle right after dragon has been taken, or right at the same time the dragon has been taken. So relatively interesting there. I always feel like Oracle's really used for taking control of those objectives, those dragons, but Cyanide not going to be able to take control of it because it is gone, and Millennium 3-2 lead and a 2,000 gold lead. Meanwhile, Udyr kind of beast moding up top, doing more damage than Olaf is. So Shushei was playing a really stellar game, out trading for a while there, but that last gank just didn't go in their favor, and
keep
now
in
the
mind
things
though,
seems to have turned around.
Even though Udyr is having his way a little bit with Olaf in that top lane, the CS difference is still only 20. It's still sitting at the same number that it was, 3 or 4 minutes ago. So we got to keep track of that. Even if Olaf is or Shushei's on the back foot, as long as he's not falling further behind, it's not the end of the world. In the mid lane, though, xPeke 94 CS to the 127 of Orkagod. Arkagod, rather.
I always feel like Katsudin can do more with less farm than a lot of other AP carries. Obviously, he needs to pick up the kills. Only has 1 kill under his belt. But now I'm talking about him going to gank, but Morgana's actually going to gank. It looks like FNATIC kind of had an idea that was happening, so they kind of backed off. But they actually did not have wards in place to spot him coming down. Just kind of sensed it with their sixth spider sense or whatnot. But Udyr also has his own Heart of Gold up top, and I feel like, you know, those are fine items for Olaf, the Philosopher's Stone and the Heart of Gold, but neither of those items that those build into are really ideal for Olaf. Whereas I like Randuin's Omen on Udyr, and I just feel like it is kind of a better selection for him.
Take a look at the gold difference with the GP5s taking over. Shushei at the moment, 3,700 gold. Fioz sitting on 4,700 gold. So those 2 kills, the farm advantage, 1,000 gold difference at the 15-minute mark, and that's a pretty big number. Now we do see xPeke sitting up in the top lane. He doesn't have any charges on that Rift Walk, and Ensign Vag, he sees it, so the silence is going to go out. Huge damage. 1 Rift Walk over the wall, and that Force Pulse as well as the Silence Bubble, what's that actually called? The Null Sphere, chunks off a huge amount of hit points from Corki.
Yeah, but then it just gets healed up immediately thereafter. So another, you know, wasted time for both the jungle and the mid lane, because of course Cyanide was waiting down in that brush. They're really trying to, you know, quad gank bottom, but anytime Kasten goes missing, they play very, very conservatively, back off, and, you know, it's kind of a function, well, I don't know if it's a function of Lamia's play or Graves, the fact that the lane is always pushed to Corki and Soraka's turret. Of course, Buckshot does push lanes, but on the other hand, Corki tends to push lanes as well. He just has been, you know, restraining himself, whereas Lamia has been running in and buckshotting at every single opportunity.
Well, I'm very, very nervous about the bottom lane at the moment. The damage that Corki's putting out with that BF Sword and Vamp Scepter, 1 auto attack and Phosphorus Bomb is enough to drop Pheilox's health below half. And exactly like you said, at the moment, Ensign Vag is controlling the lane a little bit more superiorly, or a little bit better.
Oh,
wow, that was a terrible
This is going to be amusing, though. Morgana's actually caught out there. Oh!
Immediately blows up, and Rift walks away. That was very nicely played by xPeke. The control, the flash, he burned flash for that, yeah. You know, Rift walk in, used that Null Sphere, and flashed out instantaneously. Managed to pick up a kill, and 2 assists were awarded for that as well.
Yeah, and that's what Katsuna does for you. It was kind of amusing because Arkagod, you know, stepped out of the brush to land the Dark Binding on Graves, and I really thought that was going to go more in favor of Millennium, but Katsuna is just so tricky, has so much mobility, so much burst damage. He's like the best of both worlds, decent AP carry and great assassin. So yeah, certainly picking up those kills, that kind of evens the odds, and he's making Morgana follow him. So Morgana's only 26 CS ahead, and that's, you know, substantial, but it's not to be, you know, it's not unexpected by any means.
And I'm very nervous about as well. Look at Fioz in the top lane, 5 points into his Tiger Stance. It's currently ticking over for 395 damage over 2 seconds. And it's of course magic damage, and that can be applied every time the ability is back up. So every 6 seconds, he's able to reapply that on-hit damage. And Olaf just doesn't have the sustain to get through that right now. He's sitting on a Kindle Gem, Philo Stone, and Heart of Gold. And I wonder if that's going to be a really early Shurelia's.
Yeah, it is, and I've actually seen that build before. I saw Hotshot build that. I don't like it. I mean, it's just not, I don't feel like it's ideal. I feel like you need a little bit of tankiness, and as has been proven in this game, Udyr's really dominating that matchup. You can only really go GP10 if you have a really, really sturdy matchup and some gank assist, because otherwise you are at a disadvantage, and we've seen that so far. Udyr building up to his Trinity Force, it's just going to be stronger, you know, for so much longer than Olaf is. And at what point are those GP10s really going to pay off? Is, you know, an Olaf with Reverie and Randuin's Omen going to be stronger than, you know, Udyr
with the same,
with a Trinity Force? Yeah. I mean, and just skipping that Reverie. Reverie is an awesome item, probably one of the best items in the game, you know, especially from a support position, but really just a great item, has such great initiating, counter-initiating potential, but at the same time, not really something you want a Bruiser to build, because it's giving you a lot of regeneration, whereas you need just brute force tank ability to survive in those team fights, especially when he's going to go against this Corki. Corki's going to blow him up. That's kind of my guess so far. Obviously, Corki's going to be very frightened of slow Olaf, but at the same time, his whole plan is going to turn around and just blow him up while he has that extra, armor from Soraka and a little bit of heal percent. Oof. And we do see Millennium setting up for this dragon.
And if 4 or 5 champions sitting in this bottom tri-bush, Paranoia is available for Nocturne. I don't know if you were watching it. Keep an eye on the Cassid and Morgana battle that's happening in the middle. When they do actually reset, xPeke landed a Null Sphere and a Force Pulse, and it chunked off Morgana's hit points like you cannot believe. The numbers got reduced huge amounts, and I was very, very surprised. So this is the second dragon of the game. Millennium will be able to pick this up completely uncontested. FNATIC, they do know what's going on. They're considering challenging it, but they're too late to the party. Invite didn't arrive. The postal service didn't give them their letter in time. And huge pressure in the middle. I'm gonna have to rewind that one.
You know what does deliver? Cassidon and a Null Sphere to the face. Man, that was just a ton of damage, and they're picking up a turret at the same time. Now, I don't believe that Nijek had an Oracle, but man, that is just a ton of damage there. Really, oh wow, nice dodge by xPeke. Oh, going to town on Morgana. Diving in here, Wish has to be used. xPeke, oh my goodness, picks up the kill. Is going to lose those double buffs to Udyr, but man.
Just jumped now onto the middle lane, so let's have a look what's happening. This is now xPeke putting some damage down into Archegod. Tanks a couple of turret hits. There goes the Wish. Soul Shackles comes out. xPeke's going to get stunned up. He does pick up the kill, but Fioz's target stance manages to wrap it up in the background.
Uh-oh.
And now all of a sudden, huge fight. I'm keeping a close eye. Cyanide now goes down. The damage going on to Entomvex is huge. They cannot be locked up or stunned. Fioz was locked up, complemented the crescendo, and now Shushei is going to be running away. Oh, what is Pheilox doing? He's too close to Udyr. You cannot take that damage. Paranoia is going to be now another death. So that's going to even it out at 6-6, and the 2,000 gold difference is still in play.
Oh, that is a little bit interesting. What time is it on your game right now?
I'm just fast forwarding to real time. I had rewinded it. Yep, I hand rewinded it to catch the Cassidon Morgana battle in the middle. But that's now back up to live.
I was like, oh, we might have messed up, which actually sometimes happens in spectator mode as well. One person will get stuck behind. But yeah, it looks. I mean, it is a very even matchup here. Millennium taking the lead, did take down that middle turret. Olaf took down top turret, but they have those 2 dragons under the belt, which actually accounts for the essentially the entirety of the difference. And this is the second game in a row we've seen FNATIC be like, I don't really care about dragon. Kind of like an old CU strategy. Lately, they've started paying attention to dragon because dragon is worth essentially 2 kills. Now, certainly you don't want to challenge it if you're going to lose kills, but at the same time, it is relatively important. And we saw in that fight, Olaf did pick up a kill. But an interesting, so he has Shirelli as referee, but he also has an elixir of fortitude. And why I find that interesting is because GP10 items are generally, okay, well, I'm going to build these items so I'm really strong late game, whereas the elixir of fortitude is like, okay, well, I really want to be strong right now. So he has kind of counter intentions with his items and consumables. That being said, maybe it'll turn out well for him. I just am a little bit skeptical. I really feel like that Udyr with a Trinity Force, with a Heart of Gold, with another Ruby Crystal probably going to be built into a Phage. I just feel like he is going to be a more dominant force in those team fights.
Take a look at the items as well for the rest of the FNATIC lineup. You've got double GP5 on Sona, double GP5 Olaf, double GP5 Nautilus, and we see Millennium starting a Baron Nashor. Graves and Sona are miles and miles away. Morgana's joining very, very late to this party. If Fioz is going to be able to do a flash base stun stance, this might be in trouble. Shushei does dodge the Dark Binding. They stall for enough time to delay the Baron at the very least, but now Shushei is committing to this fight. Red buff is on. He's activated the Ragnarok. Depth charge goes out. Soraka will be the first one to fall up in the background. xPeke should be able to pick up that kill, and he does. Now they've turned their attentions to Archegod. Shushei's taken so much damage. Keeping a close eye back in the middle. Cyanide's going to be the first one to fall from FNATIC. They're very, very good crescendo, but it doesn't stop Udyr, so he does pick up a kill. All of a sudden, it's now 2 for 3. Makes that a 3 for 2 trade. Millennium are still in the lead, 3 for 4. They pick up an ace for only losing 2. Udyr and Nocturne managing to survive, managing to wrap that team fight up.
And you know, Morgana actually still has Ignite too. I always like looking at the end of fights, who still has Summoner spells, who could have made this play just a little bit better. And at the end of that fight, we have Pheilox with Exhaust still, and Archegod with Ignite. So essentially a wash, one Summoner spell on either side. But I think, you know, what I was saying earlier kind of came to pass in that team fight. Udyr was just a much stronger presence, but I was wrong about his item build. He is going Spirit Visage now. I certainly like that. And at first, I really thought FNATIC was outplaying Millennium on all parts of that battle. Obviously, Kassadin gets a kill on Soraka, gets a lot of focus on him, but actually does get away, has to use Flash and Riftwalk, but then comes back into battle, does die, helps take down Corki, but I think it was just Udyr was that presence in the battle, tanked a ton of damage, but also was doing a lot of damage and was there at the end of the fight, which is obviously a very important thing.
Keep in mind the positioning as well. The positioning for FNATIC was not ideal. They had xPeke and Cyanide sitting at the top of the river. They were trying to commit into Soraka, so they went in. Then now Shushei has been caught out. He is forced to use Ragnarok to run away. Then you had Shushei, who'd been caught out, taking a lot of damage at the beginning of the fight, and they were sitting on the right-hand side of the river, so that split and the lack of focus from FNATIC also cost them a lot of damage. They weren't able to blow anybody up, and it was evident. Udyr and Nocturne both sitting very, very low on hit points, and had they been a little bit tighter, bunched together and been able to focus a little bit more, maybe they would have been able to put some more damage down. The Cyanide is now moving up. Baron Nashor does go down, and it's stolen! It's stolen from Kassadin! Riftwalk over the wall. Heck. Nautilus goes down, and all that it cost them is a death from Nautilus. Huge play from xPeke. That was a Riftwalk null sphere, wasn't it?
Yes, that was, and I was just like, oh, well, they're going to lose this. Really good job zoning out Cyanide, making sure he doesn't get in there, but too much focus was, on zoning out Cyanide. Nijik, doesn't land the smite there, and it was just a steal from Kassadin. That was crazy. That really kind of turns the tides of battle. Now, Millennium wants to push the advantage here, wants to go in for it, but not a good idea, not a great idea.
A really, really great and smart play by xPeke there. Managing to Riftwalk over the wall and not only get in and steal the Baron, but he got away with his life. Managed to flash over the wall, save himself, or another Riftwalk over the wall. And the only one to go down, and that was Nautilus.
Yeah, the crazy thing is, not only did he get away, but he didn't even have Flash for that whole, a whole little engage, that whole little, assassin jump in there, jump out. That was a incredible ninja move. But Riftwalk in, steals Baron, Rift walks out. So that's not something that usually you think Kassadin is, a great asset on your team for doing. And generally, obviously Nullsphere doesn't outsmite Smite, but Jeez, that was just impressive. He was able to go in there and steal it and, be fairly certain that he might get away. So that, once again, incredible play. Really, that the game was lining up that, to the extent that it looked like, had Millennium taken that Baron, it would have been game over. But now it is 8-12, only a 3,000 gold difference, and FNATIC still has Baron buff.
That's the 3 dragons, hey? That's the 3 dragons. Remember, Millennium have taken all 3 dragons of the game thus far. After the Baron buff was picked up, they tried to push that middle lane, fell backwards, and picked up Dragon instead. So the only difference separating these teams thus far in terms of gold is the 3 dragons. Obviously, it was a little bit higher, but compliments of the gold from Baron buff, that pulled them a little bit closer. Look at farm, 30 CS difference in the middle, 200 to 230. That's what it's been the entire game. Olaf, 149 to 166, 20-yard difference. That's what it's been the entire game. Bottom lane, bang on even, 238 to 240. In fact, Lamia actually has a 20 CS lead, but that's not going to make up for the 333 scoreline that Ensign Vag is currently sitting on.
Yeah, and man, the more I think about that Baron buff, the more I'm impressed by it, but at the same time, I think a lot of luck went into it, because I don't think they even had sight on Baron. Obviously, Dax has that Oracle. They cleared out the wards, so xPeke had jumped in there blind to steal that with the Null Sphere, so that is incredibly impressive, and it looks like FNATIC is trying to go a little bit aggressive. Looks like they're going to push down bottom turret. I don't know if they saw someone up top and thought they would, push their advantage. It's a great idea because they have 4 of their 5 members of the team with that Baron buff. They probably feel pretty strong right now, and kind of their late game presence, what they were kind of aiming for with all those GP10 items is finally coming to be. They have 2 reveries, so they can kind of engage and disengage at their will. Not only that, they have a very shifty team. Sona can help them kite with her movement speed bonus, and of course Kassadin can get around wherever he wants with all that rift walking.
2 free towers, move bottom, pull Millennium towards the bottom lane. As soon as Millennium get to the bottom lane, run back to middle. Great call from FNATIC, great map awareness, and that closes the gold gap from a 3,000 to a 1,500 gold difference.
Yeah, so they are absolutely back in this. Not only are they back in this, but really Corki has to be afraid at any given point. He's one of the safer carries because Valkyrie is a great escape skill, but he can be essentially instantly gibbed by Kassadin at this point. Kassadin, Deathcap, Rod of Ages, not going the usual Tira Goddess that you see from a lot of Kassadins or Athian's Unholy Grail, but Kassadin is just beastly at this point, has 442 AP, so that is not too shabby.
I like the way the team is shaping up at the moment as well. The tanky Olaf, yes, it's not going to be as damaging if he'd gone for maybe like a Frozen Mallet, Atmas, Warmogs type of build. But on the flip side, if he does get, well, the Randians is complete. Now he's got the Giant's Belt. If this starts to become a Warmogs, having that Shushei that'll be able to survive and not be instantly blown up buys Lamia and xPeke time to deal damage. xPeke needs to get cooldowns back on his Null Sphere and needs to stay alive in a fight for long enough to get one or two of those force pulses off. And if, Shushei is in the background dealing damage, throwing out those reckless swings over and over and over, it buys time for xPeke to juke, to kite, to keep throwing out those Null Spheres. So we'll have to see whether or not it actually works once we hit these time fights. Arc of God with a huge Dark Binding. It does land onto Shushei. Now committing forward for the fight. A flash followed up by the Soul Shackles. That is 3. The Paranoia goes forward, only managing to lock up Cyanide. And exactly like we predicted, Shushei is pulling the full attention of Millennium. Now they turn their attention. Soraka does go down in the background. Depth Charge knocks up the entire Millennium team. It's a double kill for Morgana. But unfortunately, Shushei was just too far away for FNATIC to be able to do anything more than die and unfortunately give up another kill as well.
Right, and I mean, well, one thing, he didn't pop his Randuin's Omen, and it's hard to, you have like 5 activatable items, so it's hard to remember to use them all, but it certainly could have popped that at some point throughout that battle, would have been beneficial to their team. But the other thing is, his build is just not generally the ideal build you would think for Olaf. That being said, they do pick up a kill on Nocturne there, so, pulling even for the fight essentially. I think that makes it a 2 for 2, does it not?
It will be, yeah. So it was 1 for 2 in the team fight, and then they picked one up. But they do lose a tower. So Corki and Soraka, I think Udyr as well. They go down bottom lane and they pick up that tower as well. And at the moment, things are looking not too bad. Shushei just has to remember to use those activists. Remember about the Shirelias. So remember about the Randian's Omen. And the gold difference, 1,500. It's been around about the 2,000 mark since very early on, and right now that's small. Right now that's not a big play. That's not a big difference. The key for Fnatic is going to have to be, Shushei pulling everyone away like he has done already, and like we've seen him doing on Jax in a previous game. But after he's pulled the attention, Graves and Kassadin need to follow up. They need to jump in there and actually pick some kills up from Millennium. Otherwise, they're not going to be able to win the team fights.
Yeah, and I mean, such a close game, such a close game. Now we see Olaf, has he actually popped those potions? Interesting, going to have to take a look here.
They are.
Has a blue and red potion popped. So he's, very unusual build. I'm really intrigued on seeing what his next item is going to be, whether it is going to be a Warmogs or if he's going to go into a Frozen Mallet. I would kind of be more amused with the second one. And at some point, Olaf did use his Randuin's Omen. I'm very confused about that. It is on cooldown for the moment, but the last time I saw an Olaf build Reverie, I think it was Hotshot's Olaf, and he also forgot to use his Reverie during team fights. So yeah, it's hard to remember all those things in the heat of battle. I'm not a huge fan of this build on Olaf, but only time will tell and see if it really pays off. Now, he does have double potions popped, and I think, that's a good thing to learn from pro players is when there's a very important fight coming up, which there is right now, the Baron is going to be contested, then you pop those potions because it's generally worth it.
There is no vision as well. No vision as well. Millennium do not know about this. xPeke was in the mid lane, he was poking it. Baron is going down so quickly. That's a free Baron. Now xPeke's jumped over the wall for Dax. He's got to be very careful about this because he's going to fight that Millennium. He flashes over the wall. See that flash? The Paranoia dives all the way forward. xPeke manages to Rift Walk away. Is he going to be able to get away from this? Because Dustbringer is currently sitting on him. Another Rift Walk is available. Compliments of a full mana bar. He gets away. Fnatic pick up a free Baron from under the nose of Millennium. That puts them in the gold lead. That puts them in the controlling seat now with the benefit and the power that they have from the Baron Nashor buff. We've spoken a lot about builds on Olaf, but have a look at the builds on the remaining characters. Let's have a look at Sona, for example. 3 GP5s ticking, has just finished his Shirelia's Reverie now, still has the Kage's Lucky Pick as well as a Heart of Gold. In reply, Shirelia's and Heart of Gold only on behalf of Soraka. So Sona a little bit further ahead there. Junglers, Nocturne, Aegis of the Legion, Phage, and Wriggle's Lantern. In reply, Nautilus only has the Shirelia's and the Glacial Shroud. So once that's completed into a Frozen Heart, that's going to help against Corki, Udyr, and Nocturne. But he's still a little bit of gold away.
Right, and now he has 2 potions as well. They want to end this game. They're double potted up. They have Baron buff. They really want to go to town. I mean, Kassadin has a blue pot. Nautilus has 2 potions in his belt. Lamia also has a red pot on. So FNATIC really using those potions to their advantage. Really want to take advantage of this Baron buff, which they certainly should. And I mean, Millennium really kind of making a misstep there. It's funny because FNATIC the entire game not really been paying attention to Dragon enough. But then it comes down to, a very crucial point, and Baron is taken without any sight coverage, and you have to realize at 30 minutes into the game, any team that's even decent at Baroning can take Baron in about 10 seconds. So at any point where there's not ward coverage, you have to be incredibly careful, make sure you keep track of everyone on the enemy team, and certainly get those wards onto Baron. So now Millennium's kind of played into a corner here. There's still 500 gold in the lead, but Baron buff is huge, and the initiating capacity of FNATIC is, I don't know, I can't even describe it. So many Reveries, 3 Reveries, a Randuin's Omen, that, E movement speed bonus from Sona. They're getting around the map incredibly fast, and they can initiate at will. And Dragon apparently is just sitting around, so I'm kind of interested to see whether or not FNATIC will take their first Dragon of the game. They still seem uninterested by it.
Yeah, looking towards it, they are trying to push down these towers. They want to get map control. And the build that Shushei is going for, you see with the items he's got, 37.5% cooldown reduction. I think the blue pot is just one off, so it's at 25-27%. He's relying on those reckless swings. He's relying on Undertow and Ragnarok. He's literally playing a distraction game. That is his job. That is his position. Pull away or peel off as many champions as you can. And look at the damage from xPeke, even chewing through the defensive stats of Fios. But that is, of course, because he doesn't have a lot of magic resist. I say that, he is sitting on 141, so it is a fair number. But even so, xPeke, he's got the Death Cap, he's got the Rod of Ages, he has a Chalice of Harmony. That is the beginnings of an unholy grail. And xPeke is slowly being caught out. Yeah, favorite, it's been out a day and a half, and FNATIC slowly but surely poking down this top tower.
Right, and at some point here, Nautilus is going to pop both of those potions. They're going to have a triple Reverie usage, and they're just going to go to town. We see, again, Dax picking up a Kindle Gem after Reverie. I don't know what that's for. Could it be for Soul Shroud? I don't even know. Some more poking going down, some decent damage going down on Corki, and he's someone you definitely don't want to have damaged.
The poke damage that's coming out from FNATIC is really, really good. And the team sustain from Sona is slightly more effective than the sustain from Soraka. She's got the single target ability. They do manage to pick up the tower. Complement to the damage that they put down onto Corki, as well as the damage, a little bit onto Udyr or whatnot, they force Millennium backwards. And FNATIC are setting the pace. FNATIC are determining when the engage is happening. Oh, Dredge line so close. There was no Black Shield on Morgana. That could have been devastating. And now FNATIC are just going to carry on with the siege.
Yeah, the thing is, Baron buff is gone though, so they probably do not want to dive a turret, despite the fact that they're all potioned up. Nautilus did pop his potions. Despite the fact that their poke is doing relatively well now xPeke is at a point where he's below half mana. If he, tries to harass any more, he's kind of putting himself into the danger zone in mana, where he might run out of mana during a team fight. Oh, they wanted it. There was actually no Reveries to counter it, and now I guess they're going to take this fight.
There goes the silence onto Nocturne. Nightjack is taking a lot of damage. Dark Binding does get missed. Archegod is looking for a Soul Shackles. Does manage to pick up 3. Is not going to be able to stun anyone because Sona gets out of range. Olaf is under the effects of Ragnarok. The first one to go down is probably going to be Corki. Lamia is trying to pick up a kill. So many champions on low health. It is in fact Nocturne that goes down first. They've now turned their attention to the Man-Bear Pig. Fios is trying to get away. Udyr rocks up that bear stance and turtle stance, and they managed to catch him, pull him all the way backwards. Zonya's Hourglass has been pulled. Graves is still ticking away. The quick draw forward picks up a double kill. FNATIC, huge play. Pick up 3 kills unanswered. The split focus, the team splitting up champions, not willing to stay in the fight for too long. And FNATIC come out with a triple kill and potentially an inhibitor.
Yeah, I mean, and that was the first team fight they won, and it was still incredibly close. Good play on both sides by everyone. Oh my goodness, xPeke is going to die here. Does go down, but Archidon taking a ton of damage from Graves.
Whew, so close. Graves hitting hard. Infinity Edge, Phantom Dancer, last Whisper completed. Just melting the hit points.
Oh man.
There might be some problem for Cyanide. No, he is going to be able to get away. There goes the Shurelio's Reverie. How is the name actually spelled? I hate that item. Shurelia's. Is that
Shurelia's Reverie. Like Shurelia, the old developer. I think they're now not with Riot anymore. But they all proc the Reveries to get out of that battle there. Incidentally, another interesting thing. I love you, Shushei, but I'm pretty sure Random's Omen's still not been used in team fights, and I think there were moments where it could have been used to pretty great effect. That being said, your team just won the last team fight pretty dominantly, so good show on their part. That being said, it's still 13-15 gold lead, only 2,000 in favor of FNATIC. They do have the inhibitor, but that just means the minions are just going to be pushing towards Millennium at this point, so they might be able to catch up a little bit from that tiny deficit, the first deficit they've had all game, I believe. And who knows, maybe someone will take that dragon eventually. Poor dragon, so lonely, so very lonely, and so alone.
Nobody wants to play with it. Nobody is interested in the Game of Thrones dragons today. I like the new animation on the Elder Lizard buff when it dies. It loses that little wooden face mask of his. Pops off, flies off the head. I think it's very, very cool. So, Athene's Unholy Grail has been completed. xPeke currently sitting 496 ability power.
They're going for a rushed Baron. Now, they're good at Baron, but they're not awesome at Baron. So they have to be a little bit worried here. Still going for it.
Staying on a 3,000 hit points, 2,000 hit points, 1,800. The flash comes off the wall. FNATIC do pick it up. Paranoia has been popped. It hasn't been dived up just yet. Corki has been taken so much damage. Wish comes out. Morgana uses an ultimate. It only catches onto Lamia. Corki knocked in on the first hit. Morgana, Soraka, FNATIC with an immense fight. That has to be GG. 60 seconds on the countdown time as they're going to be pushing this middle lane. That has to be GG.
Well, they don't need to push middle. They should just go straight top. Yeah. So likely they would have ignored those turrets down the middle, could have pushed straight top, had those super minions there, but we don't get to see their route for victory because the surrenders go in. And really, wow, great show. 2 rushed Barons. So FNATIC doesn't really pay too much attention to Dragon, but pays a lot of attention to Baron, and that apparently is a key to success. That and great team fighting ability.
Great play from FNATIC. Being on the back foot, being defensive, behind 2,000 gold for the better part of 30-odd minutes. Pulling it back right in the end there. And it just comes down to team play. It came down to positioning. It came down to the way xPeke and Lamia were able to stay alive after that first lost team fight, after they lost their fight in the river. They positioned themselves effectively, and xPeke and Lamia, I'm putting it on them. I think their positional play was fantastic. I think the damage they were putting out was great. And yeah, FNATIC qualified. They're going to be playing on Sunday for the next DreamHack qualifier. And wow, Sotere, what do you think of the games?
Man, all of the games today have been really stellar, and of course, Lamia and xPeke are gonna, kind of come out of this and be the champions, the heroes of the game. Shushei 0-3-12, not very impressive. Nautilus 2-5-11, not too impressive. Sona 1-2-12. It's actually a good support score, but I think mainly you have to pay attention. Yes, Lamia has a great score. Yes, xPeke did really good, but they did really good because, Shushei and Cyanide were being able to be such great distractions in the middle of those team fights. They were able to soak damage and allow, the carries, the assassins, the people who need those kills to get the kills and survive into the later portions of the team fights. So really great play overall. I would actually, the one play of the game was xPeke's steal on Baron. That was just amazing. It was amazing steal, and it really turned the tides of the battle. Millennium had everything going for him. 3 dragons were about to pick up that Baron. Did not look like a steal was even possible. Cyanide was completely zoned out and killed, and then he just jumps in there, null spheres it, takes it away, and really ran away with the game from there.
Absolutely well played. So FNATIC make it through to Sunday. They're going to make, there are 1 of 8 teams that are going to be in Sunday's bracket. We're going to kick off at 2 p.m. Central European Summer Time. Just before we head off, guys, I do just want to throw up one more little bump. Sotere, he's been with us all day long. He's a member of GG Chronicle. You can follow him, facebook.com/GG Chronicle, or alternatively his private Twitter account, which is twitter.com/lolzotere. Make sure you head over there, follow him, like him. You'll be able to keep an idea on what's happening and keep up to date with him. Myself, my name is Quickshot. I've been casting for a few times. I'm involved in a project called IntoLol. Head over to facebook.com/IntoLol. It just helps me out in the next week or so. We're going to be revealing our new webpage and going live. Sotere, thanks for joining us, man. Thanks for streaming with me.
Thank you for having me. It was a pleasure. Some really great games. A lot of fun to cast with you. Hope to be back again sometime.
Yeah, fantastic. So, ladies and gentlemen, we are off for the evening. I'm going to put up some music just for a couple of minutes while I wrap myself up. Say goodbye to everybody on Skype. Sotere, it was amazing. I have you on Skype. I will definitely be inviting you back to co-cast or recast with me in future. Don't forget, guys, that was the Beat It DreamHack qualifiers sponsored by MSI and SteelSeries. Mad props have to go to the admins. Sumi and Scarf, the two of them, they've been phenomenal on Tuesday. They were phenomenal again today. Thank you to the viewers. Thank you to the streamers. Good luck, have fun, good night, and we'll see you on Sunday. Cheers, Sotere.
Cheers.